If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 16, Mun vs Ars, 2. The floodlights of Old Trafford cut through the December mist as the two teams emerged from the tunnel for the second half. The scoreline read 1-0 in favour of Manchester United following Cristiano Ronaldo's 8th-minute strike, but the tactical tension on the pitch was coiled tight. Mikel Arteta walked to his technical area, his face a mask of intense concentration. Arsenal had completely dominated possession in the first 45 minutes, yet they had gone down the tunnel trailing. Marcus Vale emerged a few moments later. He took his seat in the dugout, leaning back comfortably. Second half is underway at Old Trafford, Martin Tyler announced on the Sky Sports broadcast. Arsenal immediately on the front foot. They have 45 minutes to break down this Manchester United defensive shape. Arteta hasn't made any changes at the break, Martin, Gary Neville observed. He's trusting his system, but they have to find a way to penetrate the penalty area. Passing it in a U-shape isn't going to trouble United. Arsenal began the half with relentless aggression. They pushed their defensive line all the way to the halfway line, compressing the pitch and suffocating United's outball. In the 48th minute, Bukayo Saka received the ball on the right flank. Instead of trying to beat Alex Telles on the outside, he cut sharply inside, skipping past a tired challenge from Donny van de Beek. Saka unleashed a fierce, dipping shot toward the far corner. David De Gea scrambled across his line, but Harry Maguire threw his massive frame into the trajectory, taking the ball flush on the chest to block the effort. 2 minutes later, Martin Degaard finally found a pocket of space between the midfield and defensive lines. He slipped a clever reverse pass to Emile Smith-Rowe inside the box. Smith-Rowe struck it first time, but De Gea produced a stunning reflex save with his left boot, kicking the ball out for a corner. The pressure was mounting. Arsenal's ball circulation was becoming faster, dragging the United midfield horizontally across the damp grass. In the 55th minute, Thomas Partey evaded Bruno Fernandes's shadow marking for a fraction of a second and drove the ball through the centre circle. Seeing the defensive line exposed, Scott McTominay stepped up and cynically dragged Partey to the ground by his shirt. The referee blew the whistle and immediately produced a yellow card. A necessary foul from McTominay, Neville noted. But that puts him on a tightrope for the next 35 minutes against a very quick Arsenal midfield. Down in the dugout, Marcus kept a close eye on the pitch. Donny van de Beek had run tirelessly in the first half, connecting the transitions and helping Telles double-team Saka. But his legs were visibly growing heavy, and his sprint speed was dropping. Marcus stood up and turned to the bench. He caught Fred's eye and gave a simple nod. In the 62nd minute, the ball rolled out for a throw-in, and the substitution board went up. Donny van de Beek's number flashed in red. The Old Trafford crowd stood up, offering a loud, appreciative ovation for the midfielder. He had provided the crucial pre-assist for Ronaldo's goal and executed his tactical role flawlessly. Fred sprinted onto the pitch. As he crossed the touchline, Marcus relayed a single, sharp instruction. "Drop the block." Marcus ordered, gesturing with his hands to compress the space. The shape of the Manchester United team shifted instantly. Jadon Sancho moved from the right flank over to the left to take Donny's place. Bruno Fernandes shifted to the right side of the midfield four. Fred slotted directly into the centre alongside McTominay. But the most significant change was the depth. Marcus had ordered a complete low block. The entire 4-4-2 formation retreated 10 yards deeper into their own half, parking themselves firmly on the edge of their own penalty area. "Look at this shift, Martin," Neville analysed on the touch screen. United are conceding the entire middle third of the pitch. They are inviting Arsenal completely onto them. Fred is in there to provide pure ball-winning energy next to McTominay. It is a highly dangerous game to play at home, but they are incredibly organised. Arsenal accepted the invitation. They poured forward, committing Ben White and Gabriel into the United half. But the low block was impenetrable. Arsenal passed the ball from left to right, completely dominating possession, but every time they tried to force a pass into the penalty box, a red shirt intercepted it. Fred was a blur of motion, constantly winning the second ball whenever Arsenal attempted a cross. The defensive setup was so compressed that Martin Degaard, Arsenal's primary playmaker, became starved of options between the lines. Out of sheer frustration, Degaard eventually dropped all the way back alongside his own centre-backs just to touch the ball. It was visual confirmation of United's midfield cage. Marcus had successfully forced Arsenal's most dangerous creator into a completely harmless area of the pitch. Seeing his team hitting a brick wall, Arteta turned to his bench in the 68th minute. He brought on Gabriel Martinelli for Nuno Tavares, adopting a hyper-offensive setup and overloading the flanks. Marcus observed the attacking substitution. He didn't hesitate. He turned to the bench and signalled for Aaron Wan-Bissaka. In the 70th minute, Jadon Sancho was withdrawn. The young winger had run himself into the ground executing the pressing traps. Another fascinating change from Marcus Vale, Tyler said as Wan-Bissaka ran onto the pitch. He brings on a defensive specialist for an attacking winger. Is he going to a back five? No, look where Wan-Bissaka is going, Neville pointed out eagerly. He's slotting in at right midfield, directly in front of Diogo Dalot. Bruno has shifted back to the left. Vale has just built a defensive wall on the right flank to completely neutralize Martinelli and Tierney. He is shutting up shop. The double fullback tactic on the right side completely suffocated Arsenal's new attacking overload. Martinelli attempted a high-speed dribble directly into the penalty area, trying to isolate Dalot. Wan-Bissaka tracked him seamlessly. Just as Martinelli wound up to cross, Wan-Bissaka executed a trademark, wrapping slide tackle inside the box. It looked like a guaranteed penalty at first glance, but his long legs hooked the ball away cleanly. It completely demoralized Arsenal's left flank. Up in the gantry, however, Gary Neville was growing critical of the United forward line. Look at Cristiano Ronaldo, Martin, Neville pointed out on the broadcast, highlighting the Portuguese striker. He is just walking around the centre circle. The rest of the team is defending for their lives in this low block, and he isn't even jogging back to help. Arsenal are essentially playing against 10 men out of possession. In the 72nd minute, Degaard attempted to thread a needle through the centre of the pitch. Fred anticipated the pass perfectly, stepping across to intercept it. Without taking a touch, Fred drilled the ball forward to Bruno Fernandes. Bruno looked up. Arsenal's shape was completely disjointed, pushed incredibly high up the pitch. Cristiano Ronaldo, having conserved all of his energy while the commentators criticized his lethargy, suddenly exploded into a sprint. He drifted into the wide-open left channel. Bruno clipped a crisp, flat pass directly into his feet. Gabriel scrambled to close Ronaldo down, stepping out of the high defensive line. Ronaldo didn't try to beat him. He dragged the ball back with the sole of his boot, opening his hips, and waited for the exact right second. Marcus Rashford, operating on the shoulder of Ben White, ignited his afterburners. As Rashford broke the offside trap, Ronaldo slipped a perfectly weighted, reverse through ball directly into his path. The pass completely bypassed the retreating Arsenal defence. Rashford took 2 touches to steady himself as Aaron Ramsdale rushed off his line. With cool composure, Rashford opened his body and slotted the ball into the bottom right corner. Rashford! Martin Tyler roared. A lethal, clinical counter-attack. Arsenal commit too many men forward, and Manchester United punish them with ruthless finishing. Cristiano Ronaldo with a beautiful assist, and Marcus Rashford makes it 2-0. The stadium erupted. Rashford slid on his knees toward the corner flag, pointing back at Ronaldo, who jogged over to celebrate. In the dugout, Marcus didn't celebrate. He checked the time on the stadium clock and nodded once to himself. That is exactly why you play a low block against a possession-based team, Martin, Neville said, watching the replay. You invite them in, you let them get comfortable passing it around the box, and the second they overcommit, you strike. Fred's interception starts it, Ronaldo's vision is brilliant, and Rashford's pace is terrifying. Arsenal have had all the ball, but United have all the goals. Arsenal restarted the game, but the second goal had broken their spirit. Their passing became sloppy and frantic. In the 75th minute, Aubameyang managed to find a rare yard of space inside the box. He fired a heavy shot, but De Gea was positioned perfectly, beating the ball away with 2 strong hands. Marcus kept a close eye on the centre of the pitch. Scott McTominay was walking a very dangerous line on his yellow card. However, the Scotsman was expertly executing the tactical dark arts to disrupt Arsenal's remaining rhythm. He deliberately stood in front of quick free kicks, slowly tied his boots to kill the clock, and physically isolated Sambi Lokonga to drain the remaining adrenaline from the game. With the match secured at 2-0, there was no reason to risk a red card that would suspend the midfielder. In the 78th minute, Marcus made his final move. Scott McTominay was subbed off to a standing ovation, replaced by Eric Bailly. Bailey coming on, Tyler noted. United are shifting to a back 5 to see out the final 10 minutes. It's purely pragmatic, Neville agreed. McTominay was on a booking. Vale is removing any element of risk. Bailey will slot in alongside Maguire and Lindelof, Dalot and Tell's drop back, and the door is officially locked. The final 12 minutes of the match resembled a training exercise. Arsenal passed the ball across the halfway line, entirely devoid of ideas on how to penetrate a five-man defence shielded by Fred, Bruno and Wan-Bissaka. When the fourth official signalled 3 minutes of added time, the Old Trafford crowd began to sing. The anxiety of the previous month was completely washed away. The referee blew the final whistle. Full time, Manchester United 2-0 Arsenal. Marcus stood up from his seat. He shook hands with his coaching staff, then wandered over to the technical area to shake Mikel Arteta's hand. Arteta looked deeply frustrated, exchanging a brief, tense handshake before heading straight down the tunnel. Marcus offered a lazy wave to the cheering Stretford end and walked off the pitch. 2 games. 2 clean sheets. 6 goals. Clinical execution. 30 minutes later, the media room at Old Trafford was packed for the post-match press conferences. Mikel Arteta took the stage first. The Arsenal manager looked visibly irritated. "Michael, a frustrating night for your team," a BBC reporter began. "You dominated the ball, but leave with nothing. How do you assess the performance?" "It is difficult to accept," Arteta said tightly. "We controlled the game. We dictated the tempo. We had 70% possession at Old Trafford. But in the final third, we lacked the final action. And when you play against a team that puts 10 players behind the ball and refuses to play football, it is very difficult to find space. Do you feel the scoreline was unfair?" "I feel we played the football, and they refused to play football," Arteta stated, defending his setup. "They played the counter-attack. We made 2 mistakes in transition and they punished us. But I am proud of how my team tried to impose our style." Arteta finished his session and left the room. 5 minutes later, Marcus Vale walked in. He took his seat, pulled the red magnet from his pocket, and leaned back, looking completely relaxed. "Marcus, congratulations on your first home victory," Simon Stone started. "Mikel Arteta just sat in that chair and suggested your team refused to play football and put 10 men behind the ball. What is your response to that?" Marcus stopped flipping the magnet. He looked at Stone with a lazy, half-amused expression. "There are 2 ways to play the game," Marcus said smoothly. "One with the ball, and one without. We played without the ball and still scored 2 goals. I don't know if they played football, because I didn't see any goals from them." A few journalists chuckled, immediately typing the soundbite. James Ducker took the microphone. "You switched to a very deep low block in the 62nd minute. Was that a pre-planned strategy, or a reaction to Arsenal's pressure?" "It was an invitation," Marcus answered casually. "We gave Arsenal the middle of the pitch because they don't know what to do with it when there is no space behind the defence. They overcommit, and we used the space they vacated. It is basic spacing. You subbed off Jadon Sancho for Aaron Wan-Bissaka to play in midfield," a tactical writer noted. "It was a very defensive move." "It was a pragmatic move," Marcus corrected. "Arsenal overloaded the flank. Aaron wins tackles. He neutralized the overload. It doesn't matter what position is on a player's Wikipedia page. It matters what job they perform in that specific minute. Cristiano Ronaldo provided a goal and an assist today," Karl Anka pointed out. The commentary was criticizing him for walking just seconds before he set up Rashford. "Did he execute your instructions?" "Energy is finite," Marcus said simply. "If he sprints back to defend, he doesn't have the legs to make the precise pass in transition. Elite players understand when to wait." Scott McTominay was taken off to protect him from a red card, another journalist asked. "Is that a sign of the discipline you expect?" "A red card leaves you with 10 men on the pitch," Marcus replied, pocketing the magnet and standing up. "I do not allow unnecessary risks. Thank you, gentlemen." He walked out of the room, leaving the press corps with another set of perfectly delivered, tactically ruthless soundbites. Within minutes, football Twitter had fully digested the match and the subsequent press conferences. The contrast between Arteta's frustration and Marcus's cold logic provided endless material for the digital ecosystem. At UTD Faithful, Mikel Arteta crying about possession while Vale drops "I didn't see any goals from them. I am in tears. We have a tactical supervillain in charge." Large red circle loudly crying face. At Fabrizio Romano, 2 games. 2 wins against top opposition. 0 goals conceded. Marcus Vale's system at Manchester United is yielding immediate results. The tactical shift is clear. Number MUFC. At Statman Dave, United were lethal in the final third today. They didn't need the ball. Fred's interception and Ronaldo's pass to Rashford took exactly 4.2 seconds. Brutal finishing. At Mark Holdbridge, one with the ball, one without. He is a savage. Vale doesn't care about your philosophy. He only cares about 3 points. At AFC Gunner, Arteta got completely outclassed today. Say what you want about parking the bus, but Vale adapted 3 different times in the second half. The AWB sub killed Martinelli's game completely. At the Man Utd way, Ronaldo dropping deep as a playmaker. Rashford scoring on the transition. Fred coming on to sweep the midfield. Donny establishing the lead. Everyone has a specific role. The confusion is gone. At Tifo Football _ the use of Aaron Wan-Bissaka as a defensive right midfielder to create a double full-back wall is a classic Mourinho tactic, updated with modern pressing triggers. Vale is incredibly pragmatic. At SK Philosophy, Arsenal held the ball for 68% of the match but failed to generate a single clear-cut chance after the 55th minute. The low block was tactically impenetrable. At City's N99, United fans cheering for 32% possession at Old Trafford. How the mighty have fallen. Enjoy playing like Burnley. At Liam Paul Canning, City fans crying about possession again. I will gladly take 32% possession if it ends with Rashford sliding on his knees and 3 points in the bag. Winning is the only philosophy that matters. At Stretford Paddock, McFred is dead. Long live the situational midfield. Start Donny to get the lead, bring Fred on to lock the door, sub McTominay to avoid the red. Elite, proactive game management. At CR7 Daily, a goal and an assist. Beautiful vision from the GOAT today. The commentators criticized him for resting and he immediately punished them. He's buying into Vale's system and it's beautiful to watch. At Troll Football, image, a meme showing Mikel Arteta proudly holding a tiny trophy labelled 70% possession while Marcus Vale sleeps on a throne made of 3 points. At Football Memes, image, Drake tapping his head template. Top panel, pressing for 90 minutes. Bottom panel, sleeping on the bench and winning 2-0. At Squawka, Fred won possession in the midfield 6 times in just 28 minutes on the pitch. The perfect substitution to kill Arsenal's momentum. At Rio35, another masterclass. Defense looked solid, De Gea made the saves when needed, and the transition was lethal. Marcus Vale is making it look easy. Large red circle clapping hands sign. Chapter 17, The Aftermath. Inside the home dressing room at Old Trafford, the atmosphere was usually defined by booming speakers and massive celebrations after a win against a top 6 rival. Tonight, it was completely quiet. As the players filed in, breathing heavily and dropping their sweat-soaked shirts onto the benches, someone reached for the sound system. Marcus walked through the doors and held up a single hand, stopping the movement instantly. "We haven't won a trophy," Marcus said, his voice calm and entirely level. "We just did our jobs and earned 3 points. You can celebrate a cup win. For now, rest and recover." The players nodded, accepting the new standard. There was no arrogance in the room, only a quiet, focused satisfaction. They had executed a perfect game plan. Marcus wandered through the room, his hands in his pockets. He stopped in front of Scott McTominay, who was unlacing his boots. "Good shift, Scott," Marcus said smoothly. "You checked your blind spots 22 times a minute in the second half. The simulations worked perfectly. You shielded the defense exactly as requested." McTominay looked up, a genuine smile breaking across his tired face. The tactical prep had paid off. Marcus then turned his attention to Donny van de Beek. The Dutchman was sitting quietly, having been subbed off in the 62nd minute. Under previous managers, an early substitution usually meant a player was being frozen out. "Good game, Donny," Marcus said, pulling his hands from his pockets to offer a fist bump. "Don't worry about your starting position. As long as you play like that, I will play you when necessary. Your combination play secured the lead for us. Your phase of the game was complete." Van de Beek returned the fist bump, visibly relieved. The transparent, honest man management completely removed the usual dressing room anxiety. Meanwhile, over 1,000 miles away in his luxurious Lisbon office, super agent Jorge Mendes was staring at a scouting dossier his team had just compiled on Marcus Vale's time at KMSK Dienes. Mendes traced a finger down the column of match results. The record was impeccable. Marcus hadn't lost a single game since taking over the Belgian club. There were a few draws, but it was mostly a long, unbroken string of wins until the club secured promotion. Even more impressively, after entering the Belgian Pro League, he remained undefeated, drawing against the top-tier teams and comfortably beating the middle and bottom-tier sides. Mendes immediately picked up his phone and called his star client. Cristiano Ronaldo answered, standing in the quiet hallway outside the Old Trafford dressing room. Mendes said simply in Portuguese, "I've seen his history in Belgium. He doesn't lose." Ronaldo smiled, looking back through the doors at the young manager. "I told you. I'm winning the Golden Boot here." A few miles away on the M6 motorway, the Arsenal team bus rolled south in absolute silence. Mikel Arteta sat at the front, staring at the post-match stats on his tablet. The harsh reality of the second half stared back at him. Despite having 68% possession, Arsenal hadn't registered a single shot inside the penalty area after the break. The deep defensive block had completely smothered their attacking patterns. They had been thoroughly outclassed. Back inside the stadium, the television cameras inside the Sky Sports studio panned across the desk, capturing the contrasting expressions of the punditry panel. Manchester United had just secured a 2-0 victory over Arsenal, sitting deep in a low block for the entire second half and clinically punishing the visitors on the counter-attack. Dave Jones anchored the broadcast, flanked by Roy Keane, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher. On the massive screen behind them, the possession graphic told the story of the match: Manchester United 32%, Arsenal 68%. "Welcome back to our post-match coverage," Jones began, turning to face his colleagues. "A fascinating night at Old Trafford. Manchester United take all 3 points, but the real story is the clash of styles. Before we get into the tactical breakdown, I want to play the post-match comments from both managers. Because, gentlemen, the contrast is absolutely staggering." The broadcast cut to the press room footage. Mikel Arteta appeared on screen, looking visibly tense. "We controlled the game. We dictated the tempo," Arteta's voice played out. "But in the final third, we lacked the final action. And when you play against a team that puts 10 players behind the ball and refuses to play football, it is very difficult to find space." The screen immediately cut to Marcus Vale, leaning back lazily in his chair, his top shirt buttons undone, a faint, amused smile on his face. "There are 2 ways to play the game. One with the ball, and one without. We played without the ball and still scored 2 goals. I don't know if they played football, because I didn't see any goals from them." The clip ended, returning to the live studio. Roy Keane was already smirking. "I absolutely love that," Keane said immediately, not waiting for Jones to prompt him. He leaned forward, tapping his pen on the desk. "I love everything about that response. Mikel Arteta is sitting there complaining about a team defending. What does he expect Manchester United to do? Roll out a red carpet and let Bukayo Saka walk the ball into the net?" "But Roy, he has a point about the style," Carragher interjected, shaking his head. "Arsenal came to Old Trafford and dominated the ball. Manchester United are at home, and they are playing like a team fighting a relegation battle. They parked 10 men behind the ball for the entire second half. It's incredibly negative." "Jamie, it's not negative, it's called game management," Keane fired back, his voice rising with its trademark bluntness. "They are 2-0 up. Why on earth would they push their centre-backs to the halfway line and give Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang 50 yards of green grass to run into?" Marcus Vale looked at the situation, realised his defence isn't fast enough for a high line, and dropped them deep. "Arsenal had the ball, yes. But they didn't do anything with it. They passed it from side to side and crossed it into a packed penalty area. United defended brilliantly." Gary Neville stepped in, walking over to the large touchscreen monitor. "I have to agree with Roy here, Jamie," Neville said, pulling up a tactical overhead view of the pitch from the 65th minute. "I know it isn't pretty, and I know the Stretford end usually expects wave after wave of attacks. But look at this shape." Neville used his finger to draw a tight box around the Manchester United team, huddled deep in their own half. "This is a 4-4-2 low block, perfectly executed," Neville explained. "Look at the distances between the midfield 4 and the back 4. There is barely 10 yards of space. In the first half, Donny van de Beek starts. Why? Because Vale wants someone who can play quick, one-touch passes to escape Arsenal's pressing and establish a lead. It works. Donny gets the pre-assist for Ronaldo's goal. Neville tapped the screen to advance the footage. Then, in the 62nd minute, Vale makes the change. He brings on Fred for Donny. He doesn't want combination play anymore, he wants a shield. He drops the entire team deeper. Arsenal are invited to push up. Neville paused the footage right before Fred intercepted Degarde's pass. And look at Ronaldo, Neville pointed out. I criticized him in the commentary for walking around. But he isn't being lazy, he's following tactical instructions. He is staying incredibly disciplined in that left pocket of space. When Fred wins the ball, Ronaldo is completely unmarked. He plays a sensational pass, and Marcus Rashford is in on goal. 2-0. Game over. Carragher crossed his arms, looking unconvinced. Gary, it worked today because Arsenal overcommit. But you cannot rely on scoring 2 goals from 30% possession every single week. Eventually, a team like Manchester City or Chelsea will break that low block down. Maybe they will, Jamie, Neville conceded. But what impresses me most is the in-game management. Look at what Vale did in the 70th minute. Arteta brings on Gabriel Martinelli to attack the left wing. Within 60 seconds, Vale takes off Jadon Sancho and brings on Aaron Wan-Bissaka. He doesn't go to a back 5, he puts Wan-Bissaka in midfield, right in front of Diogo Dalot. Neville turned back to the panel, his eyes wide with tactical appreciation. He built a double full-back wall on the right side. He completely shut down Arsenal's left flank. And then, he takes Scott McTominay off because he has a yellow card, removing any risk of going down to 10 men. Every single substitution was proactive. Every change shut down an Arsenal threat. Dave Jones looked at the camera. It certainly is a massive departure from the previous regime. The fans are used to thrilling, end-to-end games. Tonight, they got a defensive clinic. But as Roy said, they also got 3 points. Let's see how the supporters are reacting. Across the country, the digital fanbase was reacting with explosive enthusiasm. Tactical channels and fan cams were united in their praise. On YouTube, Tifo Football dropped a rapid tactical breakdown of the second half. The narrator highlighted the precise shape of the team. Bringing on Aaron Wan-Bissaka to play directly in front of Diogo Dalot is a classic display of Mourinho-style pragmatism, the voiceover explained over a graphic of the pitch. It completely neutralized Gabriel Martinelli and Kieran Tierney on the wing, creating an impenetrable wall on the right flank. On the United stand, Mark Goldbridge's post-match livestream was peaking at over 150,000 concurrent viewers. The studio was bathed in red light, and Goldbridge was out of his seat, pacing behind his desk. "Get in there!" Goldbridge shouted, clapping his hands together loudly. He leaned right into the camera lens, his face flushed with adrenaline. 2 games. 2 massive games against Chelsea and Arsenal. 6 points. 6 goals scored. 0 conceded. Do not talk to me about possession. He sat down heavily in his gaming chair, grabbing his water bottle, clearly buzzing. I have just watched Mikel Arteta's press conference, Goldbridge said, shaking his head in sheer disbelief. He is sitting there, nearly in tears, saying United refused to play football. Refused to play football. Mate, you got done. You got absolutely done by a 27-year-old who set a trap, let you walk right into it, and slammed the door shut. Goldbridge turned to his tactical board on the desk. Let's talk about the game management, because I am absolutely speechless, Goldbridge stated, pointing his marker at the screen. He tapped the board aggressively. What does Marcus Vale do? He sees Arsenal getting control of the midfield. He immediately hooks Donny, brings on Fred, and drops the entire team into a low block. He says, right, come and break us down. And they couldn't do it. Harry Maguire looked like Paolo Maldini tonight because he actually had a midfield screening him. Lindelof was heading everything away because De Gea was forcing Arsenal to cross from deep areas. It was defensive perfection. Goldbridge paused to highlight a super chat on his screen. User Red Army 99 donates £10, Mark, what about Ronaldo's assist? Everyone said he can only score tap-ins. Unbelievable vision, Goldbridge agreed immediately. We all thought he was just being lazy, walking around the center circle. But he was waiting. The awareness to drag the ball back, wait for Rashford to break the offside trap, and play that pass, that is elite football intelligence. Vale has told him he doesn't need to press the centre-backs. He just needs to be the focal point of the counter-attack, and it is working flawlessly. Goldbridge leaned back, letting out a long breath. But for me, the absolute highlight of the match was the Wan-Bissaka substitution, Goldbridge admitted, a massive grin on his face. Arteta brings on Martinelli. He thinks he's going to overload our right flank. Vale looks at the bench, points to Wan-Bissaka, and sticks him at right midfield. A double right back. He essentially said to Arteta, "You are not getting past this wing if your life depends on it." It completely killed the game. And hooking McTominay to avoid a red card? No sentimentality. No waiting until the 89th minute. Just cold, hard tactical logic. Goldbridge looked at the live chat, which was scrolling faster than he could read, filled with fire emojis and praise for the new manager. "I don't care if people call it boring," Goldbridge concluded. "I don't care if Jamie Carragher cries about possession. We look like a serious, organised football team again. We are defending as a unit, and we are absolutely lethal on the break." The Marcus Vale era is fully underway. Outside Old Trafford, the freezing December rain had started to fall, but it did nothing to dampen the spirits of the match-going fans streaming out of the stadium. The forecourt near the Sir Matt Busby statue was a sea of red scarves and heavy winter coats. Several fan channels had set up their cameras and bright LED lights, capturing the immediate, raw reactions of the supporters who had just witnessed the tactical shift firsthand. Stephen Howson, hosting the post-match fancam for Stretford Paddock, held a microphone out to a group of damp but ecstatic fans. "Lads, 2-0 against Arsenal," Howson said, raising his voice over the noise of the departing crowd. "A completely different style of play tonight. We sat deep, we absorbed pressure. What did you make of it?" A fan in his 30s, wearing a retro United kit under an unzipped jacket, grabbed the mic. "It was brilliant, Stephen. Absolutely brilliant," the fan said, shivering slightly but grinning widely. "For the first time in years, my heart wasn't in my mouth every time the opposition crossed the halfway line. Under the old regime, if Arsenal had that much of the ball, we would have conceded 3 goals. Tonight? They had nothing. They passed it around the box, and we just stood there in 2 solid banks of 4. It was so organized." "But some people are saying it's negative," Howson prompted, playing devil's advocate. "Arteta said we refused to play football. Does the Stretford end want to see us parking the bus at home?" Another fan, Liam, stepped up to the microphone. "Arteta is bitter because he got tactically outclassed," Liam stated firmly. "Look, do I want us to dominate possession and win 5-0 every week? Yes, obviously. But you have to look at the players we have right now. Our defense is slow. Our midfield gets bypassed easily if we press high." Vale recognized that on day one. He didn't try to force a high-pressing philosophy on a squad that can't do it. He built a system that protects our weaknesses and maximizes Rashford's pace and Ronaldo's finishing. Liam pointed back toward the stadium. "Did you see the substitutions?" Liam asked excitedly. "That's what proper management looks like. Bringing on Wan-Bissaka to play in midfield to shut down Martinelli. Taking off McTominay so he doesn't get sent off. He actually watches the game and fixes the problems before they cost us goals. We haven't had a proactive manager like that since Sir Alex." "What about Donny van de Beek starting?" Howson asked. "He was heavily involved in the first goal." "Class," the first fan chimed back in. "Absolute class. He kept the ball moving, he didn't hide, and that little flick before the Ronaldo goal was exactly what we've been missing. Vale playing him on the left to tuck inside and combine with Bruno was a great move. And then bringing Fred on to do the dirty work when we needed to defend the lead? Spot on." Howson wrapped up the interview, turning back to his camera. "You can hear it from the fans," Howson concluded. "The romanticism is gone, but the results are here. There is a real sense of belief returning to Old Trafford, not because of PR spin or historical nostalgia, but because the fans can see a clear, tangible tactical plan on the pitch. Manchester United are defending with absolute discipline, and they are punishing teams on the break. Marcus Vale has come in, silenced the noise, and delivered 2 massive wins. Up the Reds." Inside the stadium, long after the crowds had dispersed and the pitch sprinklers had been turned off, the floodlights were finally powered down. The stadium was silent, standing as a massive, steel and concrete monument. Within its walls, the ghosts of the past 3 years, the chaotic defending, the lack of organization, the reliance on individual brilliance had been thoroughly exorcised in just 90 minutes. The Premier League had watched Marcus Vale dismiss Thomas Tuchel at Stamford Bridge, assuming it might have been a fluke. Now, they had watched him outmaneuver Mikel Arteta at Old Trafford with a completely different, deeply pragmatic approach. The media could debate the aesthetics of his football all they wanted. But as Marcus himself had pointed out, the only thing that truly mattered was the final scoreline. And in that regard, the new manager of Manchester United was currently flawless. Chapter 18, The Blueprint and the Palace. Monday morning arrived with an almost eerie stillness at the Carrington Training Complex. Following the immense physical exertion and the disciplined 2-0 triumph over Arsenal at Old Trafford, Marcus Vale had given a day off. The players were ordered to stay home, recover, and completely detach from the intense tactical focus that had dominated their weekend. The training pitches were empty, the recovery pools were silent, and the canteen was deserted. However, the executive wing was fully operational. Marcus walked down the quiet corridor, dressed in a comfortable black hoodie and dark track pants, his hands buried deep in his pockets. He pushed open the door to Alexander Vance's office without knocking and wandered inside. Vance was already on a phone call, standing by the large window overlooking the empty pitches. He held up a finger to Marcus, spoke a few final words of confirmation, and ended the call. "Good morning," Vance said, turning around with a satisfied smile. "I assume you slept well after the Arsenal match." "I slept perfectly," Marcus replied breezily, slumping into the large leather guest chair. He pulled the familiar red tactical magnet from his pocket and began to casually flip it over his knuckles. The tactical setup worked exactly as intended. "Now, what is the status of the winter targets?" "Moving quickly," Vance said, walking back to his desk and pulling up a confidential transfer file. "I just got off the phone with our intermediaries regarding Kieran Trippier. Atletico Madrid pushed back slightly on our initial valuation. Diego Simeone is reluctant to lose him, so their board asked for a guaranteed £14 million to secure the immediate release." Marcus stopped flipping the magnet. "14 million. I agreed to it," Vance confirmed, leaning against the edge of the desk. "Haggling over £1 million when we need the player in the building on January 1 is a waste of time. The fee is agreed in principle. We are currently negotiating personal terms with his representatives. We are offering him a 3-year deal with an option for an additional 4th year. It gives him the long-term security he wants to return to England." Marcus offered a slow, approving nod. "Good. Lock it down. He solves the right flank immediately. I also have excellent news on the backroom staff," Vance added, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "Ole Gunnar Solskjær called this morning. He has officially accepted the head of global recruitment role. He swallowed his pride and realizes Axiom will shield him from the media so he can scout in peace." "Perfect," Marcus said. "His eye for raw talent is elite. Keep him focused entirely on the scouting network." "And it seems your public comments had a ripple effect across Europe," Vance chuckled. "Since you explicitly rejected Ralf Rangnick as a consultant last week, he just officially accepted the managerial job for the Austrian national team." "Good for him," Marcus noted casually. "International football suits his theories. Now, what else?" "There is something else we need to discuss," Vance said, his tone shifting from player acquisitions to grand corporate strategy. He walked around his desk and tapped a command into his keyboard. The large wall-mounted monitor, usually reserved for scouting profiles, flickered to life. It displayed a massive, highly detailed architectural rendering. Marcus tilted his head, his half-closed eyes studying the blueprints. It was an aerial view of Old Trafford, but the landscape around it was completely transformed. "The Glazers treated Old Trafford like a cash machine," Vance explained, pointing at the screen. "They neglected the roof, they ignored the concourses, and they let the stadium decay while our rivals built state-of-the-art homes. If Axiom is going to maximize the global value of this club, patching a leaky roof is not enough." "A new stadium," Marcus noted quietly. "Exactly," Vance nodded. "Manchester United currently owns acres of land directly adjacent to Old Trafford. The massive car parks and the old freight terminal space right behind the Stretford end. We do not need to move the club across the city. We do not need to alienate the local fanbase by changing the postal code." Vance traced a line over the digital blueprint. "We keep playing in the old stadium without missing a single match," Vance detailed. "While the team plays their home games, we construct a brand new, 90,000-seat, world-class stadium right next door on the freight terminal land. We are assigning a $2 billion budget to the project. It will be the most advanced footballing arena on the planet. Marcus looked at the rendering. The proposed stadium was a sleek, towering coliseum of glass and dark steel, designed to amplify crowd noise while offering unmatched modern amenities. And when it is finished? Marcus asked. Around the 2025 or 2026 season, Vance answered. Once the new stadium is fully operational and passes all safety inspections, the team simply walks across the parking lot into their new home. After the transition, we completely bulldoze the old stadium. Bulldoze Old Trafford, Marcus mused, a faint, amused smile on his lips. The traditionalists will riot. They will complain until they sit in the new seats, Vance countered pragmatically. Once the old stadium is demolished, we use that massive plot of land to create a sprawling fan park, a club museum, and a high-end entertainment complex. It transforms the entire match-day experience and generates year-round revenue. It is the ultimate corporate upgrade. Are the local authorities aware? The paperwork is getting ready as we speak, Vance confirmed. Axiom's legal and architectural teams have been working on this in the shadows since we initiated the club buyout. Once the final documents are prepared, we will submit them to the Trafford Council and the necessary authorities. Assuming planning permission clears, we start construction immediately. Marcus offered another slow nod, tossing the red magnet into the air and catching it. It is a brilliant plan, Alex, Marcus agreed cheerfully. They spent the next 30 minutes discussing the broader future of the club, aligning the long-term vision of the youth academy with the aggressive, win-now reality of the first team. They mapped out the commercial boundaries, ensuring that no sponsor obligations would ever interfere with training schedules or player recovery times. Finally, Marcus stood up from the leather chair, pocketing his magnet. I am going to the gym, Marcus said, stretching his arms casually. Then I have a meeting with the coaching staff to prepare for Crystal Palace. I'll see you later. Enjoy the workout, Marcus. Marcus left the executive wing and headed down to the private first-team gym. With the squad at home, the facility was completely deserted. He shed his hoodie, stepping up to the heavy pneumatic weight machines. In absolute silence, he engaged in a grueling, high-intensity strength routine. His terrifying focus temporarily shifted from tactics to pure physical exertion. An hour later, showered and wearing a fresh club tracksuit, Marcus walked into the primary tactical briefing room. Michael Carrick, Mike Phelan, and Kieran McKenna were already seated around the large central table. The massive interactive touchscreen on the wall was illuminated, displaying the starting lineup and passing networks of Patrick Vieira's Crystal Palace. Marcus slumped into a chair at the table, leaning forward and resting his chin on his hands. What followed was a highly active, vocal tactical deconstruction. The coaches debated and planned, with Marcus decisively mapping out the roles. Wilfried Zaha is their primary outlet, Marcus said, pointing at the screen and dragging the digital icon out to the left touchline. He wants to isolate his fullback one-on-one. Michael, I want you to pull Aaron Wan-Bissaka aside before training tomorrow. Tell him his only job on Sunday is to pocket Zaha. Carrick nodded, taking notes. Aaron knows his dribbling habits perfectly from his time at Palace. Exactly, Marcus agreed. Turn it into a personal duel. Tell Aaron to lock him down entirely. Phelan stood up, moving a blue magnet on the traditional whiteboard to represent Christian Benteke dropping deep to link up the play. Benteke will try to pin our centre-backs and lay the ball off to Eberechi's, Phelan noted. Marcus shook his head. Scott McTominay will sit directly in front of the centre-backs. Benteke will not be allowed to turn. If he drops deep, Scott disrupts the play. And as for ease, we trap him out wide. Do not let him drift into the centre. For 2 hours, the coaching staff moved magnets, drew tactical shapes on the monitors, and actively dissected Vieira's preferred playing style. Marcus directed the flow of the session, repositioning players to counter the specific physical threats Palace posed. By the time the meeting concluded, the blueprint for the weekend was firmly established. Tuesday morning brought the return of the squad. The atmosphere at Carrington was electric. The tension and fear that had suffocated the players prior to the recent matches had completely evaporated, replaced by a surging, focused confidence. They had gone toe-to-toe with elite opposition and executed a flawless game plan. They trusted the new manager. Before the team stepped onto the grass, Marcus pulled Cristiano Ronaldo aside near the changing rooms. Cristiano, Marcus said quietly. Light training for you today and tomorrow. Keep to the recovery routines. Do not push the sprints. I need your legs fresh. Ronaldo gave a curt nod, understanding the physical management. Out on the training pitches, the session was sharp and highly tailored. Marcus watched from the sidelines, his hands in his pockets. The drills were fundamentally different from the ones used before the Arsenal match. Instead of focusing entirely on shifting in a deep defensive shape, the team was working on ball retention and penetrating a low defensive block. "Keep it moving, Donny!" Carrick shouted as Van de Beek zipped a pass into the feet of Jadon Sancho. "Palace will sit deep. We have to pull them out of position." Donny received the ball back on the half-turn. Spotting a narrow gap between the training mannequins, he attempted a highly ambitious, threaded through ball for Marcus Rashford. He didn't put enough pace on it, and Harry Maguire easily stepped across to intercept the pass. Donny gritted his teeth, expecting a reprimand for losing possession. Instead, Marcus clapped his hands loudly from the touchline. "Good vision, Donny. Wrong weight on the pass, but the idea was perfect. Try it again. When we attack a deep block, we need those creative risks. Keep looking for the gaps." Donny visibly relaxed, his confidence instantly boosted. The manager was showing them that while defending required strict discipline, attacking a deep team required the courage to try difficult passes. Marcus observed the fitness levels carefully. He checked with the sports scientists monitoring the live physical tracking feeds. He needed to know exactly who had recovered from the weekend's immense effort and who was carrying heavy legs. By Friday afternoon, the tactical preparations were complete, and it was time to face the media. The Jimmy Murphy Center was packed once again, but the energy in the room had shifted significantly. The journalists were no longer looking at Marcus with outright cynicism, they were looking at him with a mixture of immense curiosity and cautious respect. He had backed up his arrogant introduction with massive results. They needed to know what he was going to do next. The side door opened, and Marcus strolled in. He took his seat, pulled the red magnet from his pocket, and leaned back, looking completely relaxed. "Good afternoon," Marcus said breezily. "Let's begin. A quick update on the squad before we take questions. Raphael Varane is still undergoing rehabilitation and remains unavailable for selection. However, Edinson Cavani is fully fit to play and will be in the squad for the weekend. Luke Shaw has successfully cleared the final concussion protocols and has returned to full training, he is also available." He offered a polite smile and nodded to the media officer. Simon Stone from the BBC stood up first. "Marcus, a brilliant result against Arsenal. But on Sunday, you face a very different test. Patrick Vieira has Crystal Palace playing well, they are very physical, and they often sit deep and defend in numbers. Some people called your setup against Arsenal anti-football. How do you break down a team like Palace compared to the way you played in your last match?" Marcus flipped the magnet lazily over his knuckles. "You don't use a shield to hammer a nail," Marcus replied smoothly. "We sat deep against Arsenal because they pushed their line high and left space behind them. Crystal Palace will likely concede possession to us and sit deep. Therefore, we will use the ball to pull them apart. We have to be patient, move the ball quickly to shift their defensive lines, and wait for the gaps to appear. Different opponent, different tools." James Ducker from The Telegraph took the microphone. "Cristiano Ronaldo has played heavy minutes recently and looked excellent. Given your comments about managing his workload, will he start again on Sunday to keep the momentum going?" "Fitness levels dictate the lineup," Marcus answered, his tone completely neutral. "Cristiano put in a massive physical effort against Arsenal. We have monitored his recovery metrics all week. We will see if he plays." A collective murmur went through the press room. Benching a fully fit Cristiano Ronaldo was guaranteed to generate massive headlines. Karl Anka from The Athletic stood up next. "Marcus, you surprised everyone by playing a very rigid midfield shape recently. Will you stick with the same shape against Crystal Palace to build consistency, or should we expect another change?" Marcus offered a slight, amused smile. "Formations are just starting positions," Marcus explained patiently. "They are not a religion. The narrow shape was correct to neutralize specific midfields. Crystal Palace attacks differently. They rely heavily on traditional wingers. If we play narrow against fast wingers, we will be exposed out wide. So, the shape will change to fit the opponent. The principles remain the same, but the positions will adapt." A tactical writer from the second row raised his hand. "You mentioned Palace's wingers. Wilfried Zaha and Eberechies are incredibly quick and very dangerous on the counter-attack. Are you worried about leaving space behind your fullbacks if you plan to dominate possession on Sunday?" Marcus stopped rolling the magnet. Fast players can only run if the ball actually reaches them, Marcus stated, his voice carrying cold logic. If we control the passing lanes in the center of the pitch, and we press the player making the pass, Zaha and Ease will have nothing to run onto. We will manage the space by cutting off the supply line. If they never receive the ball in transition, their pace is irrelevant. Melissa Reddy from Sky Sports stood up. Marcus, the mood around the club and among the fans is incredibly positive right now after the recent wins. How do you stop complacency from creeping into the dressing room? How do you keep the players focused for a match against Palace after beating top opposition? Marcus looked directly at the cameras. The lazy, sleepy posture vanished for a split second, replaced by absolute, unyielding focus. Winning big matches is a good week, Marcus said, his voice dropping slightly. It is not a successful season. A string of continuous, relentless wins is the standard for this club. We have not achieved the standard yet. We have simply taken the first step. If any player walks into the dressing room feeling complacent because of one result, they will find themselves sitting in the stands very quickly. Marcus pocketed the red magnet and stood up from his chair. The players know the expectations. Thank you, everyone. I will see you on Sunday. Marcus turned and walked out the side door, leaving the journalists scrambling to type out the quotes. Crystal Palace was next. Suggestions. 1. Should there be a female lead? If so, who? 2. What players I should buy 2022 summer? I don't want to buy big-name players. Chapter 19, Mun vs Cry. Sunday afternoon at Old Trafford presented a stark contrast to the freezing, chaotic night at Stamford Bridge just a week prior. The December sun broke through the Manchester clouds, casting long shadows across the immaculate grass. Inside the stadium, the atmosphere was relaxed, buoyant, and brimming with anticipation. The fans had spent the week digesting 2 consecutive tactical victories, the 4-0 dismantling of Chelsea and the highly disciplined 2-0 win over Arsenal. Now, entering his third game in charge, they were eager to see how Marcus Vale would approach a completely different problem, breaking down a team that came to defend. High in the Stretford End gantry, the Sky Sports broadcast was live. Welcome to Old Trafford, Martin Tyler announced, his voice carrying the familiar warmth of a Sunday afternoon kickoff. Manchester United return home riding a wave of immense optimism. Marcus Vale has won his first 2 matches in charge with 2 clean sheets. Today, in his third game, they face Patrick Vieira's Crystal Palace, a side known for their physical resilience and dangerous counter-attacks. It's going to be a fascinating watch, Martin, Gary Neville added, analysing the pre-match graphics on his monitor. Against Chelsea and Arsenal, United used counter-attacking and deep defensive shapes brilliantly. But today, Palace will sit back. The onus is entirely on United to dictate the play and break them down. And looking at this team sheet, Vale has changed the shape of the team again. The graphic flashed across the screen, displaying the Manchester United lineup. It looks like a 4-2-2-2 formation, Neville explained, circling the midfield. David De Gea in goal. A back 4 of Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire and Alex Telles. In midfield, Scott McTominay sits as the holding number 6, with Bruno Fernandes operating as a number 8 beside him. Then you have Donny van de Beek on the left and Jadon Sancho on the right, acting as attacking midfielders rather than traditional wingers. Up front, Edinson Cavani partners Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a very narrow setup, Gary, Tyler noted. No out-and-out wingers on the pitch. It's the box midfield, Martin, Neville replied. By tucking Sancho and van de Beek inside, United completely outnumber Palace in the centre of the pitch. But we have to see how they will stop Palace counter-attack. Down on the touchline, Marcus Vale walked out of the tunnel. He wore a tailored black suit, his hands tucked warmly into his pockets. He offered a lazy, polite wave to the roaring Stretford End before taking his seat in the dugout. He pulled his circular red tactical magnet from his coat pocket, leaning back comfortably in his heated leather chair, and began to casually flip it over his knuckles. The referee blew the whistle. Crystal Palace kicked off, but within 30 seconds, Manchester United took control of the ball. The pattern of the game was established immediately. Crystal Palace dropped into 2 rigid, deep banks of 4, sitting just 30 yards from their own goal line. They were daring United to find a way through the congested centre. United accepted the challenge, dominating possession from the first minute. With the ball at their feet, the 4-2-2-2 shape became highly fluid. At the back, Aaron Wan-Bissaka tucked inside, standing beside Scott McTominay. This allowed Bruno Fernandes the freedom to push higher up the pitch, entering the final third to dictate the passing tempo without worrying about leaving a massive gap behind him. But the real key to unlocking the Palace defence was the movement of the front four. Edinson Cavani was a blur of relentless motion. The Uruguayan striker constantly darted across the defensive line, making dummy runs into the penalty area, wrestling physically with Marc Guéhi and Joachim Andersen. Cavani wasn't touching the ball often, but his selfless running kept both Crystal Palace centre-backs completely occupied. Because Cavani pinned the centre-backs deep, massive pockets of space opened up on the flanks and in the channels. Cristiano Ronaldo did not stand like a static target man. He drifted wide, pulling out to the left wing or dropping deep into the midfield to collect the ball. In the 14th minute, Lindelof played a sharp pass into Donny van de Beek. Donny, given total freedom to roam, took one touch and laid it off to Ronaldo, who had pulled wide. Ronaldo played a rapid 1-2 with Alex Telles, who was bombing up the left touchline to provide the width. The quick, triangular passing pulled the Palace midfield out of position, allowing Bruno to slip a through ball into the box, but Guéhi scrambled across to clear it out for a corner. The movement from United is excellent, Neville observed on commentary. Sancho and Van de Beek have total freedom to drift across the pitch. They are popping up in little pockets of space, playing quick combinations with Ronaldo. Palace are struggling to track who they are supposed to be marking. Despite the dominance in possession, Crystal Palace remained dangerous. Patrick Vieira's game plan relied entirely on soaking up pressure and releasing Wilfried Zaha and Eberechi's on the break. In the 22nd minute, Palace finally got their chance. Lindelof's pass toward Bruno was slightly overhit. Chikau Kouyaté intercepted it and instantly launched a long ball over the top, aiming for the left flank where Zaha was waiting to sprint into the empty space. But the space wasn't empty. Because Wan-Bissaka was playing inverted, he wasn't caught high up the pitch near the corner flag. He was sitting centrally, perfectly positioned to track the run. Zaha brought the ball down with a deft touch and tried to accelerate past his former teammate. Wan-Bissaka didn't dive in. He jockeyed Zaha, forcing him wider and wider, using his famous long legs to close the angle. When Zaha finally tried to cut inside and shoot, Wan-Bissaka executed a flawless, wrapping slide tackle, hooking the ball away cleanly and knocking it out for a throw-in. The Old Trafford crowd roared in appreciation. Brilliant defending from Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Tyler praised. He read the danger perfectly. That is exactly why Marcus Vale inverted him, Martin, Neville explained. Wan-Bissaka knows Zaha better than anyone. By keeping him central and deep during United's attacks, he is acting as a personalized shadow for Palace's biggest threat. Zaha is getting absolutely no joy today. 10 minutes later, Palace tried to break down the opposite side. Ease collected a loose ball and drove toward the halfway line. Scott McTominay, playing his designated role as the midfield shield, stepped across immediately. He didn't try to win the ball cleanly, he just lowered his shoulder and barged Ease off the pitch, taking a cynical but necessary tactical foul to kill the momentum. The referee waved play on after a quick free kick, but United's defensive shape was already reset. Sitting on the bench, Marcus offered a faint, satisfied nod. The defensive transitions were secure. It was just a matter of time before the attacking combinations broke through the low block. As the first half drew to a close, United's patient passing began to wear down the Palace midfield. In the 41st minute, the breakthrough arrived. McTominay fed the ball to Bruno Fernandes in the centre circle. Bruno looked up, saw Palace sitting deep, and played a crisp, horizontal pass to Jadon Sancho on the right side of the box midfield. In the penalty area, Joachim Andersen was tightly marking Cristiano Ronaldo. The Palace defender had stayed glued to him all half, determined not to give the Portuguese forward an inch of space. But as Sancho took a touch, Ronaldo made a sudden, razor-sharp dart toward the near post, completely slipping Andersen's sight for a fraction of a second. That single, explosive movement dragged the entire Palace defensive line with him, leaving a glaring hole near the penalty spot. Donny van de Beek, having drifted across from the left, arrived perfectly into the vacated space. Sancho spotted the run and didn't hesitate. He slipped a precise, disguised pass directly into Donny's path. The Dutchman took it in stride and swept a clinical, first-time finish past Vicente Guaita into the bottom corner of the net. Van de Beek! Martin Tyler shouted as Old Trafford erupted. The deadlock is broken. A beautifully crafted goal from Manchester United. The vision from Sancho, the movement from Ronaldo to clear the space, and the cool finish from Donny van de Beek. Donny sprinted to the corner flag, a massive smile on his face, pointing directly at Sancho for the assist before the rest of the team swarmed them. Down in the dugout, Marcus stopped flipping the red magnet. He slipped it into his pocket and stood up, offering a polite applause. The combination play against a deep defense had been executed flawlessly. The referee blew the whistle for halftime shortly after the restart. United walked down the tunnel to a standing ovation. They had completely dominated the opening 45 minutes. They hadn't forced the play, they hadn't panicked under the frustration of the low block, and they had restricted Palace to 0 shots on target. While the players rested, the digital world was already buzzing with praise for the tactical setup. At Statman Dave, United's 4-2-2-2 shape is causing Palace massive problems. Because Wan-Bissaka is inverting, United have a 3v2 overload in the center of the pitch during transitions. Zaha has been completely pocketed. At UTD Faithful, Donny van de Beek with a brilliant goal. When you give him freedom to roam and combine, he unlocks defenses. Vale's system fits him perfectly. At Mark Holdbridge, that is how you break down a low block. Patience, movement, and quick one-touch passing. Ronaldo's decoy run made that entire goal. Beautiful football from Marcus Vale's Reds. Large red circle fire. At the Man UTD way, Ronaldo drifting and taking defenders with him looks so much better than him fighting two centre-backs with his back to goal. The manager has found the perfect way to utilize his movement. At Stretford Paddock, Wan-Bissaka playing as an inverted fullback was not on my bingo card today, but he is having an absolute masterclass against Zaha. The tactical setups change every week and they keep working. At Rio 35, complete control of the game. Palace haven't had a sniff. Just keep the ball moving in the second half and the gaps will get bigger. Great finish from Donny. Clapping hands sign. In the home dressing room, Marcus kept his instructions incredibly brief. The spacing is excellent, Marcus told the squad, his voice calm and level. Palace will try to push higher in the second half to chase the game. Do not rush the vertical pass. Keep the ball. Make them run. When they tire, the wide areas will open up. The second half commenced with Palace attempting to apply a higher press, but United's box midfield effortlessly passed around them. Bruno and Donny exchanged quick, one-touch passes with McTominay, bypassing the pressure and maintaining total control of the match tempo. In the 55th minute, the patience paid off. Palace's midfield shifted entirely to the right side of the pitch to try and trap Sancho near the touchline. Sancho recognized the trap, shielded the ball, and played it safely backward to Wan-Bissaka, who had tucked centrally. Wan-Bissaka immediately switched the play, sliding a pass to Lindelof, who drove the ball out to the left flank. Because Palace had overcommitted to the right, Alex Telles found himself with 40 yards of open grass ahead of him. He drove forward, reaching the edge of the final third before any defender could close him down. Cavani and Ronaldo were already moving inside the box. Telles didn't hesitate. He whipped a vicious, in-swinging cross toward the back post. The delivery was inch-perfect. Cristiano Ronaldo peeled off the shoulder of Tariq Mitchell, elevating into the air with his trademark, gravity-defying leap. He hung in the air for a fraction of a second before powering a downward header into the turf. The ball bounced sharply past Guaita's outstretched hand and nestled into the roof of the net. Ronaldo! Tyler roared. A towering header from Cristiano Ronaldo. Manchester United double their lead, and the Portuguese superstar gets his goal. That is exactly what Alex Telles brings to the team, Neville praised on the replay. The quality of the delivery from the left side is superb. But the leap from Ronaldo, he completely dominates the defender. Palace have a mountain to climb now. Ronaldo celebrated by the Stretford end, the crowd chanting his name in unison. As the players jogged back to their own half, Marcus stood up from the bench. He caught the eye of his assistant, Mike Phelan, and nodded toward the substitutes warming up down the touchline. Marcus, Vale said simply. Get ready. In the 60th minute, the electronic board illuminated on the touchline. Cristiano Ronaldo's number flashed in red. Taking off your star striker just minutes after he scored, with 30 minutes left to play, was a bold decision. But today, there was no friction. Ronaldo remembered the quiet conversation in the Carrington gym. I will rotate you to preserve your legs. That is non-negotiable. There was a crucial Champions League group stage match midweek, and the manager was strictly adhering to the fitness tracking plan. Ronaldo jogged off the pitch, clapping to the fans who gave him a roaring standing ovation. He shook hands with Marcus Rashford on the touchline, then walked over to Marcus Vale. "Good work today, Cristiano. Rest up for Wednesday," Marcus said breezily, offering a firm handshake. Ronaldo nodded, grabbed a jacket from a staff member, and took his seat on the bench. The absolute authority of the manager was clear, and the players were responding with pure professionalism. With a 2-0 lead and the game firmly in their grasp, Marcus's tactical instructions shifted from attacking penetration to sensible game management. He didn't want the team bombing forward desperately seeking a third goal. He wanted them to kill the game. For the next 15 minutes, United simply played keep away. McTominay, Lindelof and Maguire casually circulated the ball around the back, draining the clock and frustrating the Palace forwards who were forced to chase shadows. "You can see the difference in the game management today, Martin," Neville pointed out. Usually, at 2-0 up, United would still be attacking wildly, leaving gaps at the back and inviting a nervous finish. Today, they are just passing the ball side to side. It's mature. They are saving their legs. The previous management built a strong counter-attacking core, but Vale's specific shape is providing them with a new way to control the tempo. In the 75th minute, Marcus made his final moves to secure the result. Edinson Cavani, who had run himself into the ground opening up space for the midfield, was substituted to a loud round of applause. Anthony Martial came on to replace him. At the same time, Donny van de Beek was given a well-deserved rest, replaced by Fred, who immediately slotted into the midfield to add fresh defensive energy. "A double change for United," Tyler noted. Martial and Fred introduced for the final 15 minutes to see this game out. But football is a dynamic game, and the introduction of new variables immediately altered the rhythm on the pitch. In the 82nd minute, United were casually holding the ball in the Palace half. Martial received a pass with his back to goal. Instead of playing it simple to Bruno, Martial attempted a complex flick to try and turn his defender. The flick failed completely. Guehi intercepted the ball and immediately played it forward to Eberechi's, sparking a dangerous Palace counter-attack. What happened next caused the temperature in the United dugout to drop to freezing. When the ball turned over, instead of instantly sprinting back to recover their defensive shape, both Anthony Martial and Marcus Rashford simply stopped running. They threw their arms up in frustration, dropped their heads, and began to jog back toward the halfway line while Palace surged forward. They had completely ignored the defense. They had left the midfield exposed. Ease drove through the center of the pitch, combining quickly with Odsonne Edouard. Because the forwards hadn't tracked back, Fred and McTominay were suddenly facing a 3-on-2 overload. Ease slipped a dangerous pass out wide to Zaha, who finally found a yard of space away from Wan-Bissaka. Zaha drove into the penalty box, shifting the ball onto his right foot for a clear shot on goal. The Old Trafford crowd gasped. Before Zaha could pull the trigger, two red shirts arrived with desperate, violent intensity. Fred, having sprinted 40 yards to cover the tracking mistake, lunged across Zaha's body. At the exact same moment, Victor Lindelof threw himself into a massive, desperate slide tackle. The combined effort blocked the shot cleanly, sending the ball spinning out for a corner and saving a certain goal. De Gea immediately jumped up, screaming at his defenders to organize for the set piece, his face red with adrenaline. Down in the dugout, Marcus Vale did not yell. He didn't stand up and wave his arms in anger at his forwards. He remained seated in his heated chair. He pulled the red magnet from his pocket and began flipping it over his knuckles, his face a mask of calm. His sleepy eyes watched Martial and Rashford slowly jog back into their own half to defend the corner. He didn't need to shout. He simply filed the observation away. United successfully cleared the resulting corner and Fred and McTominay clamped down on the midfield for the remainder of the match, ensuring there were no further scares. When the referee blew the final whistle, a loud, satisfied roar echoed around Old Trafford. Full time, Manchester United 2-0 Crystal Palace. A professional, controlled victory for Manchester United, Martin Tyler concluded. Goals from Donny van de Beek and Cristiano Ronaldo secure all 3 points. Aside from one late scare, Crystal Palace rarely threatened David De Gea's goal. It is another clean sheet for Marcus Vale, making it 3 wins out of 3. He has completely stabilized this football club, Martin, Neville said, sounding genuinely impressed. We saw a brilliant counter-attacking performance against Chelsea, a disciplined showing against Arsenal, and today we saw them dictate possession and break down a low block. The tactical flexibility is superb. They look like a well-drilled, modern team. Marcus stood up, pocketed his magnet, and walked onto the pitch to shake hands with Patrick Vieira. He offered brief, polite nods to his defensive unit, patting Fred and Lindelof on the back for their crucial recovery tackle. As the stadium emptied and the fans headed for the pubs, the digital verdict on the match was overwhelmingly positive, though a few sharp observers had caught the late lapse in discipline. At UTD faithful, 3 games. 3 different formations. 8 goals. 0 conceded. Marcus Vale is building a machine at Old Trafford. The box midfield was brilliant today. Large red circle. At Fabrizio Romano, Manchester United secure a comfortable 2-0 win over Crystal Palace. Donny van de Beek and Cristiano Ronaldo on the scoresheet. 3 wins in a row for Marcus Vale. Number MUFC. At Mark Holdbridge, Wan-Bissaka pocketed Zaha completely. The inverted fullback role suits him perfectly because he doesn't have to cross the ball, he just has to tackle. Vale is maximizing everyone's strengths. At Statman Dave, United held 64% possession today but didn't resort to endless, sterile crosses. The 4-2-2-2 allowed Sancho and Donny to operate in the tight central spaces, creating high-quality chances. At Stretford Paddock, did you see Ronaldo come off at 60 minutes and just sit down without complaining? The manager is protecting his fitness and the players respect it. Great to see. At the Man UTD way, Ronaldo has 9 goals this season. Second in Golden Boot race. He is thriving because he doesn't have to drop to the halfway line to touch the ball anymore. The service is finally there. At Philosophy, Crystal Palace generated an XG of 0.18 today. United's defensive shape is incredibly solid. The only chance they gave up was from a sloppy turnover late on. At Karl Anka, the box midfield is a fantastic solution to United's winger problem. By tucking Sancho inside, they overload the centre and hide their lack of natural width. Very smart coaching. At Red Evil 99, I love the win, but did anyone else see Martial and Rashford just jogging back when Palace countered in the 82nd minute? Fred had to run half the pitch to save them. Unacceptable. At United Stand Mufk, Fred and Lindelof saving a certain goal at the end because the forwards refused to track back. Vale was just sitting on the bench staring at them. He won't accept that lack of effort. At Rio 35, another clean sheet. Control, patience and great finishes from Donny and CR7. 3 for 3 for the new manager. Big test in Europe coming up next. Large red circle fire. Dash. A/N, pole female lead. 1 Emma Watson. 2 Selena Gomez. 3 Zoe Deutsch. Chapter 20, Post-match. The media room deep inside Old Trafford was packed, the temperature rising as journalists scrambled to file their match reports. Manchester United had just secured their 3rd consecutive victory under Marcus Vale, a comfortable 2-0 win over Crystal Palace. They had dominated possession, dictated the tempo, and kept another clean sheet. At 4:30 p.m., Patrick Vieira walked into the press room. The Crystal Palace manager looked frustrated, adjusting his jacket as he sat down behind the microphones. "Patrick, a tough afternoon for your side," a reporter from the BBC began. "You came here with a strong defensive game plan, but United completely controlled the ball. How do you assess the match?" "It is a disappointing result," Vieira said, his voice tight. "We knew they would have the ball, but we expected to create more problems on the counter-attack. The reality is, we couldn't get near them in the middle of the pitch. They played very narrow, passing in tight spaces, and we spent the entire first half chasing shadows. When you defend for that long without the ball, a mistake is inevitable. Your main attacking outlets, Zaha and Eze, were very quiet today," a tactical writer noted. Vieira sighed, leaning forward. "Yes. We prepared for their fullbacks to overlap and leave space behind them. Instead, their right back stayed completely central. Every time Wilfried tried to break out, Wan-Bissaka was already there waiting for him. It killed our transition. They were very disciplined in their defensive shape. We lost to a better team today." Vieira answered a few more questions about his own squad's fitness before politely excusing himself. A few minutes later, the side door opened again. Marcus Vale strolled into the room. He wore his tailored black suit. His posture was completely relaxed, his shoulders slightly slumped. He took his seat, pulled the circular red tactical magnet from his pocket, and placed it flat on the table in front of him. "Good afternoon," Marcus said quietly, his eyes half closed. The media officer pointed to Simon Stone in the front row. "Marcus, congratulations on the win," stone started. 3 games, 3 wins, 3 clean sheets. But today was a very different performance. You dominated possession and played a very narrow 4-2-2-2 formation. Why the sudden change in shape from the Chelsea and Arsenal matches? Different opponents require different tactics, Marcus answered smoothly. Chelsea and Arsenal wanted to push high and control the game, so we used the space they left behind. Crystal Palace came here to sit deep and defend their penalty area. If we played the same way we did last week, we would have just passed the ball back and forth with their centre-backs all afternoon. We needed to crowd the midfield, keep the ball, and force them to make decisions under pressure. The narrow shape gave us the bodies to do that. James Ducker took the microphone next. You instructed Aaron Wan-Bissaka to play centrally when you had the ball, almost like a defensive midfielder. Patrick Vieira just admitted it completely ruined their counter-attacks. Was that specifically to stop Wilfried Zaha? Yes, Marcus stated simply. Zaha wants to isolate defenders on the wing. By keeping Aaron central, we made sure Zaha never got a one-on-one situation in open space. Aaron is an elite tackler. We put him exactly where Palace wanted to run. It's just logical positioning. Karl Anka stood up. Donny van de Beek got the first goal today after a brilliant combination with Jadon Sancho. You gave them both a lot of freedom to roam. Are they the key to breaking down deep defenses? Marcus tapped the red magnet with his index finger. When a team defends deep, you cannot stand still. You have to pull them out of their zones. Donny and Jadon are very intelligent footballers. They know how to play one-touch passes in crowded areas. They moved the ball quickly, Cristiano made a fantastic run to drag the defender away, and the gap opened up. It was a well-executed team goal. Speaking of Cristiano, a reporter from The Sun called out. He scored a brilliant header, but you took him off immediately afterward on the hour mark. Was he injured? No, Marcus replied, his tone remaining entirely level. He was rested. The reporter pressed. Was he happy to come off? He understands my intentions, Marcus said breezily. We have a Champions League fixture in 3 days. He scored the goal we needed to secure the match. There is no reason to risk his legs for the final 30 minutes when the game is already in our control. We manage the squad's fitness. It is non-negotiable. The room quieted slightly. Taking off a superstar striker and waving away the potential drama with pure common sense was still something the English press was getting used to. Melissa Reddy from Sky Sports stood up. Marcus, for 80 minutes your team looked completely in control. But in the closing stages, Crystal Palace nearly scored on the counter-attack after Anthony Martial lost the ball. Fred and Victor Lindelof had to make desperate tackles to save a goal. From the touchline, you looked completely impassive. What were you thinking in that moment? Marcus stopped tapping the magnet. He looked directly at Reddy, the lazy, sleepy demeanor vanishing for a fraction of a second. I was thinking about the transition, how to solve that problem so that it does not repeat again. He let the sentence hang in the silent room. Fred and Victor did excellently to cover the mistake, Marcus continued, his tone returning to its casual breeze. But we cannot rely on desperate slide tackles inside our own penalty area. One final question, the media officer announced. 3 clean sheets, Marcus, a local journalist asked. Is the defense finally sorted? Marcus picked up the magnet and slipped it into his pocket. He stood up. The defense is improving because the whole team is defending as a unit, Marcus corrected gently. But football changes every week. We enjoy today, we recover tomorrow, and we focus on Europe. Thank you. He walked out the side door, leaving the press corps to scramble over the quotes. Meanwhile, back in London, the Sky Sports studio was breaking down the afternoon's action. Dave Jones anchored the desk alongside Gary Neville, Roy Keane, and Jamie Carragher. The massive touchscreen behind them displayed the tactical heat maps from the match. A completely different type of victory for Manchester United today, Jones began. 2-0 against Crystal Palace. Total domination of the ball. Gary, after watching them counter-attack against Chelsea and defend deep against Arsenal, how impressed were you with this performance? Neville was nodding, a look of genuine appreciation on his face. I'm massively impressed, Dave. Look, any manager can come in and say we want to sit deep and counter. But to completely change your tactical shape in your third game, to play a narrow box midfield and dominate possession, it shows coaching adaptability. Neville walked over to the screen, bringing up the clip of the first goal. Look at this passing sequence, Neville pointed out. Sancho and Van de Beek are operating in tiny pockets of space. They aren't trying to beat players with pace down the wing, they are using quick, one-touch football. And look at Ronaldo. He sprints to the near post, dragging Joachim Andersen entirely out of the play. It leaves a massive hole for Donny to run into. That isn't luck. That is heavily rehearsed movement from the training ground. He tapped the screen, drawing a circle around Aaron Wan-Bissaka and Bruno Fernandes. Neville continued, his voice rising with excitement. We all know Wan-Bissaka struggles to cross the ball in the final third. So Vale doesn't ask him to. He tucks him inside to form a back three with the centre-backs. Because Wan-Bissaka is securing the defence, Bruno Fernandes has the freedom to push up into the right channel. It's a brilliant tactical balance. He covers a player's weakness and unleashes another's strength, all with one positional change. Jamie Carragher leaned forward. I have to give him credit, the tactical switch worked. Playing Wan-Bissaka centrally to stop Zaha was a very smart move. It completely killed Palace's threat. But Gary, we have to talk about the final 10 minutes. Carragher's right, Jones said, queuing up the footage from the 82nd minute. Let's look at this turnover. Martial loses the ball here, trying a flick. And then, watch the reaction. The footage played. Martial and Rashford threw their arms up, dropped their heads, and began a slow jog back toward their own half while Eberechi sprinted past them. Roy Keane's face darkened with absolute fury. It's a disgrace, Keane said, his voice low and dangerous. It is an absolute disgrace to the shirt. Look at them. Strolling back while the opposition is bearing down on your penalty area. Under my time, if you lost the ball and jogged back like that, you wouldn't make it to the dressing room. The centre-backs would have you by the throat. It's exactly what plagued them previously, Carragher agreed. That lack of defensive intensity from the forwards. They assume the midfield will clean up their mess. And the midfield had to. Keane shouted, pointing at the screen as Fred sprinted 40 yards into the frame to make the tackle alongside Lindelof. Look at Fred. He busts a gut to get back and save a certain goal. Lindelof puts his body on the line. That is what you want to see. But those two forwards walking back? It makes my blood boil. Did you hear Marcus Vale's press conference just now? Neville asked the panel. He didn't miss it. It does not repeat again. He saw exactly what happened. Good. Keane barked. Because that is the first real test of his authority. He's dropped players before, he's taken Ronaldo off early. Now he has to deal with players thinking they can take a rest while the team is defending. If he drops them both for the Champions League game on Wednesday, he sends a message that nobody is bigger than team. While the pundits dissected the defensive lapse, the digital fan media was largely celebrating the dominant victory. On the United stand, Mark Goldbridge was in full flow. The red studio lights were glowing, and Goldbridge was leaning so far forward he was almost touching his webcam. Get in! Goldbridge shouted, clapping his hands. 3 games. 3 wins. 3 clean sheets. Are you starting to see what happens when a manager actually coaches a football team? He spun around in his gaming chair, grabbing his water bottle. Let's talk about Donny van de Beek, Goldbridge demanded, pointing his finger at the camera. How many times did I say it? Give the lad a chance. He knows how to play football. He isn't a physical monster, he isn't going to sprint past 3 defenders. But if you give him the ball in the box, he will find the pass or he will score the goal. Beautiful finish today. Beautiful assist from Sancho. The technical quality is finally shining through. Goldbridge took a deep breath, his expression shifting from joyful to deeply annoyed. But, we cannot ignore the elephant in the room, Goldbridge said, shaking his head. The 82nd minute. Anthony Martial. The live chat instantly filled with angry emojis. I am fuming, Goldbridge ranted, slapping his desk. I am absolutely fuming. The manager gives you a chance. You come off the bench. You are fresh. You lose the ball doing a stupid flick, and you walk back. You walk. Fred had to sprint half the pitch to save a goal because you couldn't be bothered to track back. You cannot have passengers in a discipline set up until and unless you are Cristiano Ronaldo. Outside Old Trafford, the evening chill had set in, but the thousands of fans streaming down Sir Matt Busby Way were entirely warmed by the result. Stephen Howson of Stretford Paddock was standing under the glow of the stadium lights, holding a microphone as fans gathered around his camera crew. 3 on the bounce, lads, Housen said to a group of supporters wearing retro scarves. A totally different style today. We dominated the ball. What did we think? Mate, it was brilliant, a fan named Chris said, grinning. It wasn't edge of your seat thrilling all the time, but it felt safe. It felt like we actually knew what we were doing. For the first time all season, I wasn't terrified every time the opposition got the ball. The tactical shift is what gets me, another fan added, leaning into the mic. Playing Wan-Bissaka inverted to stop Zaha? Who even thinks of that? We've got a manager who actually reads the opposition and changes the team to beat them. What about the late counter-attack? Housen pushed. Marshall walking back was poor, Chris admitted, his smile fading slightly. Really poor. But you saw Lindelof and Fred. They bailed him out. The team spirit is there from the lads who want to work. The ones who don't work won't survive under Vale. He's too ruthless. The following morning at Carrington Training Complex, the atmosphere was entirely business-like. There was no day off. The Champions League group stage finale was just 48 hours away. Next day morning, the Axiom CEO walked into Marcus' office, holding a sleek leather folder. A firm message delivered, Vance noted. A necessary one, Marcus replied, wiping the smartboard clean. What do you have for me, Alex? Vance opened the folder and placed a signed, legally binding document on the table. The paperwork is completely finalized, Vance announced with a satisfied smile. Atletico Madrid have signed off. The player has signed the pre-contract. Kieran Trippier is officially a Manchester United player, effective January 1 St. Marcus looked down at the signature, a faint smile crossing his lips. Excellent work, Marcus said. He is flying into Manchester tomorrow morning to handle his housing arrangements, Vance added. I have arranged for him to sit in the director's box for the Champions League match on Wednesday night. Manchester United league position, 5th place, closing the gap on the top 4 after 9 points from their last 3 games. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 13 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 9 goals. Jamie Vardy, Leicester City, 9 goals. At UTD Faithful, 3 wins. 8 goals. 0 conceded. Marcus Vale has completely locked down the defence. The tactical flexibility is unreal. Large red circle. At Fabrizio Romano, Manchester United secure a comfortable 2-0 win over Crystal Palace. Donny van de Beek and Cristiano Ronaldo on the score sheet. 3 wins in a row for Marcus Vale. Number MUFC. At Mark Holdbridge, Wan-Bissaka pocketed Zaha completely. The inverted fullback role suits him perfectly because he doesn't have to cross the ball, he just has to tackle. Vale is maximizing everyone's strengths. At Statman Dave, United held 64% possession today but didn't resort to endless, sterile crosses. The 4-2-2-2 allowed Sancho and Donny to operate in the tight central spaces, creating high-quality chances. At the Man UTD way, Ronaldo getting rested and accepting it without a fuss proves his trust in the manager. A/N, some of you are against Emma Watson because of her personality. So I am gonna. Celeb. No celeb. And I am just asking for you guys' opinion didn't mean it is final. Chapter 21, Training. Tuesday morning began with a massive shockwave across the footballing world. While the Manchester United squad was still arriving at Carrington for their morning session ahead of the final Champions League group stage match, the global media officially confirmed the first piece of the new manager's winter rebuild. At Fabrizio Romano. Kieran Trippier to Manchester United, here we go. Full agreement reached with Atletico Madrid. The £14 million fee is guaranteed. Trippier has signed the pre-contract and will officially be registered as a Manchester United player the moment the January window opens. He flies to Manchester today. Large red circle number MUFC. At David_Ornstein. Manchester United's new regime moves with unprecedented speed. The Trippier deal is completely wrapped up over a month before the window opens. The club targeted a specific weakness on the right flank and solved it instantly. Trippier will be in the director's box on Wednesday. At Mark Holdbridge. Done deal. Kieran Trippier is a Red. Do you understand how refreshing this is? No summer-long sagas. No leaking to the press to beg the selling club to lower the price. We identified a problem, paid the fee, and got the player. The board is actually backing the manager. At UTD Faithful. Trippier instantly fixes our right side. His crosses are elite. Ronaldo and Cavani are going to feast on those deliveries in January. Wan-Bissaka can focus entirely on defending, and Trippier can break down the deep teams. Perfect squad building. At Stretford Paddock. For years we watched the board negotiate for 3 months just to miss out on the primary target on deadline day. Marcus Vale identified Trippier on Monday, and by the next Tuesday, the contract is signed. The standards have changed from the top down. At the Man Utd way. Simeone must be furious, but United just bullied Atletico Madrid financially. Trippier wanted to come back to England, and the club made it happen. Let's get a defensive midfielder next. At AFC Gunnar. Hate to admit it, but Trippier for £14 million is a steal in this market. United are actually acting like a serious club again. Very annoying. At Red Evil 99. Trippier arriving, Pogba leaving. The squad is being filtered for players who actually want to work for the shirt. Bring on January. The mood around the Carrington training complex was buoyant, but the physical environment was a chaotic work in progress. As Marcus Vale drove his green Volvo 850 Estate through the security gates, the sound of heavy machinery echoed through the cold morning air. Behind the main building, a massive section of the east wing had been cordoned off with temporary fencing. Construction crews in hard hats were already operating jackhammers, breaking up the old concrete to lay the foundations for the new hydrotherapy pools and the 3-story match analysis center. The club was transforming physically, and the noise of the ongoing renovations served as a constant, grinding reminder to the players that the old era was being actively demolished. Marcus parked his car, zipped up his club tracksuit, and walked into the complex. The smell of fresh plaster and coffee lingered in the hallways. He grabbed a cup of green tea from the canteen and headed straight for the pitches. At 10 a.m., the squad gathered on the immaculate grass of Pitch 1. The air was biting, and white breath plumed from the players as they finished their initial jogging and stretching routines under the watchful eye of the fitness coaches. Marcus stood near the center circle, his hands deep in his pockets, his posture lazy and relaxed. When the warm UPS concluded, the players jogged over and formed a loose circle around the manager. "Good morning," Marcus said, his voice carrying easily in the crisp air. "Tomorrow night, we play Young Boys in the Champions League. It is our final group stage match. We have already secured qualification, but we do not drop our intensity. Every match is an opportunity to perfect our shape." He looked around the circle, making eye contact with the senior players. "I want to talk about possession," Marcus continued, his tone conversational. "The media loves to talk about how much of the ball we have. Against Chelsea, we had very little. Against Crystal Palace, we had a lot. But you need to understand something fundamental." Marcus took a step forward, his eyes scanning the group. "It does not matter if we have the ball for 80 minutes, or if we have it for 20 minutes, Marcus stated firmly. "Having the ball is not the same thing as being in control. I want us to be in absolute control of the game, even when the opponent is passing the ball around." A few players tilted their heads, listening closely to the philosophy. "Control without the ball means we dictate exactly where they pass it," Marcus explained. "If we close the center, we force them wide. If we trap the wings, we force them backward. We decide what they are allowed to do. We make them feel comfortable, we let them think they are dominating the game, right up until they step into the zone we have prepared." Marcus pulled his hands from his pockets, clapping them together once. "And when they step into that zone, when you smell blood, you pounce," Marcus said, his voice sharpening. "You press violently. You win the ball. And the second you win it, the ball must move fast towards their goal. No dilly-dallying. No extra touches to admire the grass. No spinning in circles. We go forward instantly. If you hold the ball for too long in the transition, the passing lane closes, and the chance is gone." He pointed to the far side of the pitch, where Michael Carrick and Kieran McKenna had set up a specific training grid. It was a narrow, elongated rectangle marked by bright orange cones, with small, pop-up goals placed at either end. "Today's session is light, because we play tomorrow," Marcus instructed. "But the mental intensity must be perfect. We are running transitional possession drills. 5 versus 5 inside the grid, with 2 neutral bumpers on the outside to keep the ball moving. When my whistle blows, it simulates an opposition mistake, a heavy touch or a blind pass. That is your cue. The defending team presses, wins the ball, and you have exactly 5 seconds to score in the mini goals. 5 seconds. Bruno Fernandes asked, raising an eyebrow. That is very fast, boss. If it takes you more than 5 seconds to find the final pass on a counter-attack, the opposition defense has already recovered, Marcus answered simply. Move the ball faster than they can run. Let's go. The squad split into their designated groups and jogged over to the grids. Marcus stood on the touchline, watching intently. He didn't shout encouragement. He didn't blow the whistle for every minor foul. He just observed the movements, his eyes tracking the speed of the decisions. In the first grid, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire, Fred, and Jadon Sancho were defending against Alex Telles, Donny van de Beek, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Diogo Dalot. Dalot clipped a slightly underhit pass to Telles. Tweet. Marcus blew his whistle sharply, simulating the pressing trigger. Sancho and Fred instantly swarmed Telles, cutting off his passing lanes. Telles panicked and tried to force a pass through Fred's legs, but the Brazilian midfielder clamped his feet together, blocking the ball and winning possession. 1. Marcus counted aloud, his voice steady. Fred didn't take a touch. He instantly poked the ball forward to Sancho. 2. Sancho looked up. He saw the mini-goal, but Lindelof was blocking the direct shot. Instead of trying to dribble past the defender, Sancho slipped a rapid, disguised pass to his right. 3. Maguire, having sprinted forward the moment Fred won the ball, arrived onto Sancho's pass and swept a crisp, first-time finish into the tiny net. 4. Goal, Marcus called out, a faint smile on his face. Excellent. No hesitation. Perfect finishing. The drill reset. Marcus wandered over to the second grid, where Anthony Martial, Marcus Rashford, Van de Beek, and Eric Bailly were defending against a group of academy players brought up for the session. The academy players zipped the ball back and forth, trying to stretch the senior defenders. One of the youngsters took a heavy touch. Tweet. Marcus blew the whistle. Donny instantly stepped up, using his physical presence to body the young academy midfielder off the ball, winning it cleanly. 1. Marcus counted. McTominay looked up and played a safe, firm pass into the feet of Anthony Martial. 2. Martial received the ball with his back to the mini-goal. Instead of playing a quick, one-touch pass out to Rashford who was already sprinting into space, Martial decided to take a touch. He rolled his foot over the ball, attempting to turn the young academy defender, marking him to create a better shooting angle for himself. 3. The academy defender didn't bite on the turn. He stayed on his feet and poked his boot in. 4. Martial had to take another touch to retain possession, dragging the ball backward. He finally looked up to find Rashford, but the passing lane was now completely closed by the recovering academy players. 5. Stop, Marcus called out. The drill halted. Martial looked frustrated, wiping his forehead. Marcus did not yell. He didn't single Martial out in front of the group or launch into a tirade about his lack of urgency. He simply kept his hands in his pockets, his face entirely unreadable. The passing lane closed, Marcus said quietly to the group. If you take 3 touches to turn, the opponent is already back in position. The ball must do the running. Reset the drill. He turned and walked away toward the next group. He didn't need to shout. The mental note was securely logged. Marcus wandered over to pitch 2, where a completely different, highly specialized session was taking place. While the forwards and wingers focused on rapid transitions, the defensive midfielders were receiving a master class in positional awareness. Michael Carrick stood near the centre circle with Scott McTominay and Nemanja Matic. Matic, at 33 years old, lacked the sprint speed to cover massive amounts of ground anymore, but his footballing brain, forged under managers like Jose Mourinho and Antonio Conte, was elite. Marcus had specifically asked the Serbian veteran to mentor McTominay on the finer points of the defensive midfield role. You are relying too much on your legs, Scott, Matic was explaining, his voice deep and calm. He was holding a football, standing a few yards away from McTominay. You are 6'4". You have a massive physical advantage. You do not need to sprint and lunge into every tackle. Matic tossed the ball to Carrick, who acted as the opposition playmaker. Watch me, Matic said. Carrick received the ball and looked up, pretending to scan for a forward pass. Matic didn't rush at him. He stood his ground, lowering his center of gravity slightly. He shifted his hips, positioning his large frame exactly between Carrick and the training mannequin positioned behind him, which represented the opposition striker. I am not trying to tackle him, Matic explained, pointing at Carrick while maintaining his stance. I am just blocking the passing lane. If I dive in, he chips it over my leg. If I stand here, I force him to pass it sideways. I control where he passes the ball without even touching him. McTominay watched intently, absorbing the veteran's advice. And when the ball is played into the striker's feet, Matic continued, gesturing for Carrick to pass the ball into the mannequin. Carrick rolled the ball forward. Matic immediately stepped right up to the back of the mannequin, completely invading its space. He didn't kick at the ball. He used his chest and his thigh to lean heavily into the mannequin's back. You use your weight, Matic demonstrated. You lean into him before he can turn. You make him feel you. If he tries to spin, your body is already blocking his path. Do not foul him, just frustrate him. Make it impossible for him to turn and face our goal. Carrick nodded in agreement. It's all about anticipation, Scott. You have to read the eyes of the man with the ball. If he drops his shoulder to pass, you take half a step to close the angle. You are the shield. Let the centre-backs deal with the headers. You deal with the space. Marcus stood a few yards away, observing the mentorship with a faint, satisfied smile. It was exactly what he wanted. McTominay had the physical engine to play the role, but he needed the veteran cunning that Matic possessed to perfect it. Try it again, Scott, Matic encouraged, stepping aside. McTominay stepped into the centre. Carrick took the ball and began to dribble slowly forward. McTominay dropped his hips, checking his shoulder to locate the mannequin behind him. He adjusted his positioning, placing himself perfectly in the passing lane. Carrick tried to fake a pass to the left, but McTominay held his ground, refusing to bite on the feint. Carrick was forced to turn back and play a safe, lateral pass. Better, Matic praised, clapping his hands. Much better. Use your presence. Make them play around you, never through you. The morning session concluded just before 1 p.m. The players, sweating but relatively fresh due to the light, tactical nature of the drills, jogged off the pitch and headed inside the main complex to shower. The squad gathered in the newly renovated first-team canteen for lunch. The menu had already been overhauled by the new dietary staff. Gone were the heavy, comfort food options of the past. The buffet was strictly monitored, offering lean proteins and specific carbohydrate loads tailored to each player's upcoming matchday output. After lunch, at 2:30 p.m., the players filed into the tactical briefing room. The massive interactive smartboard was illuminated at the front of the room. The players took their seats, looking up at the digital pitch displayed on the screen. Marcus stood at the front, holding his red magnet. Good afternoon, Marcus began. Tomorrow, we face young boys. As I said on the pitch, the intensity does not drop. But today, I want to use this time to focus exclusively on set pieces. He tapped the screen, bringing up a digital rendering of the Manchester United penalty box during a defensive corner. As we have discussed previously, over the past 2 years, this club has conceded a ridiculous amount of goals from set pieces, Marcus stated, his voice flat and clinical. You were using a strict man-marking system. It is outdated, and it is easily manipulated by intelligent teams. He dragged a blue opposition icon across the screen, mimicking a run. He then dragged a second blue icon directly into the path of a red United defender. This is what happens when you man-mark, Marcus explained. The opposition sends a big player to stand perfectly still and block your path. It is called a screen. Your man runs around the screen, you get blocked, and he has a free header 6 yards from our goal. It causes panic, holding in the box, and gives away cheap penalties. He wiped the screen clean and reset the defensive shape. We are moving entirely to a mixed zonal system, Marcus instructed, looking directly at Harry Maguire and Victor Lindelof. You do not follow a specific man. You guard specific zones of grass. If the ball enters your zone, you attack it. Attack the ball, not the man. He tapped the screen to shift the focus to the opposition's penalty box for attacking set pieces. Now, pay close attention, Marcus said, his voice dropping into a cold, completely detached register. English football culture tells you that attacking set pieces are about passion. About wanting it more. About who is willing to put their head where it hurts. I do not believe in passion, Marcus stated, entirely dismissing the romanticized notion. Passion is an uncontrolled emotion. It makes you rush your runs. It makes you shove a defender and give away an offensive foul. Set pieces are not about passion. They are about deception, timing, and exploiting blind spots. It is choreographed movement. He pulled up a new digital graphic. Instead of showing players spread out across the box, it showed 4 red icons lined up in a tight, single-file line starting from the penalty spot. "We are introducing the caterpillar routine," Marcus explained, pointing to the line. "It was popularized by the England national team in the 2018 World Cup, but we are refining it using the blocking principles of the best set-piece coaches in Europe, like Nicolas Jover and Johnny Vio." The players watched the screen intently. It was a modern, highly innovative routine. Alex Telles is left-footed, so he will take the in-swinging corners from the right side. "Bruno, you take the in-swinging corners from the left," Marcus announced. He pointed back to the single-file line on the screen. "Harry, Victor, Cristiano, Scott. You will not start spread out. You start in this tight pack. You stand shoulder to shoulder, looking down at the grass. By standing in a line, you obscure your starting positions so the defense cannot track your runs, and they cannot assign markers without colliding into each other." Marcus dragged the digital icons away from the line simultaneously. "When the corner taker raises his arm, that is the trigger. You explode in 4 precise, pre-calculated directions." Marcus traced the paths on the board. "Harry, you are our blocker. You run straight at their most dominant centre-back and plant your feet. You do not go for the ball. You screen him. Victor, you loop around Harry's block to the back post. Scott, you peel backward to the penalty arc for the cutback. Cristiano." Marcus paused, pointing to the icon representing Ronaldo. "You stand completely still for half a second. You let Harry screen the defender, you let the chaos clear the center of the box, and then you attack the space they just emptied. It scrambles the opposition's marking scheme because they don't know who is attacking the ball until it is already too late." Marcus pocketed his red magnet. "A set piece is a free opportunity to score," Marcus concluded. "It requires zero creativity. It only requires focus, timing, and flawless deception. We will practice a few more of these types of routines on the pitch as we progress." He stepped away from the smartboard. "Rest well tonight. I will see you tomorrow for the Champions League." The players stood up and filed out of the room, talking quietly among themselves about the new, highly choreographed routines. As the sun began to set over Manchester, a different realization was dawning on the press corps stationed outside the Carrington gates. For a week, paparazzi had been staking out the exit barriers, desperate for a candid photo of the elusive 27-year-old manager. They had been scanning the road for roaring Lamborghinis, sleek Bentleys, or chauffeur-driven Maybachs. They had watched a dark green, 30-year-old Volvo station wagon roll quietly past them every single day, completely ignoring it, assuming it belonged to a groundskeeper or a maintenance worker. But earlier that afternoon, a photographer with a long telephoto lens had absent-mindedly snapped a photo through the Volvo's window as it idled at the security checkpoint. When he reviewed the footage back at his desk, he nearly choked on his coffee. Within an hour, the images hit the internet, and football Twitter lost its collective mind. At the Sun Football exclusive, paparazzi have camped outside Carrington all week waiting for Marcus Vale to pull up in a Bentley or a Lamborghini. It turns out, the manager of Manchester United drives a 1994 Volvo 850 estate. Photographers never gave the car a second glance until today. The ultimate disguise. Automobile. At Mark Holdbridge. A 1994 Volvo. I am crying. The man manages the biggest club in the world, and he drives a 30-year-old station wagon that looks like it belongs to a retired geography teacher. He actually fooled the entire paparazzi by just blending in. At UTD Faithful. The mysterious aura is actually out of control. He shows up in a sleeper car, drops a tactical masterclass and drives home at 30 miles per hour. Absolute legend. At Stretford Paddock. He genuinely does not care about the fame, the flashing lights, or the ego. He just wants to manage the tactics, rebuild the club, and go home in his estate car. Best manager in the league. At Chelsea_talk. We really got battered 4-0 by a guy who drives a Volvo to work. I'm logging off for the season. Chapter 22, Mun vs Young Boys. Wednesday night arrived at Old Trafford, bringing with it the unmistakable chill of a European night. The Champions League anthem echoed around the stadium as the 75,000 fans settled into their seats. High in the television gantry, Darren Fletcher and Paul Scholes looked over the pitch for BT Sport. Welcome to Old Trafford for this final Champions League group stage match, Fletcher announced. Manchester United are already through to the knockout stages, but Marcus Vale has fielded a competitive side tonight against Young Boys. Paul, looking at the team sheet, he has heavily rotated the squad. He has, Darren, Scholes noted. David De Gea stays in goal. The back four is entirely changed, Diogo Dalot, Eric Bailly, Harry Maguire and Luke Shaw. In midfield, Nemanja Matic comes in for Scott McTominay at the base of what looks like a diamond. Fred replaces Donny van de Beek, with Bruno Fernandes and Jadon Sancho retaining their spots. Up front, Mason Greenwood starts alongside Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a balanced side, Fletcher said. He clearly wants to keep the momentum going while giving minutes to players like Matic and Bailey. It makes sense, Scholes agreed. The 4-4-2 diamond worked against Chelsea. This gives the rotated players a chance to get familiar with the shape in a competitive environment. Down on the touchline, Marcus emerged from the tunnel wearing a thick black overcoat. He offered a brief wave to the Stretford end, took his seat in the dugout, and placed his hands in his pockets. The referee blew the whistle, and Young Boys took the kickoff. The Swiss side, needing a result to secure a Europa League spot, started the match with aggressive energy. Mescak Elia and Mumai Ngamaletu pressed Harry Maguire and Eric Bailly immediately. In the 6th minute, Bailey received the ball under pressure. He played a firm, grounded pass into the feet of Nemanja Matic. Michel Abisher closed in quickly from behind, crashing into the Serbian midfielder. Matic simply dropped his shoulder, absorbed the contact, and went down to win the free kick. Good experience from Matic, Scholes commented. Just uses his body to draw the foul and takes the sting out of the early press. United maintained a standard mid-block, staying compact and forcing Young Boys to pass the ball wide. By the 18th minute, the initial burst of energy from the visitors began to fade, and gaps opened up in the middle of the pitch. Fred stepped forward to intercept a loose pass from Vincent Sierro. He quickly fed the ball to Bruno Fernandes, who turned and laid it off to Jadon Sancho. Sancho drove toward the retreating Young Boys defense. Cristiano Ronaldo made a diagonal run to the left, pulling the central defender, Sandro Lauper, with him. The movement created a channel on the right side of the penalty area. Mason Greenwood darted into the space. Sancho slipped a simple pass into Greenwood's path. The young forward took one touch to set himself and hit a low shot across the goalkeeper into the bottom corner. Goal for Manchester United, Fletcher announced. A quick counter-attack, and Mason Greenwood finishes it off well. Greenwood slid toward the corner flag, pointing back at Sancho for the assist. It's a straightforward move, Scholes analyzed on the replay. Fred wins it, Sancho carries it forward, Ronaldo makes the run to clear the space, and Greenwood does what he does best. Good, basic football. Young Boys tried to respond, pushing their wing-backs higher to swing crosses into the box. Dalot and Shaw tracked their runners efficiently, while Maguire headed away the aerial deliveries. In the 38th minute, United doubled their lead. Luke Shaw pushed up the left flank and earned a corner kick. Bruno Fernandes jogged over to take the set piece. Inside the box, Harry Maguire positioned himself near the penalty spot, while Eric Bailly and Cristiano Ronaldo stood near the back post. As Bruno delivered the cross, Maguire made a run toward the near post, stepping in front of the primary zonal defender to create a block. Ronaldo surged into the space Maguire had cleared in the center of the 6-yard box. He rose and powered a downward header past the goalkeeper. Ronaldo makes it 2-0, Fletcher called out over the crowd's cheers. A strong header from the corner. Classic near-post run to disrupt the marking, Scholes noted. Maguire blocks the defender, and Ronaldo gets a free header. Good delivery from Fernandes. Ronaldo celebrated with a fist pump, jogging back to the halfway line. The referee blew the whistle for halftime shortly after. Old Trafford buzzed with a quiet, content atmosphere as the teams went down the tunnel. On social media, the reaction was measured and satisfied. At UTD Faithful, solid first half. 2-0 up and looking comfortable. Greenwood's finishing is always reliable. At Mark Holdbridge, good to see us just doing the basics right. Matic has been quietly excellent protecting the back four. No unnecessary drama tonight. At Statman Dave, United restricting Young Boys to outside shots. The midfield shape is compact. Fred and Matic working well together. At Stretford Paddock, happy for Mason. Hopefully we can rest a few key players in the second half now that the game is mostly won. The second half began with a predictable drop in tempo. Manchester United, comfortable with their lead, circulated the ball safely. Young boys made a double substitution to inject fresh legs and pushed higher up the pitch, but David De Gea comfortably gathered their long-range efforts. In the 58th minute, Marcus turned to the bench and gave a nod to his assistant, Mike Phelan. In the 60th minute, the digital substitution board was raised. Cristiano Ronaldo and Bruno Fernandes were withdrawn. The crowd offered a warm round of applause. With the game under control and a busy domestic schedule ahead, resting the senior players was a sensible decision. Ronaldo jogged off the pitch, shook hands with Marcus Rashford who was replacing him, and gave the manager a brief nod before taking his seat on the bench. Bruno followed, replaced by Donny van de Beek. Sensible game management there, Fletcher commented. Vale removes Ronaldo and Fernandes to keep them fresh for the weekend. Rashford and van de Beek come on to see the game out. With Rashford and Donny on the pitch, Rashford moved up front alongside Greenwood, while Donny slotted into the midfield. The game fell into a pedestrian rhythm. In the 75th minute, Jadon Sancho was substituted for Anthony Elanga. The young Swedish winger brought immediate energy to the right flank, pressing the tired young boys' defenders. In the 80th minute, a moment of unexpected flair briefly interrupted the calm. Young boys launched a long ball into the United penalty area. Eric Bailly, tracking the flight of the ball, didn't opt for a simple header. Instead, he let the ball drop, performed a quick step over to unbalance the pressing striker, and cleared the ball with a flamboyant, acrobatic backheel volley that sailed 30 yards up the pitch. The Stretford end cheered the sheer audacity of the move. Down on the touchline, Marcus Vale stopped flipping his red magnet. He slowly raised a hand, pulling the collar of his thick overcoat up slightly to hide his face. He rubbed the back of his neck, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. A strained, goofy smile appeared on his face. "Why does he do that to me, Mike?" Marcus murmured lazily to Phelan, shaking his head. "I am too young for heart problems." Phelan just chuckled, accustomed to the defender's unpredictable nature. "That's Eric for you, boss. Never a dull moment." 4 minutes later, United wrapped up the match. Young boys attempted to play out from the back. Donny van de Beek stepped up to intercept a pass 30 yards from goal. He quickly played it into the feet of Rashford, who turned and slid a pass into the right side of the penalty box. Mason Greenwood timed his run well, took one touch to control the ball, and curled a left-footed shot around the goalkeeper inside the far post. "And that makes it 3, Fletcher announced. Mason Greenwood gets his second of the night. A neat finish. Good interception by Van de Beek high up the pitch, Scholes added. Played forward quickly, and Greenwood doesn't miss from there." For the remaining 6 minutes, United ran down the clock comfortably. Nemanja Matic continued to distribute the ball at a walking pace. When the referee blew the final whistle, a contented cheer rolled around the stadium. Full time, Manchester United 3-0 Young Boys. "A professional victory for Manchester United," Fletcher summarised as the players shook hands on the pitch. Goals from Cristiano Ronaldo and a brace from Mason Greenwood secure the 3 points. "They looked organised," Scholes agreed. Vale rotated the squad and the shape stayed intact. A good, straightforward night for them. Down on the touchline, Marcus shook David Wagner's hand, offering a polite nod before walking onto the pitch to briefly acknowledge his players. As the stadium emptied, fans took to Twitter to share their thoughts on the straightforward win. At UTD Faithful, 3-0 win, clean sheet, and no injuries. Exactly what you want from a dead rubber group game. At Fabrizio Romano, Manchester United win 3-0 against Young Boys. Mason Greenwood scores twice. Comfortable night at Old Trafford. Number MUFC number UCL. At Mark Holdbridge, good solid performance. Didn't overcomplicate things. Matic was great, and Greenwood's finishing is top tier. At Statman Dave, Matic with a very controlled performance at the base of midfield today. Kept the play ticking over efficiently. At the Man UTD way, glad Ronaldo got a rest after 60 minutes. Bailey's backheel clearance gave me a heart attack, but you have to laugh. At Stretford Paddock, Donny looked sharp when he came on. Good assist for the third goal. The whole squad is getting involved now. At Karl Anka, a standard 4-4-2 mid-block did the job against a weaker opponent today. Vale keeping things simple and pragmatic. Back in the BT Sport studio in London, Gary Lineker sat at the main desk alongside Rio Ferdinand and Paul Scholes, who had just returned from the gantry. The massive screens behind them displayed the final scores from around Europe. Well, the group stages of the Champions League have officially concluded, Lineker announced to the cameras. Let's take a look around the continent, because there were some massive results tonight. Bayern Munich have knocked Barcelona out of the competition with a comfortable 3-0 win in Germany. And over in Russia, Chelsea have slipped up. A 3-3 draw against Zenit St. Petersburg means Thomas Tuchel's side finished second in Group H behind Juventus. Lineker turned to Ferdinand. Rio, Chelsea shipped 3 goals tonight. It looked quite open at the back for them. Compare that to what we just saw at Old Trafford with Manchester United. It's night and day right now, Gary, Ferdinand said, leaning on the desk. You look at Chelsea tonight, and they looked vulnerable in transition. Then you look at United. Marcus Vale has come in and just completely locked the door. He played a solid, rigid 4-4-2 tonight, shielded his centre-backs with Nemanja Matic, and won the game 3-0 without ever shifting out of second gear. Scholes nodded in agreement. That's what tournament football is about, Rio. Keeping clean sheets. When United went to Switzerland earlier this season, it was chaos. Tonight, even with a heavily rotated back line, they looked incredibly secure. They let young boys have a bit of the ball early on, absorbed the pressure, and punished them cleanly. It sets up a fascinating knockout stage, Lineker added, pressing a button to bring up a new graphic on the screen. Let's take a look at the 16 teams who have booked their tickets to the round of 16. The screen illuminated with the crests of Europe's elite clubs. Champions League round of 16, qualified teams. Manchester City, Eng. Paris Saint-Germain, Frat. Liverpool, Eng. Atletico Madrid, ESP. Ajax, Ned. Sporting CP, Por. Real Madrid, ESP. Inter Milan, Ida. Bayern Munich, GER. Benfica, Por. Manchester United, Eng. Villarreal, ESP. Lille, Frat. RB Salzburg, AUT. Juventus, Ida. Chelsea, Eng. All 4 English teams make it through, Lineker noted. But let's look at the individual performers from the group stages. The race for the Golden Boot has been electric. The graphic transition to the top scorers. UCL top goal scorers, group stage. Sebastian Haller, Ajax, 10 goals. Robert Lewandowski, Bayern Munich, 9 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 7 goals. Sebastian Haller has been a revelation for Ajax, Ferdinand pointed out. But look at Cristiano right there with 7 goals. Vale managing his minutes is going to be vital because if United want to make a deep run in this competition, they need Ronaldo fresh for those big knockout ties. And finally, Lineker said, bringing up the defensive stats, the unsung heroes of the group stages. The clean sheets. UCL clean sheets, group stage. Manuel Neuer, Bayern Munich, 4 clean sheets. Edouard Mendy, Chelsea, 4 clean sheets. David De Gea, Manchester United, 3 clean sheets. David De Gea climbs into the top 3, Scholes said. He had to make some massive saves in the earlier group games, but tonight he barely had to lift a finger. If Vale can keep that defensive block performing like they did tonight, De Gea is going to have a much quieter second half of the season. The draw for the round of 16 is on Monday, Lineker concluded. Manchester United finished top of their group, meaning they avoid Bayern and Real Madrid for now. But with PSG and Atletico Madrid finishing second in their respective groups, there are still some massive landmines waiting for Marcus Vale. Chapter 23, The Nyan Blunder. The momentum from the comfortable European victory carried the Manchester United squad straight back into the harsh reality of the English winter. For the next 2 days, the training pitches at Carrington were battered by freezing rain. Marcus Vale oversaw the sessions from the touchline, wrapped in his thick black coat. The focus remained entirely on spacing, quick passing combinations, and maintaining their defensive shape. There were no elaborate celebrations lingering from the young boys' match. The Premier League schedule was unrelenting, and their next test lay a long way south, at Carrow Road. Saturday evening in Norfolk was the definition of a winter slog. Dean Smith's Norwich City were fighting a desperate relegation battle, and they played with a survivalist intensity that made the pitch feel incredibly small. The rain lashed down, making the grass slick and the ball difficult to control. Marcus deployed the narrow 4-2-2-2 formation, but Norwich refused to be pulled out of position. They sat deep, defended in 2 rigid banks of 4, and threw their bodies in front of every shot. For 70 minutes, the match was an ugly, grinding affair. Donny van de Beek and Jadon Sancho struggled to find pockets of space, constantly hounded by yellow shirts the moment they received the ball. But elite teams find a way to win when they are not playing well. In the 73rd minute, Marcus made a slight adjustment, pushing Scott McTominay 10 yards higher up the pitch to win the second balls closer to the Norwich penalty area. The pressure finally mounted. A minute later, a loose ball fell to Cristiano Ronaldo inside the box. As the Portuguese forward turned to shoot, a Norwich defender arrived late, clumsily dragging him to the damp turf. The referee pointed instantly to the spot. Ronaldo stepped up. He blocked out the loud jeers from the home crowd, took his trademark deep breath, and lashed a powerful, clinical penalty into the roof of the net, sending former United goalkeeper Tim Krul the wrong way. For the final 15 minutes, United simply shut the game down. They retreated into a solid mid-block, clearing their lines and refusing to take any risks. When the final whistle blew, the scoreline read Norwich City 0-1 Manchester United. It wasn't a masterclass of flowing football, but it was 3 points and another clean sheet away from home in terrible conditions. Marcus walked off the pitch, offering a firm handshake to Dean Smith. The manager was satisfied. Winning ugly was a required trait for any team with domestic ambitions. The satisfaction, however, was extremely short-lived. Sunday afternoon arrived quietly at Carrington. The players had been sent home after a light morning recovery session. Marcus was sitting in his office, reviewing video footage of the Norwich match on his laptop, a cup of green tea resting on his desk. A sharp knock sounded at the door. The club's head doctor stepped into the room. He did not have his usual calm demeanor, his face was pale, and he held a thick white folder tightly to his chest. "Marcus," the doctor said, closing the door behind him. "We have a serious problem." Marcus looked up from the screen, closing the laptop slowly. "Go on." "The PCR test results from this morning just came back from the lab," the doctor explained, his voice tight. "We have an outbreak. 7 senior players have tested positive for COVID-19. Several backroom staff members are also positive." Marcus did not react with a theatrical outburst. He simply leaned back in his chair, his lazy, sleepy expression vanishing instantly. His face settled into a grim, deeply serious mask. Losing 1 or 2 players to illness was a standard occupational hazard. Losing 7 senior players simultaneously was a crisis that completely compromised the integrity of the squad. "Are they symptomatic?" Marcus asked quietly. "A few have mild symptoms, the rest are asymptomatic," the doctor replied. "But the viral load is high. It is a cluster. If we continue to use the facilities, the entire squad will be infected by Tuesday." Marcus picked up his phone. He dialed Alexander Vance's direct line. "Alex," Marcus said the moment the CEO answered. "We have an outbreak. 7 senior players and multiple staff members have tested positive for COVID-19 this morning." 7. Vance's voice crackled through the speaker, the corporate calm momentarily slipping. "That is half the core matchday squad. The medical recommendation is to shut down the first team wing of Carrington immediately to break the transmission chain," Marcus stated, his tone firm and decisive. "We cannot fulfill our upcoming fixture against Brentford on Tuesday safely." "Understood," Vance said, his voice returning to its sharp, executive cadence. "I will contact the Premier League board right now. I will submit the official test results and the medical brief from the doctor. We will formally request that the scheduled fixtures be postponed until the outbreak is contained." "Keep me updated," Marcus said. He hung up the phone and looked at the club doctor. "Shut it down. Send a message to the remaining squad members. Nobody comes into the complex until further notice." By Monday morning, the news had inevitably leaked to the press, dominating the sports headlines across the country. At Sky Sports News. Breaking: major COVID-19 outbreak at Manchester United. Sources confirm at least 7 senior players and several staff members have tested positive. Police cars revolving light. At Fabrizio Romano. Manchester United formally request postponement of the Brentford game. Marcus Vale has ordered the Carrington training ground to be partially closed to contain the spread. Total lockdown for the first team. Large red circle number MUFC. At Mark Holdbridge. 7 players. This is a disaster. Just when we were getting some consistency and clean sheets under Vale, half the squad gets wiped out. The league has to postpone these games. You cannot ask a manager to play the under-23s in the middle of a top 4 race. At UTD faithful. Health and safety come first. Hope the lads recover quickly without any lingering effects. The winter schedule is already brutal, and now this. Marcus Vale must be fuming behind the scenes. At Stretford Paddock. Carrington is basically a ghost town right now. The renovations have stopped, the players are isolated at home. This is the ultimate test of the new management's crisis response. At AFC Gunner. United trying to get games postponed as soon as they get a few cases. Typical. Everyone else has had to play through injuries and illnesses this season. At CFC_fans. If United get a postponement, it sets a precedent. The league is going into chaos again. We had cases last week and were forced to play. Behind the scenes, the team management took swift, necessary steps. Carrington underwent a massive deep cleaning operation. The fitness coaches quickly drafted and emailed individualized home workout programs to the healthy players, ensuring they maintained their conditioning on stationary bikes and treadmills in their home gyms. Marcus held tactical meetings over video calls. It was far from ideal, but he refused to let the squad lose focus. They reviewed footage, discussed spacing, and maintained their professional routine as best as they could through a webcam. Later that evening, the Premier League board officially granted the postponement. The Brentford match was called off. With domestic football forcibly paused for Manchester United, the eyes of the footballing world turned toward Nyon, Switzerland. It was Monday, December 13, 2021. The day of the Champions League round of 16 draw. Marcus sat in his home office in Hale Barnes. The room was quiet, rain pattering against the large windows. The ceremony began with the usual pomp and lengthy speeches. Former Arsenal forward Andriy Arshavin was introduced as the special guest to pull the balls from the glass bowls. The draw commenced. Benfica was drawn against Real Madrid. Villarreal was drawn next. The UEFA official responsible for managing the pots reached in to select Villarreal's opponent. He pulled out a ball and unscrewed it. Manchester United, the official announced. Marcus frowned, leaning forward in his chair. That was a direct violation of the competition rules. Manchester United and Villarreal had been in the same group, they could not face each other in the round of 16. On the television, confusion rippled through the UEFA delegates. The official quickly apologized, placed United's ball to the side, and drew another ball. Villarreal was paired with Manchester City. But the cascading errors had only just begun. When it was time to draw the opponent for Atletico Madrid, the official mistakenly failed to place Manchester United's ball into the pot of eligible opponents. Furthermore, he erroneously left Liverpool's ball in the pot, despite Liverpool having played Atletico in the group stages. The draw concluded with Manchester United being paired against Paris Saint-Germain. The media instantly erupted. Lionel Messi versus Cristiano Ronaldo. A blockbuster tie that the broadcasters began hyping the very second the graphic appeared on the screen. Marcus just stared at the television. The procedural mistakes were glaringly obvious. Every club analyst in Europe would have spotted the missing balls in the pots. Within 30 minutes, Atletico Madrid released an official statement demanding an explanation. Other clubs followed suit. The pressure mounted rapidly on UEFA. 2 hours later, UEFA issued a humiliating public apology. The governing body declared the entire original draw null and void. A completely new draw would take place at 3 p.m. Marcus watched the announcement with a dry, cynical smile. At 3 p.m., the broadcast resumed. The UEFA officials looked visibly tense, desperate to avoid another catastrophic public failure. The second draw was conducted with agonizing, deliberate slowness. Every ball was checked and double-checked before being dropped into the glass bowls. This time, there were no mistakes. One by one, the definitive pairings for the round of 16 were confirmed. Champions League round of 16. RB Salzburg, AUT, vs Bayern Munich, GER. Sporting CP, POR, vs Manchester City, ENG. Benfica, POR, vs Ajax, NED. Chelsea, ENG, vs Lille, FRAT. Atletico Madrid, ESP, vs Manchester United, ENG. Villarreal, ESP, vs Juventus, EDA. Inter Milan, EDA, vs Liverpool, ENG. Paris Saint-Germain, FRAT, vs Real Madrid, ESP. When Arshavin pulled Manchester United's ball and paired them with Diego Simeone's Atletico Madrid, Marcus leaned back in his chair. He didn't look disappointed about missing out on the glamorous PSG tie. Instead, a slow smile played on his lips. Atletico Madrid. A team forged in the image of their combative manager. A team that thrived on suffering, defending in a deep, impenetrable block, and punishing teams on the counter-attack. It was the ultimate test of tactical discipline. Simeone, Marcus murmured to the empty room, picking up his pen. A chess match in the mud. Let's see who blinks first. The digital sphere exploded in the aftermath of the redraw. The combination of UEFA's monumental blunder and the newly forged blockbuster ties generated a tidal wave of reactions from fans across the continent. At UTD District, Atletico Madrid vs Manchester United. Marcus Vale vs Diego Simeone. The tactical battle is going to be absolutely insane. Prepare for 180 minutes of defensive grinding. Large red circle. At Atleti English, bring on the Red Devils. We know how to handle Ronaldo, and we certainly know how to handle a young manager. The Metropolitano will be a cauldron. Medium white circle, large red circle. At Champions League, it's official. The round of 16 is finally set. Which matchup are you most excited for? Trophy. At Mark Holdbridge, Atletico. Look, it's a better draw than PSG, but Simeone is a nightmare to play against. They play exactly like we do now, solid, organized, and cynical. Marcus Vale has to out Simeone. At MR Stevenhausen, the redraw was an absolute shambles from UEFA, but Atletico is a proper European tie. Trippier playing against his old club in February. The script writes itself. At Anfield watch, Inter Milan for us. It will be tough, they are a good side, but we should have too much for them over 2 legs. Glad we avoided the PSG/Real Madrid drama. Large red circle number LFC. At City_Extra, Sporting CP. We will absolutely take that. Pep will have them figured out before the plane lands in Portugal. Onwards to the quarter-finals. Large blue circle. At Real Madrid_Global, PSG. From getting Benfica in the first draw to getting PSG because of a UEFA mistake? This is a scandal. Florentino Perez will be furious. We will show Mbappé and Messi what the kings of Europe look like. Crown. At PSG_English, Real Madrid. The world will stop to watch this tie. Messi returns to the Bernabeu. Ramos faces his old club. Let's go. At CFC Mod, Lille. We got Lille twice. The luck is genuinely unreal. We're defending our crown with a smile on our faces. Large blue circle trophy. At Simeone Fever, this new United manager thinks he knows about spacing and control? He hasn't seen the Colismo. We will suffocate them in Madrid. They won't get a single shot on target. At Ronaldo_Daily, Cristiano vs Atletico. He owns that club. He's scored 25 goals against them in his career. Simeone must be having cold sweats already. At Statman Dave, Atletico Madrid are the kings of the low block in Europe. United under Vale are becoming the princes of it. This tie will likely be decided by a single set piece or a mistake in transition. At the European Lad, Ajax vs Benfica. The battle of the academies. No oil money, just pure talent and coaching. This is the football purists' tie of the round. At Bayern, Salzburg. We stay in the neighborhood. Looking forward to a great atmosphere in Austria, but we expect to advance comfortably. At Villarreal CF, Juventus. We've beaten big teams before, and we'll do it again. The Yellow Submarine is ready for the Italians. Yellow Heart. At Inter_N, Liverpool is a massive challenge, but the San Siro is a fortress on European nights. We are ready for the fight. At Fabrizio Romano, Real Madrid are absolutely furious with UEFA behind the scenes. The relationship is at an all-time low. But the PSG vs Real Madrid tie is the biggest story in football right now. Mbappé against his future club? At Football Memes, Atletico fans seeing Cristiano Ronaldo walk out of the tunnel at the Wanda Metropolitano again. At UTD Exclusive, Marcus Vale vs Simeone is basically the Spider-Man pointing meme. Two managers who just want to win 1-0 and go home early. The ball will spend 80 minutes in the middle of the pitch. At Liam Paul Canning, United have the better individual attacking quality, Atletico have the better collective defensive experience. Vale has 2 months to get this squad perfectly drilled. At Gary Lineker, a redraw for the Champions League? Absolute shambles from UEFA. But you have to admit, it has given us some even better games. PSG vs Real Madrid is mouth-watering television. At Mundo Deportivo, Simeone is reportedly already analyzing Marcus Vale's 4-4-2 shape. He sees a reflection of his own early years in the young United manager's pragmatic approach. At Rio 35, Atletico is a tough draw. You have to fight for every single inch of grass against them. But I trust the boss. He's got our defense sorted. Large red circle. At Cara 23, Liverpool will be too strong for Inter over 2 legs. But that PSG vs Madrid game, someone is going out very early. A massive failure for whoever loses that tie. At United Stand Mufk, imagine if we sign another midfielder in January before this tie. The depth will be vital if these COVID cases keep rising during the winter. At Benfica_English, Ajax are the favourites on paper, but never count out the Eagles. We fly together. At Bayern_Fanatic, Lewandowski against the Salzburg defence? This could get really ugly over 2 legs. Soccer ball. Manchester United league position, 5th place, with games in hand due to postponements. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 14 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 10 goals. Jamie Vardy, Leicester City, 9 goals. Chapter 24, The Silent Interval. The frantic, unrelenting rhythm of the English football calendar had been brought to a sudden, absolute halt. For the first time since Marcus Vale arrived in Manchester, he was not standing on the touchline of pitch 1 at Carrington. Instead, he spent the week following the Champions League draw inside the quiet, minimalist walls of his villa in Hale Barnes. The COVID-19 outbreak had effectively paralysed the first team, forcing the postponement of their upcoming fixtures and turning the usually chaotic December period into an eerie, suspended reality. Outside, the freezing Manchester rain lashed against the floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside, the only sound was the low hum of the underfloor heating and the muted commentary from a tactical video feed on Marcus's laptop. It was Wednesday morning, December 15th. Marcus sat at his kitchen island, wearing a simple grey hoodie and dark track pants. He was reviewing the physical recovery metrics sent over by the sports science department. Without access to the grass, the players were restricted to individual home workout programs to maintain their baseline fitness. His laptop chimed, signaling an incoming video call. Marcus clicked accept. The screen split into a multi-pane grid, displaying the faces of his coaching staff, Michael Carrick, Mike Phelan, and Kieran McKenna. They were all calling in from their respective homes, looking slightly restless. Managing a football team through a webcam was an exercise in pure frustration for men who were used to smelling the grass. "Morning, boss," Carrick said, rubbing his eyes. "Morning, Michael." "Gentlemen," Marcus replied breezily, resting his chin on his hand. "Let's review the fitness results. How is the squad holding up in isolation?" "It's a mixed bag," Phelan reported, looking down at his notepad. "The lads who tested negative are completing the treadmill and stationary bike routines without any issues. Cristiano, as expected, is logging physical outputs in his home gym that rival his actual matchday numbers. He is refusing to let his conditioning drop a single %. Marcus offered a faint smile. That was the least surprising news of the week. "The issue is the isolated players," McKenna interjected. "We have a few who are reporting heavy fatigue and mild chest congestion. The medical team has strictly ordered them not to push their heart rates. They are losing match sharpness, Marcus. When we finally get cleared to return to Carrington, we are going to have a squad with wildly different fitness levels. We will adapt," Marcus said calmly. "If they cannot run for 90 minutes, we will compress the space on the pitch so they don't have to. We are playing Newcastle United at St. James Park on the 27th, assuming the outbreak clears," Marcus continued. "Eddie Howe has them fighting for their lives at the bottom of the table. They will treat it like a cup final. We use this isolation period to prepare their minds, even if we cannot prepare their legs. I want you to cut individual video packages for every starting player. Do not overwhelm them with group tactics. Send Aaron Wan-Bissaka 15 clips of Alan St. Maximin's dribbling habits. Send Harry Maguire clips of Callum Wilson's near-post runs. Give them homework." "Understood," Carrick nodded, appreciating the highly targeted approach. "We'll slice the analysis up and distribute it by this afternoon. Any word from Alexander Vance on when the complex will reopen?" "The deep clean is ongoing," Marcus noted. If the next round of PCR testing comes back entirely negative, we open the gates next week for staggered, small group sessions. Keep yourselves healthy, gentlemen. The pause is temporary. He ended the call, the screen returning to his desktop. The solitude of the villa was a stark contrast to the pressure cooker of Old Trafford, but Marcus did not mind the quiet. He used it. Without the daily press conferences and the immediate turnaround between matches, he had the rare luxury of time to refine the long-term vision. His phone buzzed on the marble counter. It was a call from Alexander Vance. "Alex," Marcus answered, putting the phone on speaker as he stood up to make a fresh cup of green tea. "Marcus. Just keeping you updated on the administrative side of the pause," Vance's crisp voice echoed through the kitchen. "The Premier League has officially rescheduled the Brentford and Brighton fixtures. The calendar in January and February is going to be incredibly congested. We will be playing every 3 days for weeks. The rotation policy will manage the fatigue," Marcus replied, pouring hot water into his mug. "If we execute the low-energy tactical shapes properly, the fixture congestion will break our opponents before it breaks us." "How is Kieran Trippier doing?" "He is currently house hunting in Cheshire," Vance confirmed, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. "He is quietly using our private facilities at night to maintain his fitness while the first team is away. The paperwork is locked in a vault. He will be officially registered at 12:01 a.m. on January 1st. "Good," Marcus prompted. "Keep the focus on the midfield targets. We need reinforcements ready to integrate into the shape." "I am applying heavy pressure on our targets," Vance said. "Enjoy the rest, Marcus. The storm starts again soon." Over the next few days, Marcus fell into a quiet, meticulously planned routine. He drove his dark green 1994 Volvo 850 estate through the quiet, rain-slicked streets of Manchester. The paparazzi had finally figured out his vehicle of choice, but his unpredictable schedule and the tinted windows made it nearly impossible for them to get a clear shot. He frequently visited Carrington during the late afternoon, long after the skeleton crew of maintenance staff had left. The training complex was an eerie sight. The pitches were empty, the floodlights turned off. The only signs of life were the construction crews working in the isolated East Wing, continuing the massive overhaul of the recovery pools and the tactical viewing rooms. Marcus would stand alone on the touchline of pitch 1 in the biting cold, visualizing the passing lanes, mapping out the spacing required to neutralize Newcastle's high press. By Tuesday, December 21st, the Carrington training complex cautiously reopened its heavy steel gates to the players. It was not a return to normal. The atmosphere was incredibly clinical. The players arrived in staggered shifts, wearing masks in the corridors, and were immediately subjected to rapid testing protocols before they were even allowed near the locker rooms. The large group lunches in the canteen were temporarily suspended, replaced by pre-packaged, individualized dietary meals they ate at separate tables. Marcus stood on the touchline, his thick black coat zipped tightly against the freezing wind. The first group of players, those who had consistently tested negative throughout the outbreak, jogged out onto the damp grass. Bruno Fernandes, Scott McTominay, Alex Telles, and Cristiano Ronaldo began their light warm ups. They looked relieved to be out of their houses and back on a real football pitch, but there was an undeniable rustiness to their movements. The 16-day layoff had blunted their match sharpness. "Keep the passing crisp," Marcus called out lazily, his hands buried in his pockets. "The ball doesn't carry a virus. Let it do the running." For the next 2 days, the squad was slowly stitched back together. Players returning from isolation were placed on customized, low-intensity recovery programs, monitored closely by the sports science staff to prevent muscle strains after their prolonged inactivity. Marcus ran them through light 5v2 rondos and basic positional drills. He didn't yell. He didn't blow the whistle to stop the play every 30 seconds. He just observed, letting the players rediscover the feeling of the grass under their boots and the weight of the ball. Then came Thursday, December 23rd. The traditional English football calendar is notoriously brutal during the festive period. While other major European leagues enjoy a winter break, the Premier League accelerates. Clubs usually train heavily on Christmas Eve, spend Christmas morning away from their families in a hotel, and play crucial fixtures on Boxing Day. It is a grueling, exhausting tradition that tests the mental and physical limits of every squad. At 1 p.m., Marcus called the entire available squad and the coaching staff into the primary tactical briefing room. The players filed in, taking their seats. They looked tired. The lingering effects of the virus, combined with the stress of the isolation period, were visible on their faces. Harry Maguire looked drained. Michael Carrick, Mike Phelan and Kieran McKenna stood at the back of the room, holding their clipboards, expecting Marcus to lay out an intense, double-session training schedule for Christmas Eve to regain their lost match fitness. Marcus stood at the front of the room. The interactive smartboard behind him was turned off. He didn't pull the red magnet from his pocket. He simply looked out at the rows of faces. "Good afternoon," Marcus said softly. The room quieted down instantly. "We have a match against Newcastle United in 4 days, Marcus began, his voice calm and level. "They are fighting for survival, and St. James Park will be incredibly hostile. We have lost 2 weeks of training. We have players recovering from illness. Conventional management dictates that we spend the next 3 days running sprints to make up for lost time." He paused, sweeping his gaze across the room, making eye contact with the senior players. "But I do not care about conventional management," Marcus stated smoothly. He leaned against the edge of the desk. "You cannot force fitness into tired legs. You cannot absorb tactical instructions when your mind is exhausted from isolation and stress. If we push you physically over the next 48 hours, we will simply increase the risk of muscular injuries." Marcus stood up straight. "Therefore, all training sessions for next 2 days are officially cancelled." A stunned silence fell over the briefing room. Bruno Fernandes blinked, looking at Diogo Dalot in sheer disbelief. In the relentless machine of English football, being handed Christmas Eve and Christmas Day completely off was practically unheard of. "You are going home," Marcus instructed, his tone dropping the usual lazy drawl for something genuinely sincere. "You will spend Christmas with your families, your partners and your children. You will eat well. You will rest your minds. You will completely disconnect from football for 48 hours. He looked toward the back of the room. "The same applies to the coaching staff and the medical personnel. Go home. Be with your families." Carrick lowered his clipboard, a quiet smile of appreciation crossing his face. Phelan exchanged a look with McKenna. It was an unprecedented move, a massive display of empathy from a manager they had previously viewed as a cold, calculating tactician. "When you return to Carrington on the morning of the 26th, we will travel to Newcastle," Marcus concluded. "I expect you to return with clear heads and full focus. Football is secondary to your recovery right now. Enjoy the holidays, gentlemen." "Dismissed." Marcus gave a brief nod and walked out the side door, leaving the room in a state of quiet, profound gratitude. The players slowly stood up. The tension that had gripped their shoulders for the past week seemed to evaporate. "I didn't see that coming," Scott McTominay murmured to Harry Maguire as they walked out into the corridor. "I was expecting him to lock us in the gym until Boxing Day." "He knows what he's doing," Maguire replied, letting out a long breath. "My legs are completely dead from the isolation. A few days of actual rest is exactly what we need right now." Cristiano Ronaldo, walking slightly ahead of them, gave a small, approving nod to himself. Rest was the ultimate weapon for longevity. A manager who understood the value of absolute physical and mental recovery over performative, exhausting holiday training sessions was a manager who commanded genuine loyalty. By mid-afternoon, the Carrington training complex was entirely empty. The gates were locked. The security guards waved the final few cars out into the fading winter light. Marcus drove his Volvo back to Hale Barnes. The streets of Manchester were illuminated with festive lights, the city bustling with last-minute shoppers bracing the cold. He pulled into his quiet, minimalist villa, the heavy security gates closing behind him. The house was warm and entirely silent. He walked into the kitchen, made a cup of green tea, and sat at the island. He pulled out his phone and dialed his parents' number in the United States, listening to the dial tone as he looked out over the dark, rain-soaked grounds. He had given the squad the gift of silence. In 4 days, they would step into the deafening noise of St. James Park, and he would find out if the mental rest was enough to compensate for the lost time on the grass. But for now, the tactical board remained empty. The silent interval was absolute. Manchester United League position, 5th place, with games in hand due to recent COVID-19 postponements. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 15 goals. Diogo Jota, Liverpool, 10 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 9 goals. Chapter 25, Christmas. The private aviation terminal at Manchester Airport was entirely deserted at 11 o'clock on the night of December 23. While the commercial terminals a mile away were packed with frantic holiday travelers navigating delayed flights and crowded security lines, the Axiom Global Partners hangar operated in complete, undisturbed silence. Marcus Vail walked through the sliding glass doors wearing a heavy grey hoodie, dark track pants, and carrying a single black duffel bag. He bypassed the luxury lounges and walked straight out onto the freezing tarmac, where a sleek, unmarked Gulfstream G650ER was waiting, its engines already emitting a low, powerful hum. He climbed the boarding stairs and stepped into the plush, warm cabin. "Good evening, Mr. Vail," the lead flight attendant greeted him quietly. "Good evening," Marcus replied breezily, dropping his bag onto a leather seat. "Just water and green tea for the flight, please. I'm going to sleep." "Of course, sir. We are cleared for takeoff. Flight time to New York will be just under 7 hours." Marcus slumped into a wide, reclining captain's chair near the back of the cabin. As the private jet taxied down the runway and smoothly ascended into the dark, rain-soaked Manchester sky, Marcus pulled out his phone. He sent a brief text to Michael Carrick confirming the training schedule for the 26th, then switched the device to airplane mode. For the first time in a month, the relentless noise of the English football media, the pressures of the Premier League, and the heavy responsibility of navigating a COVID-19 outbreak completely faded away. Marcus closed his eyes, pulling his hood up. He slept for the entire flight across the Atlantic. He woke up as the Gulf Stream began its descent through the thick, grey winter clouds over New York. The wheels touched down smoothly at a private airfield in Westchester County just as the sun was beginning to rise on Christmas Eve morning. A black Cadillac Escalade was waiting on the tarmac. Marcus stepped off the plane, the biting, dry cold of the American winter hitting his face. He climbed into the back of the SUV, and the driver immediately headed north toward the family estate. An hour later, the vehicle turned off the main highway and navigated a long, winding, snow-covered driveway surrounded by towering pine trees. At the end of the road stood the Sterling family villa, a sprawling, elegant, stone and glass estate that managed to look both incredibly expensive and completely isolated from the outside world. The SUV pulled up to the front entrance. Before the driver could even put the vehicle in park, the heavy oak front doors swung open. Maria Silva, Marcus's mother, stood in the doorway wearing a thick, cream-colored knitted sweater. Beside her stood Elena, Marcus's younger sister, holding a steaming mug of coffee and looking entirely unimpressed. Elena had flown back from London to America a few days prior when her university term ended, beating him across the Atlantic. Marcus grabbed his duffel bag, stepped out of the car, and walked up the stone steps. "You took your time," Elena remarked dryly, raising the mug to her lips. "We thought the English press had finally locked you in a room and thrown away the key." Marcus didn't break his lazy stride. As he reached the top step, he smoothly reached out, snatched the steaming mug directly out of her hand, and took a long sip. He instantly grimaced. "Oat milk?" Marcus asked, looking at the mug in sheer disgust. "You are drinking hot, wet cardboard. Give it back, you thief," Elena snapped, swatting hard at his arm. "Some of us actually care about the planet and our palates. You go to school in London. You eat baked beans for breakfast," Marcus retorted casually, holding the mug just out of her reach as she tried to grab it back. "You have no palate. I am going to pour it on your shoes," Elena threatened, kicking at his shin. Maria stepped forward, throwing her hands up in the air with an exasperated sigh. "For God's sake, you are grown ups. At least act like it for 5 minutes before you cross the threshold." Marcus smiled lazily and handed the mug back to his sister. "Merry Christmas, Elena." Elena snatched it back, muttering under her breath about arrogant football managers. Maria pulled him in for a tight, warm hug. "Marcus. Finally. You look tired." "I am perfectly rested, Mom," Marcus replied, returning the hug. "Come inside, it is freezing," Maria scolded, ushering them into the grand foyer. "Your father and your grandparents are in the dining room. Breakfast is already prepared." The interior of the villa was warm, smelling of pine needles and wood smoke from the massive stone fireplace in the main living room. It was a sharp, comforting contrast to his minimalist command center in Hale Barnes. Marcus dropped his bag by the stairs and followed his mother into the dining room. A lavish breakfast spread was waiting on the long mahogany table. Arthur Sterling, the patriarch of the family and the public face of Axiom Global Partners, sat at the head of the table. Next to him sat Marcus's maternal grandparents, Tomas and Ines, who had flown in from Portugal for the holidays. The conquering hero returns, Arthur said, his deep voice filling the room. He stood up to offer Marcus a firm handshake and a pat on the back. I was just reading the European market reports. United stock valuation is up another 4% this week. Selling Pogba early sent a very strong message to the players. They will tread carefully from now on. Good morning, Dad. Avu, Marcus greeted them, walking around to hug his grandparents before pulling out a chair and sitting down. He grabbed a plate and began loading it with scrambled eggs. I didn't sell him for the stock price. I sold him because he was nuisance. Arthur chuckled, retaking his seat. Whatever the reason, the board is happy. And by the board, I mean the all of us sitting around this breakfast table. The media hates him, but they can't stop talking about him, Elena interjected, sitting across from Marcus. She set her coffee down and looked at her older brother with sharp, calculating eyes. Speaking of the club. The commercial department is an absolute mess, Marcus. I was looking over the Q3 sponsor activations. They are still relying on legacy campaigns from 3 years ago. When are you going to let me audit them? Marcus took a bite of his eggs, chewing slowly. He looked at his 20-year-old sister. You are a second-year university student, Elena, Marcus pointed out lazily. I am an LSE student who understands modern digital leverage better than the dinosaurs left behind in that office, Elena fired back without missing a beat. Under the table, she delivered a sharp kick to Marcus's ankle. Marcus didn't flinch. He simply shifted his leg and trapped her foot against the chair leg. Let the marketing team do their jobs. I handle the football. Alexander Vance handles the corporate side. You stay in London and finish your degree. When you graduate, we can talk about a desk at Old Trafford. Elena rolled her eyes, yanking her foot free, but she didn't push the issue further. She knew better than to argue with Marcus when his mind was made up. Maria poured a cup of coffee and sat down next to Arthur. She looked at Marcus, her eyes shining with genuine fan-like excitement. Forget the commercial department, Maria said, waving a hand dismissively. Tell me about the players. How is Cristiano? Is he happy? On the television, he looks like he has lost a bit of weight. Are the new chefs feeding him properly? Leave the boy alone, Maria, Tomás chuckled in Portuguese, sipping his espresso. He flew all night to escape football. Marcus laughed softly. It's fine, Avu. Mom, Cristiano is a machine. He probably eats better than anyone in this house. He is perfectly happy, provided he gets the ball in the penalty box. And Bruno? She pressed. He looked very deep against Chelsea. Are you making him defend too much? He needs to be free to create. I am making him play his position, Marcus corrected gently, pouring himself some green tea. He is adapting well. The whole squad is adapting. They just needed clear instructions. The rest of Christmas Eve passed in a rare state of complete tranquility. Marcus didn't open his laptop once. He didn't check the scouting reports or review clips of Newcastle United. For the first time in months, he allowed his mind to completely power down. In the afternoon, he and Arthur went for a long walk around the perimeter of the snowy estate, discussing simple, mundane things: the upcoming winter repairs on the property and the quiet life. It's strange, Arthur noted, his boots crunching in the snow as they walked past a frozen pond. You built Axiom from your bedroom. You generated hundreds of billions from your laptop. You could have lived your entire life in anonymity, enjoying the wealth. Yet, you chose the most public, highly scrutinized job on the planet. Marcus walked with his hands in his pockets, watching his breath form white clouds in the cold air. Anonymity is comfortable, Marcus agreed lazily. But football is a life puzzle. The variables change every single week. Injuries, weather, opposition tactics, human ego. You have to adapt constantly. It keeps the mind sharp. And the press? Arthur asked. They are relentless over there. They want to tear you down. The press is just noise, Marcus said, offering a faint, dismissive smile. They only have power if you care about their approval. Once you accept that their opinions don't affect the grass, they become very easy to manage. Christmas Day was an equally relaxed, grounded affair. There were no massive, extravagant parties or lavish displays of billionaire wealth. The Sterling family spent the morning exchanging highly personal, thoughtful gifts in the living room by the fire. Elena handed Marcus a flat, rectangular frame wrapped in shiny red paper. He tore it open to find a perfectly framed, front-page tabloid clipping from his first match. The photo showed Marcus slouching in the dugout, his eyes half closed and looking entirely bored, with the massive headline, "Tactical Genius or Just Needs a Nap." "I thought it captured your essence perfectly," Elena smirked. "I'll hang it in my office right next to my tactical board," Marcus smiled, genuinely amused. In return, Marcus handed his sister a heavy, impeccably wrapped box. Elena tore off the paper, revealing a thick copy of Business Management for Dummies. She glared at him. "Hilarious. Open it," Marcus prompted breezily. Elena flipped the book open. Inside, Marcus had spent hours meticulously placing sticky notes on almost every single page. He had crossed out the printed text and written his own highly sarcastic, brutally logical business advice, effectively mocking her entire London School of Economics syllabus with real-world corporate takedowns. Elena laughed out loud as she read a post-it note detailing why her favorite marketing theory was completely useless. "I hate you," she smiled, closing the book. For his parents and grandparents, Marcus handed his father and grandfather a heavy wooden box. Inside was a stunning, hand-carved mahogany and maple chess set. Marcus had spent the quiet evenings of his isolation period in Manchester whittling and sanding the pieces by hand to relax his mind. For his mother and grandmother, he handed over a beautifully bound, thick leather journal. Ines opened it, her eyes widening. Marcus had spent months covertly watching his grandmother cook during previous visits, painstakingly writing down every single one of her famous, previously unwritten Portuguese family recipes by hand, preserving them permanently. Ines wiped a tear from her eye, reaching over to pull Marcus into a fierce hug. In the afternoon, they ate a large, traditional Christmas dinner. The conversation flowed easily, completely removed from the high-stakes world of European football. Marcus was just a son and a brother, leaning back in his chair, smiling at his sister's sharp remarks and his family's warmth. But as the evening drew to a close, the internal clock in Marcus's head began to tick. The silent interval was ending. The Premier League schedule was demanding his return. At 7 p.m. on Christmas night, the black Escalade pulled back up to the front entrance of the villa. Marcus stood in the foyer, his duffel bag slung over his shoulder. He hugged his mother tightly. "Take care of yourself, Marcus," Maria said, patting his cheek. "Make sure you sleep. And tell Bruno he needs to shoot more." "I will pass along the tactical advice, Mom," Marcus smiled. He offered his hand to his father, who pulled him in for a brief embrace. "Safe flight, son. We will handle the business side. You just win the matches." "Always," Marcus said. He turned to Elena, offering a lazy wave. "Finish your exams, Elena. Don't hack the club's servers while I'm gone." "I make no promises," Elena smirked from the sofa. Marcus walked out into the freezing night and climbed into the back of the SUV. As the vehicle rolled down the driveway, leaving the warm glow of the family villa behind, Marcus pulled his phone from his pocket and turned off airplane mode. The screen immediately flooded with notifications. Messages from Alexander Vance regarding Kieran Trippier's impending medical. Updates from the medical staff regarding the players clearing their final COVID-19 isolation protocols. A tactical brief from Kieran McKenna detailing Eddie Howe's recent adjustments at Newcastle. The holiday was officially over. Marcus boarded the Axiom Gulfstream at Teterboro Airport just past 9 p.m. As the jet climbed into the night sky, racing eastward across the Atlantic Ocean, Marcus opened his laptop on the mahogany table in front of him. He didn't sleep on the return flight. He spent the entire 7 hours bathed in the glow of the screen, analyzing Newcastle's pressing triggers, mapping out the passing lanes, and finalizing his starting 11. Because the flight traveled east, crossing 5 time zones, Marcus lost the night. The Gulfstream touched down at Manchester Airport at 8 a.m. on the morning of December 26. Boxing Day. The weather in Manchester was a stark contrast to the crisp, white snow of New York. It was a bleak, grey morning, with a heavy drizzle falling over the runway. Marcus didn't go back to his villa to rest. His driver took him directly from the airport to the Carrington Training Complex. He walked through the heavy steel security doors at 9 a.m., shedding his travel coat and pulling on his standard club tracksuit. The administrative staff were already buzzing around the corridors. The deep clean of the facility had been completed, and the building smelled sharply of industrial disinfectant. Marcus grabbed a cup of green tea from the canteen and walked straight to the coach's office. Michael Carrick, Mike Phelan, and Kieran McKenna were already gathered around the tactical board, looking over the training schedule for the morning. They looked up as Marcus strolled in. "Morning, boss," Carrick said, looking genuinely surprised to see him. "Morning," Marcus replied, taking a sip of his tea. "Are the players here?" "They are," Felon confirmed, checking his watch. "The final round of rapid testing was completed 20 minutes ago. Everyone who was cleared to return has tested negative. The squad is changing in the dressing room now. We are clear to train." "How is the mood?" Marcus asked. Carrick smiled slightly. "Honestly? Best I've seen it in months. Getting 48 hours completely away from the complex did wonders for them. They look refreshed." Harry Maguire actually walked in smiling today. "The tension from the isolation period is gone." "Good," Marcus said, placing his cup on the desk. "Mental fatigue is more dangerous than physical fatigue. Let's get out on the grass." At 10 a.m., the Manchester United squad walked out onto pitch 1. The heavy, suffocating anxiety that had characterized the past week had vanished. The players jogged out onto the damp grass, chatting and laughing among themselves. The complete break from football had allowed their minds to reset. They weren't dreading the session, they were eager to get the ball rolling again. Marcus stood near the center circle, his hands in his pockets, watching them warm up. He didn't look like a man who had just flown across the Atlantic overnight. His posture was relaxed, his eyes half closed. When the warm UPS finished, the players gathered around him. "Good morning," Marcus said, his voice carrying easily over the wind. "I hope you all enjoyed the rest. The pause is over. Tomorrow evening, we travel to St. James Park." He looked around the circle. "Newcastle United are fighting relegation," Marcus stated, his tone shifting into its clear, clinical register. "They will be aggressive. The crowd will be incredibly loud. They will try to turn the match into a physical fight to compensate for their league position." He pulled the red tactical magnet from his pocket, rolling it across his knuckles. "We do not fight them," Marcus instructed smoothly. "We control them. They will press us with raw energy in the first 20 minutes. Do not panic. Let them run. Keep the ball moving quickly. Use the one-touch combinations we practiced. Once their initial adrenaline fades, the spaces will open up." Marcus pointed toward the tactical grid set up by the coaches. "Today's session will not be physically heavy," Marcus announced. "I want your legs fresh for tomorrow. We are focusing entirely on shape and passing rhythm. We are running the mid-block drills. Tight spaces, rapid decisions. Let's go." For the next hour, Carrington echoed with the sounds of crisp, professional football. The players looked sharp. The rest had clearly benefited them. Donny van de Beek and Jadon Sancho were pinging passes through the tight cones with flawless precision. Cristiano Ronaldo was moving with a fluid, lethal energy, his brief hiatus doing nothing to dull his predatory instincts. Even the players returning from the COVID-19 isolation looked solid, their breathing steady as they reintegrated into the tactical shapes. Marcus wandered between the drills, observing quietly. He didn't need to shout. The system was already taking hold. The players were beginning to self-correct, recognizing when a pass was too risky or when their defensive spacing was too wide. At 11:30 a.m., Marcus blew the whistle to end the session. "Good work," Marcus called out as the players gathered the equipment. "Rest well this afternoon. We fly to Newcastle tomorrow." The standard remains the same. As the players headed back toward the warmth of the dressing rooms, Michael Carrick walked over to Marcus. "They look ready, boss," Carrick noted, watching the squad. "The sharpness is back. You made the right call giving them the days off." "Footballers are not machines, Michael," Marcus said lazily, turning toward the main building. "They require maintenance. Tomorrow night, we see if the maintenance holds up under pressure." Marcus walked back into the facility, his hands in his pockets. The silent interval was officially over. The Premier League engine was roaring back to life, and the next test was waiting in the bitter cold of the northeast. Manchester United League position, 5th place, with games in hand due to recent COVID-19 postponements. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 15 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 10 goals. Diogo Jota, Liverpool, 10 goals. Chapter 26, New vs Mun. The torrential rain of Manchester had been replaced by the biting, freezing wind of the northeast. St. James Park on a Monday night in late December was one of the most hostile environments in English football. The Newcastle United supporters, fueled by the desperate reality of a relegation battle and the festive holiday energy, packed the towering stands, creating a deafening wall of noise. High up in the Sky Sports gantry, Martin Tyler and Gary Neville looked over the floodlit pitch, pulling their heavy coats tight against the draft. "Welcome to Tyneside," Tyler announced to the television audience. "A massive night of Premier League football awaits us. Eddie Howe's Newcastle United, fighting for their top-flight survival, host a Manchester United side looking to maintain their perfect record under new manager Marcus Vale. It has been over 2 weeks since the visitors last played a league match due to a COVID-19 outbreak, Gary. How much of a factor will that rustiness play?" "It's the biggest question of the night, Martin," Neville replied, studying his monitor. "You can train in your garden or your home gym as much as you want, but there is no substitute for match fitness. Newcastle are going to come out flying. They will try to turn this into a physical fight from the first whistle." But looking at the Manchester United lineup, Marcus Vale has anticipated exactly that. The team graphic flashed across the screen. "He is using 4-4-2 diamond shape he used to beat Chelsea," Neville explained, circling the midfield. David De Gea in goal. Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire and Alex Telles at the back. Scott McTominay sits at the base of the midfield. Donny van de Beek and Bruno Fernandes are the two shuttlers, with Jadon Sancho playing at the tip behind the strikers. Tyler noted. Anthony Martial starts alongside Cristiano Ronaldo. Down on the touchline, Marcus Vale emerged from the tunnel. The Newcastle fans immediately directed a chorus of loud, aggressive jeers his way. The Gallowgate end was roaring, fully intent on intimidating the visitors. Marcus didn't react. He walked to the edge of his technical area wearing his standard heavy black coat, his hands buried deep in his pockets. He looked completely relaxed, his sleepy eyes scanning the pitch as the players took their starting positions. The referee blew his whistle, and Newcastle kicked off. Just as Neville had predicted, the home side started with frantic, chaotic energy. Eddie Howe had instructed his team to press high and hit United with early physical challenges. The home crowd roared with every 50-50th challenge, actively trying to pressure the referee into giving soft fouls. The United players ignored the noise and sticking to their shape. Callum Wilson immediately tried to establish physical dominance, looking to pin Victor Lindelof and exploit the Swedes' historical struggles with physical strikers. But every time Wilson backed into Lindelof, Harry Maguire was already there, providing perfect sweeping cover to clean up the second ball and clear the danger. On the left wing, Alan Saint-Maximin received the ball and threw a series of rapid step-overs. He managed to skip past Aaron Wan-Bissaka once, accelerating dangerously toward the penalty area. Scott McTominay didn't hesitate. He stepped across and delivered a cynical, calculated tactical foul, bringing the winger down to kill the transition instantly. The crowd demanded a card, but the referee only issued a stern warning. United's new ruthless edge was evident. Jonjo Shelvey attempted to dictate play from deep, looking to launch his trademark cross-field diagonal passes to bypass the midfield. However, Donny van de Beek and Jadon Sancho actively hunted his passing lanes, deliberately stepping into the lines of sight and completely isolating the Newcastle playmaker. When United did secure the ball, Alex Telles provided immense attacking width on the left. In the 18th minute, Telles pushed high up the pitch and whipped a dangerous, curling cross into the 6-yard box that Martin Dubravka had to punch away desperately, almost resulting in an early opening goal. United are weathering the storm, Neville observed. They aren't panicking. They are just keeping men behind the ball and letting Newcastle run themselves tired. It's very disciplined. By the 25th minute, the initial surge of adrenaline from the home side began to fade. The pressing lines became slightly less cohesive, and the gaps in the midfield started to open. Marcus took his right hand out of his pocket and offered a brief, subtle wave forward. The instruction translated to the pitch instantly. McTominay intercepted a loose pass from Shelvey and played it quickly to Donny van de Beek. The Dutchman turned and fed the ball into the feet of Anthony Martial, who had dropped deep into the midfield to link the play. Martial held his ground brilliantly. He backed into Jamal Lascelles, using his strength to hold the ball up with his back to goal. Proving he was executing the false nine instructions perfectly, Martial laid a simple one-touch pass off to Jadon Sancho and immediately spun to sprint into the space behind the Newcastle defence. Martial's run dragged Lascelles and Fabian Schär with him, creating a massive pocket of space 25 yards from goal. Bruno Fernandes drifted into that empty space. Sancho spotted the Portuguese midfielder and laid the ball off perfectly into his path. Bruno took one touch to control the ball. He looked up, saw Dubravka slightly off his line, and unleashed a ferocious, dipping strike with his right foot. The ball cut through the freezing Newcastle air like a missile, swerving late and crashing into the top right corner of the net before Dubravka could even extend his arm. Bruno Fernandes! Martin Tyler roared as the away end erupted. What a spectacular strike! Manchester United take the lead, and it's a bolt from the blue from their Portuguese maestro. Bruno sprinted toward the corner flag, sliding on his knees as Donny, Sancho and Ronaldo swarmed him. That is exactly why he is dangerous even if he is playing in the deep, Neville analysed over the replay. Martial does the dirty work holding the ball up, then makes the run to clear the centre-backs, and Bruno steps into the vacuum. The technique on that shot is flawless. Newcastle threw everything at United for 20 minutes, and United punished them with their first real chance. Marcus offered a small, polite clap from the touchline, then immediately put his hand back in his pocket. The trap had worked perfectly. The goal entirely deflated the St. James Park crowd. The frantic pressing from Newcastle turned into hesitant, disjointed tracking. Manchester United took complete control of the midfield. 10 minutes later, the visitors struck again, showcasing their ability to play out of tight areas. Newcastle tried to aggressively trap United near the left touchline, committing 3 men forward. Instead of launching a long ball, Donny van de Beek orchestrated a rapid, fluid triangle combination. He pinged a short pass to Bruno Fernandes, received it right back, flicked it securely to Alex Telles, and then threaded it centrally to Cristiano Ronaldo, who had dropped deep to link the play. The synchronized, one-touch passing completely dismantled the Newcastle pressing trap, leaving their midfield stranded. Ronaldo instantly laid it off to Sancho, who carried the ball over the halfway line, leading a rapid counter-attack. As the play developed, Ronaldo peeled away from his marker. He didn't just run straight, he used subtle, patient footwork to drift deliberately into the blind spot behind Fabian Schär. He waited in the shadows of the defensive line, finding the exact pocket of space before making a sharp, diagonal dart toward the penalty box. Sancho spotted the movement and threaded a perfectly weighted pass between the retreating Newcastle defenders. Ronaldo didn't break his stride. He let the ball run across his body and struck a low, powerful, left-footed shot that skidded off the damp grass and squeezed past Dubravka's outstretched leg into the bottom corner. Ronaldo! Tyler shouted. Clinical, ruthless, and inevitable. Manchester United double their lead before half-time. It's a lightning-fast counter-attack, and Cristiano Ronaldo makes no mistake. The movement from Ronaldo is brilliant, Neville praised. He waits in the blind spot, times the run perfectly, and the finish is clinical. But look at the transition. That passing combination from Van de Beek, Fernandes, Telles, and Ronaldo to break the press was superb. Marcus Vale has this team drilled to move the ball flawlessly under pressure. Ronaldo celebrated with his trademark leap, the away fans roaring in the freezing night. The referee blew the whistle for halftime shortly after. United walked down the tunnel with a comfortable 2-0 lead. In the away dressing room, the atmosphere was calm. The players took their seats, sipping water and catching their breath. Marcus stood in the center of the room. He didn't offer a dramatic, sweeping speech. He kept it focused entirely on the tactical reality of the match. The shape is secure, Marcus told the squad, his voice level and clear. You handled the early pressure exactly as we planned. In the second half, Eddie Howe will make changes. They will likely push their fullbacks higher to try and force crosses into the box. Harry, Victor, be prepared for aerial deliveries. He turned his gaze toward the forwards. Anthony, Marcus said. Martial looked up, meeting the manager's eyes. Your hold-up play created the space for the first goal. Good work, Marcus acknowledged plainly. But they will leave even more space behind them now as they chase the game. When we win the ball, keep making the runs into the channels. Cristiano will drop deep to pull their centre-backs out. You exploit the gap. And if we lose the ball, you track back instantly. Understand? Yes, boss, Martial replied firmly. Keep the discipline, Marcus concluded. Finish the job. The second half began with Newcastle throwing caution to the wind. They committed men forward, desperate to find a goal to bring the crowd back into the match. St. Maximin swapped to the right wing, trying to find joy against Alex Telles, but Donny van de Beek consistently shifted over to provide a double team alongside the left back, shutting down the dribbling lanes effectively. The game became stretched. The tackles grew heavier as the frustration of the home side boiled over. In the 63rd minute, Newcastle won a corner. Joe Shelvey whipped a dangerous cross into the box. Harry Maguire rose highest, making a towering, commanding header to clear the ball out of the penalty area. The ball fell to Scott McTominay on the edge of the box. This was the exact moment Martial had been tested on against Crystal Palace. The transition. McTominay played a firm pass forward to Cristiano Ronaldo, who had positioned himself near the centre circle. Ronaldo, acting as the pivot, held off his defender with his back to goal. Anthony Martial didn't jog. He didn't watch the play unfold. The very second McTominay played the ball forward, Martial put his head down and initiated a full, explosive sprint past the halfway line. Ronaldo heard the shout. He took one touch to control the ball, swiveled, and played a flawless, sweeping pass over the top of the completely exposed Newcastle defence, landing it directly into Martial's path. Martial carried the ball into the penalty area. Dubravka rushed off his line to try and close the angle. Martial stayed perfectly composed. He opened his body and calmly slotted the ball past the goalkeeper into the far corner of the net. Martial! Tyler called out as the net rippled. A devastating counter-attack. Cristiano Ronaldo turns provider, and Anthony Martial seals the victory for Manchester United. That is exactly what the manager demanded from him, Neville highlighted enthusiastically. Look at the replay. The moment the ball is cleared, Martial is running. He doesn't hesitate. He trusts Ronaldo to find him. It's a brilliant pass, but the sprint makes the goal. He has answered the critics tonight. Martial smiled widely, pointing back at Ronaldo as the Portuguese forward jogged over to celebrate with him. Down on the touchline, Marcus Vale finally pulled his hand out of his pocket and offered a genuine, satisfied nod. The player had executed the instruction perfectly. With a 3-0 lead, Marcus moved to completely kill the game. In the 70th minute, he made a double substitution. Cristiano Ronaldo and Bruno Fernandes were withdrawn, replaced by Marcus Rashford and Nemanja Matic. The away end applauded loudly as the two goal scorers left the pitch. Marcus shook both of their hands. Good shift, Cristiano, Marcus said quietly. Rest the legs. Matic slotted into the base of the midfield alongside McTominay, shifting the shape into a highly defensive, flat 4-4-2 to ensure Newcastle couldn't find a late consolation goal. Donny van de Beek remained on the pitch to help shuttle the ball safely out of defence. For the final 20 minutes, Manchester United simply drained the clock. Marcus made another substitution. They circulated the ball calmly, frustrating the Newcastle players who were forced to chase shadows in the freezing rain. David De Gea was called into action only once, making a comfortable diving save from a long-range Joelinton effort, ensuring his clean sheet remained intact. When the referee blew the final whistle, the remaining Newcastle fans had already headed for the exits. Full time, Newcastle United 0-3 Manchester United. A completely dominant performance from Marcus Vale's side, Martin Tyler concluded as the players shook hands on the damp pitch. Goals from Bruno Fernandes, Cristiano Ronaldo and Anthony Martial secure a comprehensive 3-0 victory. After a long, enforced break, Manchester United look sharper than ever. It's the discipline that impresses me most, Martin, Gary Neville said. They came into a very hostile environment, absorbed the early pressure, and then picked Newcastle apart with clinical finishing and brilliant counter-attacks. Martial coming back into the side and tracking back, making those runs, it shows the manager has complete control of this dressing room. Marcus walked onto the pitch, offering a firm handshake to Eddie Howe. He then walked over to his defensive line, patting Maguire and Wan-Bissaka on the back for their flawless containment of the Newcastle forwards. As the team boarded the coach to head back to Manchester, the digital football world was already dissecting the clinical Boxing Day performance. At UTD Faithful, 3-0. Another clean sheet. Absolute dominance. The COVID break didn't slow us down at all. Vale is building a machine. Large red circle. At Fabrizio Romano, Manchester United secure a comfortable 3-0 win away at St James Park. Ronaldo gets a goal and an assist. Bruno with a stunner. Number MUFC. At Statman Dave, Bruno Fernandes' goal was an absolutely elite strike. At the Man UTD way, Ronaldo's pass for Martial's goal was pure class. He doesn't just score, he links the play perfectly when he drops deep. At Stretford Paddock, Wan-Bissaka put St Maximin in his pocket tonight. Didn't dive in, just watched the ball and timed his tackles perfectly. The defense looks so secure. At Rio 35, great result up north. The lads looked sharp, fit, and clinical. Marshall's run for the third goal was exactly what the boss wanted. Onwards and upwards. Large red circle flexed biceps. At Karl Anka, Vale utilizing the diamond again was a smart move against Howe's midfield. Overloaded the centre and forced Newcastle wide. Another tactical win for the new manager. Marcus sat at the front of the team bus as it rolled out of Newcastle, the rain hammering against the windows. He opened his laptop, entirely ignoring the post-match celebrations playing out on social media. The victory was already in the past. Burnley was coming to Old Trafford in 3 days. He pulled up the scouting footage, his lazy eyes locking onto the screen, ready to solve the next puzzle. Manchester United league position, 4th place, overtaking West Ham after tonight's victory, with games still in hand. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 15 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 11 goals. Diogo Jota, Liverpool, 10 goals. Pole for FL. Hayley Steinfeld. Emma Watson. Millie Alcock. Zoe Deutsch. Chapter 27, The Test. The grueling festive schedule of the Premier League showed no mercy, but Manchester United were navigating the winter storm with clinical precision. On the evening of December 30th, Sean Dyche brought his physical, uncompromising Burnley side to Old Trafford. Knowing Burnley would sit deep and invite crosses, Marcus Vale had rotated his squad to preserve fresh legs while adjusting the tactical profile. He kept the core intact. Harry Maguire, Scott McTominay, Bruno Fernandes and Cristiano Ronaldo all started, but he brought in Edinson Cavani to partner Ronaldo up front. The Uruguayan's inclusion was a direct counter to Burnley's robust centre-backs, James Tarkowski and Ben Mee. The plan worked. United secured a comfortable 3-1 victory. Cristiano Ronaldo opened the scoring with a sharp finish inside the box, bringing his Premier League tally to 12. Cavani doubled the lead with a bruising, towering header from an Alex Telles cross, proving his worth in the air. McTominay sealed the match in the second half with a low, driving shot from the edge of the penalty area. The only blemish on the evening was a lapse in concentration in the 75th minute. A chaotic, bouncing ball from a Burnley long throw-in resulted in Aaron Lennon scrambling a scrappy goal past David De Gea. It ruined the clean sheet streak. Marcus had simply jotted a note in his pocketbook, looking completely unfazed and slightly amused on the touchline, before making substitutions to kill the remaining 15 minutes. 3 points were secured. The Premier League march continued. The following morning, December 31st, the atmosphere at the Carrington Training Complex was light and buoyant. It was New Year's Eve, and the squad was riding a wave of massive confidence. The players gathered on the frost-tipped grass of pitch 1. Given that they had played the night before, Marcus mandated a recovery session. There were no heavy sprints, no intense tactical grids, and absolutely no contact. The players engaged in light jogging, dynamic stretching, and relaxed passing drills. Marcus wandered among the groups with his hands buried deep in the pockets of his thick club coat. He didn't blow a whistle or shout instructions. He just listened to the laughter and the casual banter as the players went through their rondos. The tension of the early season had completely evaporated. Winning cured almost every ailment in a football club. At 1 p.m., after the squad had showered and finished their tailored recovery meals in the canteen, Michael Carrick stood up. "All right, lads," Carrick announced, clapping his hands together once. "Everyone into the main briefing room." The players groaned playfully, expecting a tedious, hour-long video analysis session reviewing the mistakes from the Burnley match. They grabbed their water bottles and shuffled down the corridor, filing into the large, darkened room. As they took their seats, they noticed something unusual. There was no video loaded on the massive interactive smartboard. Instead, stacked neatly at every single seat around the large central table was a small, personal white whiteboard, a black dry erase marker, and a small sponge eraser. Marcus was sitting at the head of the table. He was slouched comfortably in his chair, his hands resting on his stomach, looking thoroughly amused by the confused expressions of his players. "Take a seat," Marcus said lazily, offering a goofy grin. Harry Maguire picked up his whiteboard, inspecting it. "Are we drawing our own passing networks today, boss?" A few players chuckled. "Not quite, Harry," Marcus replied, sitting up slightly but keeping his breezy posture. He picked up his own marker and tapped it against the desk. "You all know each other for a while. Some of you have played together for years. Some of you, like Jadon and Cristiano, just joined the club this season. But overall, I am seeing very good chemistry building between you on the grass. Marcus looked around the room, his eyes half closed and cheerful. But football is not just about passing the ball, Marcus continued. It is about anticipating how your teammate thinks. It is about understanding their mentality, knowing what they will do before they even do it. So, today, instead of watching a screen, we are going to play a quiz. A quiz? Scott McTominay asked, raising an eyebrow. A quiz, Marcus confirmed happily. About the club, about everyday habits, and mostly about each other's brains. We are going to test how well you actually understand the men sitting next to you. It's a telepathy test. He leaned forward, a genuinely mischievous smile crossing his face. And because I believe in motivation, there are stakes, Marcus announced. Whoever gets the most points at the end of this quiz will receive a personal gift from me. Something highly exclusive. And the loser? Bruno Fernandes asked, already uncapping his marker with a competitive glint in his eye. Ah, Marcus smiled wider. The person with the lowest score will be required to perform a completely ridiculous, highly embarrassing 30-second dance of the squad's choosing. This dance will be recorded and posted to their official social media accounts. A chorus of laughter and sudden, nervous groans erupted around the table. Furthermore, Marcus added, raising a finger to quiet them down, looking highly entertained. The loser is strictly forbidden from explaining why they are posting it. No captions. No context. Just the 30-second video. The stakes were instantly established. Professional footballers possessed massive egos and carefully curated social media profiles. The threat of a completely unexplained, humiliating dance video posted to millions of followers was a terrifying prospect. The players immediately gripped their markers, the competitive tension in the room skyrocketing. No cheating. No looking at your neighbor's board, Marcus instructed breezily. I will ask a question. You write your answer. When I say boards up, you reveal them. Michael and Mike will keep the score. Carrick and Felon stood at the back of the room with their own clipboards, grinning at the psychological exercise the manager had just orchestrated. Let's start simple. Get the brains warmed up, Marcus said casually. Question 1. What is the exact color of the car I drive to the training ground every morning? The players scribbled furiously. Boards up, Marcus called. Almost everyone flipped their boards to reveal the words green or dark green. Cristiano Ronaldo had written 1994 Volvo green. Correct, Marcus nodded. Question 2. Who is the loudest player in the dressing room when playing two-touch before a match? The scratching of markers filled the room. Boards up. Every single board in the room, without exception, had the name Eric Bailey written on it. Bailey himself burst out laughing, holding up a board that just said me. Unanimous, Marcus chuckled. Question 3. How many sugar packets does Mike Felon put in his tea? Felon crossed his arms at the back of the room, shaking his head. Boards up. There was a wide variety of answers. Dalit guessed 2. Rashford guessed 4. Nemanja Matic, observing quietly from the corner, held up a board that said none. He uses sweetener. Matic gets the point, Marcus confirmed. Question 4. Which locker door in the home dressing room at Old Trafford has the squeaky hinge? Boards up. Maguire and Agee got it right, locker 14. Jadon Sancho, being relatively new to the specific quirks of the home dressing room, guessed locker 7. He wiped his board clean, realizing he was already dropping points. Question 5. What exact time does the Carrington canteen open for breakfast? Boards up. Most of the senior players nailed it, 7:30 a.m. Question 6. Who spends the longest amount of time fixing their hair before we walk out of the tunnel? Boards up. A split decision between Cristiano Ronaldo and Jadon Sancho. Ronaldo laughed, pointing an accusing finger at Sancho, who defensively pointed back. Marcus awarded half a point to anyone who wrote either name. Question 7, Marcus said cheerfully. Which player complains the most about the temperature of the ice baths? Boards up. Bruno Fernandes. Bruno threw his hands up in mock protest. It is too cold. The Portuguese body is not meant for ice. The room laughed warmly. Marcus leaned his elbows on the table, treating the psychological review like a parlor game. All right, let's move away from the locker room and onto the pitch, Marcus grinned. Let's see if you actually know how your teammates think. Question 8. We are up 3-0 in the 80th minute against a lower table team. The game is won. What does Cristiano Ronaldo want? The players instantly began scribbling, chuckling to themselves. Boards up. More than half the squad including Bruno, Rashford and Maguire held up boards that read, to rest/to be subbed off. Marcus looked over at Ronaldo's board. Ronaldo had written, "No, I am playing until the end and score goals. I don't need a rest when there are goals on the pitch," Ronaldo said aloud, defending his board with a wide, unapologetic grin. The entire dressing room erupted into loud, affectionate groans. Of course, Dalot laughed, shaking his head. His hunger for goals knows absolutely no bounds. Cristiano gets the point, Marcus laughed softly, completely enjoying the dynamic. Question 9. It's the 89th minute. We are winning 1-0. Bruno Fernandes receives the ball near the opponent's corner flag. Does he shield it with his body to waste time, or does he attempt a highly unnecessary, incredibly risky trivela cross into the box? The players snickered as they wrote. Boards up. Every single board read, trivela cross. If the pass is there, I take it. Bruno argued, throwing a hand up. You try it even when there's 3 defenders in the way, Bruno. Maguire shot back from across the table, causing the room to erupt again. Question 10, Marcus continued, tossing his marker up and catching it. Eric Bailly receives the ball as the last man defending. An opposition striker is sprinting full speed to press him. What is Eric going to do? Boards up. Almost unanimously, the boards read, step over/croof turn. Bailly proudly held up a board that said send him to the shops. Why clear it when you can embarrass them? Bailly grinned, shrugging his shoulders. Because I would like to live past the age of 30 without having a heart attack, Eric, Marcus joked breezily. Question 11. Scott McTominay gets the ball 30 yards out. The passing lane to Jadon Sancho is wide open on the wing. But the Stretford end suddenly shouts shoot. What does Scott do? Boards up. The boards read, shoots into Rosie. Hey! I scored against Burnley last night. McTominay protested indignantly. Yet, 1 time out of 50, my friend, Fred teased, patting him on the shoulder while wiping his board. Question 12, Marcus said, keeping the rhythm fast and fun. Marcus Rashford gets fouled really hard by a right back in the first 5 minutes of the game. How does his mentality change for the rest of the match? Boards up. The majority wrote, he takes it personally and tries to embarrass him all game. Rashford nodded slowly. If they want a fight, I'll give them a fight. Question 13, Marcus smiled. Edinson Cavani is wide open in the 6-yard box for a tap-in. Cristiano Ronaldo has the ball and is already on 2 goals for the day. What happens next? Boards up. Cristiano shoots. Ronaldo smirked, not even trying to deny it. A hat-trick is a hat-trick, EDI. Cavani just laughed, shaking his head in amusement. Question 14, Marcus fired off. David De Gea screams at Victor Lindelof for missing a defensive header. Does Victor apologize, ignore him, or swear back in Swedish? Boards up. Swear in Swedish. It's true, he does, De Gea confirmed with a laugh. I don't know what he's saying, but it doesn't sound friendly. Question 15, Marcus asked, leaning back. Alex Telles has been beaten twice by a fast winger. The 3rd time the winger gets the ball, what is Alex's mindset? Boards up. Snap him in half/take the yellow card. Brazilian defending, Telles grinned, tapping his temple. You don't pass me 3 times. Question 16, Marcus said. Donny van de Beek receives a terrible, bouncing pass from a teammate that is 3 yards behind him. Does he throw his arms up and complain, or does he just quietly adjust his body and fix the pass? Boards up. Quietly fix it. Very true, Marcus noted cheerfully. Question 17. We lose the ball in the midfield. Fred is 50 yards away. What is his immediate internal reaction? Boards up. Sprint until his lungs explode. Question 18, Marcus said, looking around the room. If Diogo Dalot is inverted into the central midfield to kill a game, what is his first thought? Boards up. Why am I playing here? Try to overlap anyway. Dalot laughed along with the squad. I just want to cross the ball, boss. Question 19, Marcus smiled. If Harry Maguire is running up for an attacking corner, what is he thinking about? Boards up. Scoring a massive header. Question 20, Marcus fired off playfully. If Jadon Sancho is 1v1 against a defender, what move is he thinking about using? Boards up. The body feint. Question 21. Nemanja Matic is shielding the ball near his own penalty area. 3 players press him. Is he nervous? Boards up. No. He is asleep. Matic nodded sagely from his corner. Panic is for the young. And the final question, Marcus announced, tossing his marker onto the table. Question 22. We win the game, the final whistle blows, and the lads start celebrating in the dressing room. What does the manager do? The markers scratched for the last time. Boards up. Every single board read, tell us to focus on the next game / go to sleep. Put your markers down, Marcus laughed out loud, throwing his hands up in defeat. Okay, you have me figured out. The players wiped their hands, letting out deep breaths, chuckling at the rapid-fire nature of the test. What had started as a joke about squeaky locker doors had seamlessly blended into a highly effective, genuinely fun mental review of their teammates' specific habits and mindsets. They understood each other's psychology better now than they had in months. At the back of the room, Michael Carrick tallied the final scores on his clipboard. He walked forward and handed the sheet to Marcus. Marcus looked at the paper, a goofy smile spreading across his face. Well, Marcus said, looking up. The results are very illuminating. He placed the paper on the desk. In first place, completely unsurprising to anyone who has ever watched him read a game of football, Nemanja Matic. The room erupted into applause and cheers for the Serbian veteran. Matic offered a polite, dignified nod. His lack of pace on the pitch was completely compensated by a brain that processed every single human variable and tendency around him effortlessly. Nemanja, you will receive your reward very soon, Marcus promised cheerfully. He then looked down at the bottom of the list. The smile widened into a thoroughly amused grin. And in last place. Marcus dragged out the suspense, looking around the table. Our newest signing. Jadon Sancho. The dressing room absolutely exploded. Rashford, Fred and McTominay instantly started banging on the table, howling with laughter and pointing at the young winger. Sancho buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with a mixture of amusement and sheer dread. It's not fair. Sancho protested, lifting his head over the noise. I've only been here a few months. I don't know what Mike Phelan puts in his tea. You didn't know that Victor swears in Swedish either, Jadon. Bruno shouted across the table, laughing loudly. That's why you lost. Marcus raised a hand, still smiling broadly. The rules are the rules, Jadon, Marcus said breezily. You failed the test. You are subjected to the punishment. Marcus looked at the rest of the squad. I leave the choreography entirely up to the dressing room. Make it creative. For the next 10 minutes, the briefing room devolved into absolute, unfiltered comedy. Encouraged by Dalot, Fred and Bailey, Jadon Sancho was forced to stand in the large open space at the front of the room. Fred pulled out his phone to record the masterpiece. Sancho was instructed to perform a 30-second interpretive dance. He began by gracefully crouching on the floor, flapping his arms gently to portray a dying swan, looking utterly miserable. Suddenly, at Bailey's shouted command, Sancho threw himself onto his back, attempting a violent, aggressive breakdance windmill that made him look exactly like a fish suffocating on a dock. The routine concluded with Sancho jumping to his feet, pretending to straddle an invisible horse, and aggressively whipping a fake lasso around his head while galloping across the front of the briefing room in total silence. The entire squad was in tears. McTominay had fallen out of his chair laughing. Bruno was clutching his stomach, unable to breathe. Remember the golden rule, Jadon, Marcus called out lazily over the roaring laughter of the squad. Upload it right now. No captions. No explanations. Just the video. Sancho groaned, his face bright red as he took his phone from Fred. He hit upload on both his Twitter and Instagram accounts. They're going to think I've lost my mind, boss, Sancho said, shaking his head. They already think I've lost mine, Marcus replied cheerfully. You'll be in good company. Marcus stood up from his chair. He had successfully disguised a psychological bonding exercise as a brilliant team-building game. The players had connected on a human level, laughing together, and the morale was sky-high. All right, gentlemen. That concludes our business for the year, Marcus announced, slipping his hands into his pockets. Today is New Year's Eve. The room quieted down, waiting for the schedule. You are dismissed for the day, Marcus instructed breezily. Go home. Celebrate New Year's Eve tonight with your families, your friends, and your loved ones. Stay safe and enjoy the night. Marcus offered a lazy, polite wave toward the door. I expect all of you back here for evening training tomorrow. The second half of the season begins, and the margin for error drops to 0. Happy New Year, everyone. He walked out of the briefing room, leaving the squad in high spirits as they packed up their gear. Within 10 minutes of Jadon Sancho hitting upload, the footballing internet was entirely baffled. At UTD Faithful, Jadon Sancho just posted a 30-second video of himself doing a dying swan, transitioning into a break-dancing fish, and ending by lassoing an invisible horse in the Carrington briefing room with absolutely no caption. What is happening? Has he lost his mind? Loudly crying face. At Mark Holdbridge, I don't know what Marcus Vale is feeding these players, but Sancho just uploaded the most ridiculous, unhinged dance video I've ever seen. No context. Nothing. Marcus Vale has officially broken him. At the Man UTD way, the squad looks like they are having the time of their lives right now. I don't understand the Sancho video at all, but the vibes at this club are immaculate. At Stretford Paddock, is this a secret tactical code? Is the lasso a signal for a new pressing trap? Or has Sancho just completely lost the plot on New Year's Eve? Face with tears of joy. As Marcus strolled down the corridor toward his car, he pulled the red magnet from his pocket, rolling it lazily over his knuckles. The year 2021 was ending. He had successfully stabilized a broken club, implemented a rigid tactical structure, and brought joy back into the dressing room. But he knew the true test was waiting on the other side of midnight. The winter transfer window was opening. The noise was about to get much louder. Premier League update, as of Chapter 27. Manchester United League position, 4th place, firmly holding the Champions League qualification spot. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 15 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 12 goals. Diogo Jota, Liverpool, 10 goals. Chapter 28, The Tollgate Countdown. The freezing Manchester rain had finally stopped by the time 11 o'clock rolled around on New Year's Eve. While the majority of the Manchester United squad were settling into quiet evenings at home with their families, resting their legs for the evening training session on New Year's Day, Marcus Vale found himself sitting alone in his sprawling, silent villa in Hale Barnes. His family was back in New York. The tactical preparations for the upcoming fixtures were already complete. The house was spotless, modern, and entirely devoid of noise. Marcus looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. It read 11:05 p.m. He let out a quiet sigh. The silence of the villa, usually a comforting canvas for his terrifying intellect, felt suddenly stifling. He grabbed his keys from the marble counter and pulled on a thick, unbranded black coat. He wasn't going to spend the turn of the year staring at a blank wall or reviewing expected goals metrics. 20 minutes later, his unassuming green 1994 Volvo 850 estate pulled into a dark, damp side street a short walk from Old Trafford. Marcus locked the car, popped his collar up against the biting wind, and walked toward the glowing, crowded entrance of the tollgate. The pub was an institution for Manchester United match-going fans. On match days, it was a sea of red scarves, spilled pints, and deafening chants. Tonight, on New Year's Eve, the atmosphere was just as vibrant, filled with locals celebrating the end of a highly turbulent 2021 and drowning their lingering sorrows in local ale. Marcus pushed open the heavy wooden doors and stepped inside. The heat of the pub hit him immediately, smelling sharply of roasted malt, fried food, and damp winter coats. Classic Britpop was blaring from the jukebox in the corner, almost entirely drowned out by the roar of 100 loud, slurred conversations. Marcus walked slowly toward the bar, his hands in his pockets, his posture lazy and slouched. He squeezed past a group of men wearing retro Sharp-sponsored United kits, politely nodding as he slipped through the dense crowd. A young fan standing near a high-top table, holding a half-empty glass of cider, glanced over his shoulder. He took a sip, looked at Marcus, looked away, and then snapped his head back so fast he nearly spilled his drink all over his shoes. The fan nudged his mate violently in the ribs. His mate turned, his eyes widening to the size of saucers. Like a ripple moving across a pond, the noise in the tollgate began to drop. It didn't happen all at once. It started near the entrance, then spread to the pool tables, and finally reached the crowded bar. People stopped mid-sentence. Pints were lowered slowly to sticky wooden tables. The jukebox kept playing Oasis's Champagne Supernova, but the human noise had completely vanished. Over 100 die-hard Manchester United supporters were staring in absolute, stunned silence at the 27-year-old manager standing casually in the middle of their local pub. Marcus stopped walking. He looked around the room, his eyes half closed, a lazy, amused smile slowly spreading across his face. "What?" Marcus asked, his voice cutting through the silence effortlessly. "Have you never seen a manager walk in for a drink before?" For a split second, nobody moved. Then, an older man sitting near the bar threw his head back and barked a massive, booming laugh. "Not one that's actually winning football matches, mate." The pub erupted. The tension shattered into a roar of laughter, applause, and cheers. A chorus of Vale! 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 Briefly echoed through the room, feet stomping against the floorboards. Marcus held up a hand, politely but firmly shutting the chant down. "Don't sing for me," Marcus said smoothly, his voice carrying over the din. "I just sit in a heated chair for 90 minutes. Sing for the players making the recovery sprints. They actually win the games." The fans cheered even louder at the deflection, appreciating the focus on the squad and the utter lack of ego. Marcus strolled up to the bar as the crowd eagerly parted to let him through. The bartender, a heavy-set man with a faded United crest tattooed on his forearm, wiped the counter rapidly with a towel and looked at him in sheer disbelief. "What can I get you, boss?" the bartender asked. "It's on the house. Whatever you want." "A pint of your best dark stout, please," Marcus requested cheerfully, leaning his elbows on the bar. The bartender blinked, pulling a pint glass. "Stout? Figured you'd be a sparkling water or a protein shake kind of bloke, given the fitness regimes we've been reading about." "It's New Year's Eve, mate," Marcus smiled lazily. "I am off the clock now. Tomorrow, I go back to being a dictator." The bartender laughed, sliding the dark, perfectly poured pint across the wood. Marcus took a long sip, nodding his approval. He turned around, leaning his back against the bar. He was immediately approached by a crowd of fans, a mix of younger lads in tracksuits and older, grizzled veterans of the Stretford end. "Boss," a fan named Liam said, stepping forward with a wide grin. "I just have to say, thank you. You've completely saved our season. The standards at the club were in the gutter after Watford. You've come in and made us a proper team again. 7 wins, 6 clean sheets. You are a genius." Marcus took another sip of his stout, swallowing slowly. "I appreciate the kind words," Marcus said breezily. He offered a sly, knowing smirk. "But I want to hear you say that when I lose 3 matches in a row. You will be asking for my head on a spike outside the Munich tunnel just like you did with Solskjær." The group around the bar burst out laughing, nodding at the harsh, undeniable truth of the statement. "He's not wrong." The older fan, Dave, chuckled, gesturing with his pint. "When Ole first came in, we wanted him given a 10-year contract and a knighthood. 2 months ago, we wanted him chased out of Manchester with pitchforks. Football fans are a fickle bunch, Marcus. But right now, you're untouchable." The bartender, watching from behind the taps, noticed something striking. Despite Marcus's lazy, slouching posture, he was giving the working-class fans his undivided attention. He didn't check his phone. He didn't nervously scan the room for an exit or act like he was doing them a massive favor by gracing them with his presence. He was entirely present, treating the locals with a quiet, grounded respect that contrasted sharply with his ruthless media persona. A younger fan named Tommy, wearing a retro sharp kit, pushed his way to the front. He had the intense, slightly frantic energy of a fan who spent 12 hours a day arguing on Twitter Spaces. "Boss, what about the net spend?" Tommy demanded, jumping straight into the corporate side of things. "I've been tracking the amortizations. Arsenal spent 150 million in the summer. We need a massive war chest in January. Is Axiom going to give you 200 million to spend?" Marcus looked at Tommy, his eyes half closing in amusement. "Tommy, if you need a 200 million pound war chest to beat Burnley or Norwich, you are in the wrong profession," Marcus answered smoothly. "Net spend is mostly just a comfortable excuse used by managers to explain bad coaching and terrible scouting. We don't need a war chest. We just need surgical efficiency. Good coaching is entirely free." But the midfield? Tommy protested. We can't survive with just McTominay and Fred forever. We won't have to, Marcus deflected effortlessly, keeping his tone light and playful. A fan named Gaz, who had clearly consumed several pints already, slammed his hand on a nearby table. I've got a tactical idea for you, boss, Gaz slurred slightly, pulling a damp beer mat toward him. I play a lot of FIFA. Ultimate Team, yet? If we play a 2-5-3 formation, we just put everyone in the box. Overload them. No one plays a 2-5-3 in real life, you'd catch them totally off guard. Marcus chuckled, stepping away from the bar and walking over to Gaz's table. He pulled a pen from his inside coat pocket. A 2-5-3, Marcus mused. He drew a crude rectangle on the damp cardboard of the beer mat. He drew 2 dots at the bottom. Okay, Gaz. Here are your 2 center-backs. Where are your full-backs? Don't need M. Gaz declared proudly. Put M in midfield. Right, Marcus smiled, drawing 5 dots in the middle. So, when Sadio Mane or Mo Salah receive the ball on the wing, who is defending them? Gaz blinked, looking at the beer mat. The centre-backs shift over. If the centre-back shifts over to the wing, Marcus drew an arrow, who is defending the penalty box when the cross comes in. Gaz stared at the cardboard, his grand tactical master plan falling apart before his eyes under the weight of basic geometry. Ah! Right. We concede. You concede 10, Marcus corrected cheerfully, patting Gaz on the shoulder. Stick to the PlayStation, Gaz. I'll handle the grass. The pub roared with laughter at the casual, entirely friendly tactical dismantling. Another fan, Phil, who had the intense look of a man who appreciated the dark arts of the game, leaned in. You know what you need to do, boss. Phil said, pointing a finger. You need to fix the ball boys. Marcus raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. The ball boys? Yet. Phil insisted. When we were losing under Ole, the ball boys at Old Trafford were taking 10 seconds to throw the ball back. They were killing our own momentum. And when we were winning, they were giving the ball back to the opposition instantly so they could take quick throw-ins. You need to train them. When we are winning 1-0, those kids need to suddenly develop severe arthritis. Hide the ball under their coats. Marcus paused. He looked at Phil, realizing the fan was right. The micro-details of home advantage had been completely neglected. Marcus pulled his phone from his pocket and typed a quick note into his memo app. Phil, you are a genius, Marcus said, slipping his phone away. Home advantage isn't just the pitch. It's the perimeter. Consider it done. Phil looked like he had just won the lottery, grinning wildly at his mates. Told you. I told you he'd listen. And what about the tunnel? Phil pressed, emboldened by his success. We are too nice in the tunnel before the game. Everyone is hugging and shaking hands with the opposition. You need to bring Roy Keane back to the club. Don't even pay him to coach. Just pay him 50 grand a week to stand in the tunnel as an enforcer and glare at the opposition before they walk out. Marcus let out a loud laugh. A tunnel enforcer. I like the concept, Phil, but I think Roy is too busy yelling at Micah Richards on television right now. Maybe we'll just put a life-sized cardboard cutout of Nemanja Vidic next to the away dressing room. Speaking of set pieces and defending, a burly man named Steve chimed in from the back of the group, steering the conversation back to the pitch. What are we doing about attacking corners? It's doing my head in. Harry Maguire gets wrestled to the ground every single time the ball comes in, and the referees never give a penalty. Set pieces aren't even football anymore, boss. Marcus nodded, taking a sip of his stout. It is an issue. The referees let defenders get away with holding. I'm telling you, boss, Steve continued, waving his hands animatedly. It's basically a grappling match in the box. Instead of hiring another set-piece coach who talks about angles and delivery, you might as well just go out and hire a bloody WWE wrestling coach to teach them how to escape a headlock. Teach them a Greco-Roman hip toss or some proper grappling leverage to get free of the markers. Marcus lowered his glass. For a second, he just stared at the fan. Then, Marcus threw his head back and genuinely, loudly laughed. It wasn't his usual lazy chuckle, it was a full, loud burst of genuine amusement. A wrestling coach, Marcus repeated, wiping a tear of laughter from his eye. He looked at Steve, shaking his head in admiration. You know what, Steve? That, is actually an incredibly brilliant idea. You're completely right. Steve puffed his chest out slightly, looking extremely proud of himself. Really? Really? Marcus confirmed. It's about lowering the center of gravity to slip a zonal screen without triggering an offensive foul. It's pure physics. If you understand grappling leverage, you can displace a defender twice your size using their own momentum. Marcus pulled his phone out again and added a second note. Judo/wrestling coach for penalty box grappling evasion. Contact Axiom HR. He wasn't patronizing the fan, he was entirely serious. The best, most disruptive ideas often came from outside the isolated, rigid bubble of professional football. All right, boss, enough shop talk, Liam said, gesturing toward the back of the pub where a worn bristle dartboard was mounted under a dim spotlight. You reckon you can throw a dart? Marcus looked past the crowd. I've been known to throw a few. Wait, Dave interrupted with a cheeky grin, stopping Marcus before he reached the okie. Let's make it interesting. A proper wager. If you miss the 180, you have to tell us the name of one midfielder you're buying in January. If you hit it, Liam buys your table's drinks all night. Liam's eyes widened, but the pub cheered in raucous agreement, eager for transfer gossip. I bet you analyze the dart before you throw it, don't you? Gaz teased. It's just trajectories and muscle memory, Gaz, Marcus smiled. Deal. The crowd parted, creating a makeshift walkway. Marcus stepped up to the line, placing his pint glass on a nearby table. A fan handed him 3 battered pub darts with frayed, mismatched flights. Marcus held the first dart. He didn't square his shoulders, measure the distance, or adopt a rigid, professional stance. He just stood casually, his left hand still buried deep in his coat pocket. He barely seemed to aim. He just flicked his wrist. Thwack! The dart buried itself perfectly in the tiny red rectangle of the treble 20. A murmur of surprise went through the crowd. Marcus flicked his wrist a second time, a lazy, effortless motion. Thwack! Right next to the first one. Treble 20. The pub went completely silent, watching intently. The transfer target was on the line. Marcus didn't pause. He tossed the third dart with the exact same breezy motion. Thwack! 180. The 3 darts were clustered so tightly in the treble 20 bed that the plastic flights were touching each other. The tollgate erupted. Fans were shouting, spilling pints, and grabbing their heads in sheer disbelief. Marcus turned around, a goofy, easygoing smile on his face, offering a lazy shrug to Dave as if he had just gotten lucky. He had effortlessly secured his transfer secrets using basic, terrifying hand-eye coordination. Is there anything he can't do? Liam shouted over the noise, clapping Marcus on the shoulder and resigning himself to paying a massive bar tab for the next round of pints. I can't drink warm cider, Marcus joked, picking his stout back up. Suddenly, the jukebox music cut out completely. The bartender grabbed a microphone from behind the till, his voice booming over the speakers. All right, you lot. The bartender bellowed. 30 seconds to midnight. Glasses up. The crowd shifted their attention to the digital clock counting down above the bar. Marcus stood among them, holding his glass, completely immersed in the normal, grounded reality of the Manchester locals. The smell of beer, the damp heat, the raw, unfiltered passion of the people who lived for the weekends. 10. The pub roared in unison, pints raised high. 9. 8. Marcus smiled, looking around the room at the tired, hopeful faces of the supporters. They didn't care about Axiom stock valuation, expected goal matrices, or global commercial leverage. They just cared about the red shirt. 3. 2. 1. Happy New Year! The tollgate exploded into deafening cheers. Strangers hugged each other tightly. Pints were clinked together violently, splashing foam across the floorboards. The nostalgic, ringing chords of Auld Lang Syne began to play over the pub speakers. Marcus raised his glass, toasting the fans around him, finishing the last dark dregs of his stout. He stayed for another 20 minutes, shaking hands, taking a few blurry, joyous selfies with supporters who still couldn't believe their luck, and listening to a few more highly questionable tactical suggestions involving signing retired Brazilian legends. At 12:30 a.m., he offered a final wave, slipped quietly out the side door, and left the chaotic warmth of the pub for the freezing Manchester night. He walked back to his unassuming Volvo, his breath pluming in the cold air. Distant fireworks cracked and boomed over the Manchester skyline, lighting up the low-hanging clouds in bursts of green and red. He climbed into the driver's seat and started the silent electric engine. He drove back toward Hale Barnes, the dark, empty streets a stark contrast to the pub. As the Volvo glided smoothly through the night, the car's stereo wasn't playing sports radio, post-match analysis, or celebratory music. Instead, Marcus was listening to a dense, incredibly dry hours-long audiobook detailing the history of advanced behavioral psychology and game theory within enclosed systems. The monotonous voice of the narrator filled the cabin. His multi-layered intellect was powering down, seamlessly switching from the chaotic, emotional warmth of the pub back to cold, calculated, structural mechanics. The celebration was over. 2021 was finished. The January transfer window was officially open, and the second half of the season was waiting. January 1, 2022. 9 a.m. The morning of New Year's Day at the Carrington Training Complex was incredibly quiet. The squad wasn't due in for evening training until 4 p.m. Marcus sat in his office, holding a fresh cup of green tea, looking over the final digital contract on his monitor. Alexander Vance sat opposite him, looking fresh and impeccably dressed despite the holiday. The registration paperwork has cleared the FA servers, Vance confirmed, tapping his tablet. Atletico Madrid has officially countersigned the release. Kieran Trippier is legally a Manchester United player. Schedule his medical checks for tomorrow morning, Marcus instructed smoothly. He trains with the squad on Monday. The media team has the announcement prepared, Vance said, looking at his watch. They are waiting for your authorization to push it to the social channels. Do it at noon, Marcus said lazily. Let the fans wake up first. January 1, 2022. 12 p.m. The footballing world woke up slowly, nursing heavy New Year's hangovers. The sports news cycle was quiet, filled mostly with generic highlight reels of the past year and lazy rumors of potential mid-January loans. Then, exactly at noon, the official Manchester United Twitter account sent out a single post. There was no drawn-out commercial build-up. There was no cryptic teaser video featuring a piano or a dramatic hashtag campaign. It was just a clean, high-resolution photograph of a player standing on the immaculate grass of Pitch 1 at Carrington, holding a red Manchester United shirt. At Man UTD. Happy New Year, Reds. Welcome to Manchester, at Trippier 2. Large red circle number MUFC. The tweet included a link to a brief, clinical club statement confirming that Axiom Global Partners had successfully completed the £14 million transfer of Kieran Trippier from Atletico Madrid. The paperwork had been filed the absolute second the window opened. He was fully registered and available for selection immediately. The internet, previously sluggish from the holiday, jolted into absolute overdrive. At Fabrizio Romano, official and confirmed. Kieran Trippier joins Manchester United. Deal completed rapidly by the new Axiom board. Marcus Vale identified the target and secured him on day one of the window. Incredible efficiency. Large red circle white heavy check mark number MUFC. At Mark Holdbridge, no messing about. Day one of the window. We actually bought a player on the first day. I am crying tears of joy. Welcome to the biggest club in the world, Kieran. Trippier crosses to Ronaldo, the league isn't ready. At UTD Faithful, the Glazers would have briefed the media for 31 days, haggled over image rights, and then missed the deadline by 5 minutes. Vale got it done while we were all sleeping. Elite club operations are back. At Stretford Paddock, what a New Year's gift. Right back sorted. He brings title-winning experience from La Liga, elite set-piece delivery, and he actually wants to be here. Beautiful business. At the Man UTD way, Marcus Vale sold Pogba, cleared the wage bill, and bought a title-winning right-back. I don't care what anyone says, this manager is a tactical and corporate genius. At AFC Gunner, United doing smart, early business is actually terrifying. They usually panic buy on deadline day. Trippier is a quality signing for that price. At Chelsea transfer, fair play. They identified that Wan-Bissaka can't cross a ball to save his life, and they went out and bought a specialist for £14 million. The Axiom era is looking very competent. At Statman Dave, Kieran Trippier completes Marcus Vale's wide attacking profile. With Telles on the left and Trippier on the right, United's crossing metrics and expected assists, XA, from the full-backs will double. A perfect fit for a narrow diamond midfield. At Red Evil 99, I was in the tollgate last night and Marcus Vale actually walked in, drank a pint of stout, hit a 180 on the darts board after a fan bet him for transfer secrets, laughed at a bloke suggesting we hire a WWE coach, and left. The man is a literal legend. At Football Vlogs, wait, did Vale actually go to a pub last night? The vibes around this club are immaculate right now. Happy New Year, Reds! Bring on the second half of the season. At Carrington, Marcus closed the Twitter tab on his laptop. He didn't celebrate the announcement. He simply pulled up the dossier for their next opponent and began to work. The right flank was fixed. The midfield pivot was next. Manchester United League position, 4th place. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 15 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 12 goals. Diogo Jota, Liverpool, 10 goals. Chapter 29, Mun vs Wolves. The chaotic energy of the January transfer window was in full swing, but inside the executive wing at Carrington, the atmosphere was entirely calm. Alexander Vance sat behind his desk, surrounded by multiple glowing monitors. The Axiom Global Partners CEO was operating the corporate levers with terrifying speed. Marcus Vale pushed open the door and wandered into the office, his hands buried deep in the pockets of his club tracksuit. He dropped lazily into the guest chair, pulling his red tactical magnet from his pocket. Trippier is training well, Marcus said breezily, flipping the magnet. His delivery from wide areas is going to change the entire dynamic of our right side. Now, what is the status of the midfield? Vance smiled, bringing up a highly encrypted spreadsheet. The structural phase of the window is nearly complete, Vance reported confidently. Our Swiss intermediaries have finalized the transfer fees for both Denis Zakaria and Bruno Guimaraes. Gladbach accepted £6 million for Zakaria rather than losing him for free, and Jean-Michel Aulas at Lyon accepted £42 million for Guimaraes. And the players? Marcus asked, leaning forward slightly. We are currently negotiating personal terms with both camps, Vance confirmed. It is a formality. They both want to come. The contracts will be signed and the players will be in Manchester before the end of the week. Marcus let out a slow, satisfied breath. The midfield pivot was finally secured. He would have the physical destroyer and the elite controller required to perfect his system. Excellent, Marcus nodded. Now, the outgoings. What is happening with Jesse Lingard? We have 2 formal transfer offers, Vance said, checking his notes. West Ham United and Newcastle United. Newcastle has significantly more capital. They are offering a £15 million transfer fee. However, Lingard's representatives have made it clear he prefers to return to West Ham, where he had a successful loan spell last season, even though their bid is lower. Marcus didn't hesitate. Let him go to West Ham. Vance raised an eyebrow. It is a less lucrative deal for the club, Marcus. Newcastle's offer is financially superior. I am aware of the finances, Marcus replied smoothly, pocketing his magnet. But Jesse has been at this football club since he was 7 years old. He has served the shirt well. He wants to go back to London where he is comfortable. Allowing him to choose his destination is the least we can do. We are ruthless with our tactical standards, Alex, but we don't have to be cruel when players leave. Send him to West Ham. Understood, Vance nodded, appreciating the human element amidst the corporate restructuring. Moving on to Anthony Martial. The loan offers are concrete. Sevilla, Juventus, and Barcelona have all submitted formal proposals. Marcus leaned back, his eyes half closing as he thought about the French forward. He had given Martial a chance against Newcastle, and he had scored. But against Crystal Palace, Martial had reverted to his old habits, refusing to track back and nearly costing the team a goal. Let the player decide for himself where he wants to go on loan, Marcus stated, his voice turning cold. But Alex, instruct the negotiators to push for a mandatory obligation to buy, not just an option. I want him sold permanently. You have given up on him entirely? Vance asked, making a note on the file. He is an incredibly gifted footballer, Marcus admitted calmly. But I don't think he is the right one for my team. He doesn't have that innate hunger to work without the ball. He needs constant motivation, or an emotional arm around his shoulder, or some kind of specific stimulus just to play a good game. I cannot accept that. There should be hunger to prove when they play for United. Consider it done, Vance agreed. I will also finalize the loan departures for Amad Diallo and a few other academy players. We have excellent offers from the championship that will guarantee them first team minutes. Good, Marcus nodded. That leaves the last target. Paulo Dybala. Vance sighed slightly, pulling up a different screen. Juventus are being incredibly difficult. Their financial situation is a mess, but they are playing hardball on the fee. We are still in talks, but it is dragging out. Finish it, Marcus ordered, his tone hardening. Finish it within the first 2 weeks of the transfer window. If Juventus keeps stalling, walk away. I do not want transfer sagas distracting the dressing room in late January when we have critical Premier League fixtures. If we can't secure Dybala quickly, we rely on Greenwood and Rashford. I will issue Juventus a strict 48-hour deadline, Vance promised, understanding the urgency. Marcus stood up, stretching his arms casually. Before I leave, I have a very specific staff recruitment request. Vance looked up, ready to type. Another data analyst. No, Marcus smiled lazily. I want you to search the market for a high-level wrestling and mixed martial arts expert. I want them on the payroll by next month. Vance paused, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. He looked at Marcus as if the manager had suddenly spoken in a different language. A wrestling expert. Vance repeated slowly. Marcus, this is a football club. I am aware, Marcus chuckled, walking toward the door. I had a very illuminating discussion with a group of fans at a local pub on New Year's Eve. Defending and attacking corner kicks in the Premier League is no longer about footballing ability. It is about grappling. It is purely physical leverage. I want an MMA expert to come in and teach players how to legally break a grapple, lower their center of gravity, and slip a zonal screen without committing an offensive foul. Vance stared at Marcus for a long moment, completely bewildered by the unconventional logic. Then, he slowly smiled, shaking his head. Only you would take pub banter and turn it into elite sports science, Vance laughed, making the note. I'll find you a grappling coach, Marcus. Thank you, Alex. I'll see you on the grass. Monday night at Old Trafford brought a freezing, swirling wind, but the atmosphere inside the stadium was red hot. The fans were eager to see the team extend their winning run. High in the gantry, Martin Tyler and Gary Neville set the scene as the players walked out of the tunnel. Welcome to a bitterly cold Monday Night Football, Tyler announced. Manchester United host Wolverhampton Wanderers. Marcus Vail is looking to maintain his perfect record, but tonight he faces a very stubborn opponent. Wolves have been incredibly difficult to break down this season. It's a fascinating tactical battle tonight, Martin, Neville added, looking at his touchscreen monitor. Under Bruno Lage, Wolves play a very strict 3-4-3 formation. They sit deep with 3 central defenders and 2 holding midfielders, Ruben Neves and João Moutinho. They will try to congest the center of the pitch entirely. To counter this, Marcus Vail has kept his 4-4-2 narrow midfield. The referee blew the whistle, and the tactical chess match began. Wolves immediately dropped into their defensive shape, forming an impenetrable wall of old gold shirts 30 yards from their own goal. United took control of possession, but finding a passing lane through the dense midfield was incredibly difficult. However, United were not playing conventionally. Look at the positioning of Bruno Fernandes and Donny van de Beek, Neville pointed out 10 minutes into the match. They aren't playing centrally. They are standing exactly 10 yards to the left and right of Neves and Moutinho. They are occupying the half spaces, deliberately stretching the Wolves' midfield horizontally. If Neves steps out to close down Bruno, a massive gap opens in the middle. Despite the intelligent spacing, Wolves remained incredibly disciplined. In the 18th minute, Edinson Cavani decided to change the dynamic using his experience. If he couldn't beat Connor Cody with a pass, he would beat him psychologically. When the ball was nowhere near them, Cavani began a relentless campaign of dark arts. He constantly bumped shoulders with the Wolves captain. He stepped on Cody's toes during dead balls. He made exhausting, high-speed dummy runs into the channels, forcing Cody to track him, only to stop dead and jog back. It was a masterclass in mental and physical training. Wolves, realizing they couldn't control the ball, relied entirely on their most dangerous weapon, the raw, explosive pace of Adama Traoré on the right wing. In the 28th minute, Wolves launched their first genuine counter-attack. Traoré received the ball on the flank, turned, and ignited his terrifying acceleration. He drove directly at Alex Telles, looking to isolate the Brazilian fullback. But Marcus Vail had anticipated the threat perfectly. Telles didn't dive into the tackle. Instead, he deliberately shifted his body, leaving the inside channel completely open while blocking the outside lane. Tels baited Traore into cutting onto his weaker left foot. Traore took the bait, cutting inside sharply. He ran straight into a brick wall. Scott McTominay, executing the double-team trap flawlessly, was waiting exactly where Tels had directed the winger. McTominay executed a strong, commanding sliding tackle, sweeping the ball cleanly away and neutralizing the danger instantly. Brilliant, coordinated defending from United, Tyler praised. They funneled Traore right into the trap. As the first half wore on, United's patience began to bear fruit. The relentless passing combinations from Donny, Bruno and Sancho started to tire the Wolves' midfield, and Cavani's physical harassment was taking its toll on Cody. In the 41st minute, the breakthrough finally arrived. Aaron Wan-Bissaka, who had tucked centrally alongside McTominay to form the defensive shield, intercepted a hurried Wolves clearance near the halfway line. He instantly played a sharp pass into Bruno Fernandes in the right half space. Bruno didn't hesitate. He played a rapid one-touch pass forward to Jadon Sancho on the right wing. Sancho isolated his defender, Fernando Markel. He dropped his shoulder, faked a cross, and then checked back onto his left foot, creating a yard of space. Inside the penalty area, the United forwards moved with lethal synchronization. Cristiano Ronaldo suddenly made a violent, aggressive sprint toward the back post. His movement was so terrifyingly dangerous that both Romain Saiss and Max Kilman panicked and followed him, completely abandoning their zones. Ronaldo's gravity dragged the entire left side of the Wolves' defense away. That left Edinson Cavani isolated one-on-one with a mentally exhausted Connor Cody at the near post. The Uruguayan veteran didn't just run blindly. He executed a brilliant, curved run, darting toward the near post before suddenly checking his momentum and peeling away to the penalty spot, entirely losing Cody in the process. Sancho spotted the movement. He clipped a perfectly weighted, lofted cross directly into the space Cavani had created. Cavani met the ball perfectly, snapping his neck to generate power, and buried a textbook header past Jose Sa into the bottom corner of the net. Cavani! Tyler roared as Old Trafford erupted. A classic centre-forward's goal. Patience pays off for Manchester United. A beautiful cross from Jadon Sancho, and Edinson Cavani makes no mistake. Cavani sprinted toward the corner flag, pulling an imaginary arrow from his quiver and firing it into the Stretford end, his trademark celebration sending the fans into a frenzy. That is pure, elite striker movement, Martin, Neville analyzed over the replay. But watch Cristiano Ronaldo. He doesn't even touch the ball, but his run to the back post takes two defenders with him. He acts as the ultimate decoy. Cody is left all alone with Cavani, and the Uruguayan spins him beautifully. A fantastic, coordinated team goal. United took the 1-0 lead into the halftime break. The second half began with Wolves attempting to push slightly higher up the pitch to salvage a point, but their attacking threat remained blunt against United's disciplined defensive shape. Wan-Bissaka and Tels refused to be drawn out of position, and McTominay shielded the centre-backs flawlessly. In the 65th minute, Bruno Lage rolled the dice, bringing on Fabio Silva and Daniel Podence to add more attacking flair. The tactical shift left Wolves vulnerable in the centre of the pitch. In the 73rd minute, United exploited that exact vulnerability with a breathtaking piece of combination play. Victor Lindelof intercepted a loose pass from Podence on the edge of the United penalty area. He immediately played it forward to Bruno Fernandes. Bruno looked up. The pitch was finally open. He drove forward, carrying the ball over the halfway line, leading a rapid counter-attack. He drew both Ruben Neves and Cody toward him. Just as they closed in, Bruno slipped a perfectly timed pass into the path of Donny van de Beek, who was sprinting down the left channel. Donny collected the ball just inside the penalty area. He looked up, assessing the options. Ronaldo was making a hard run to the near post, taking two defenders with him. But Donny didn't force the cross to Ronaldo. He recognized the pattern developing behind him. It was a classic third-man run. Donny faked a shot with his right foot, completely freezing the Wolves defender in front of him. Instead of shooting, he cut the ball backward across the face of the penalty area to the trailing runner who had arrived entirely unseen. Jadon Sancho had sprinted 50 yards to join the attack. He arrived at the edge of the box perfectly in stride. Sancho didn't take a touch. He opened his hips and struck a precise, side-footed shot that curled beautifully around the diving goalkeeper and nestled into the bottom right corner of the net. Sancho! Tyler shouted over the deafening noise. A clinical, sweeping counter-attack. Donny van de Beek with the composure, and Jadon Sancho with the precise finish. Manchester United double their lead. Sancho slid on his knees, a massive smile on his face, pointing directly at Donny for the unselfish assist. "That is a beautiful team goal," Neville praised. "Look at the intelligence from Van de Beek. 90% of players lash a shot across goal from that angle. He fakes the shot, completely unbalances the defender, and finds the unseen third man in Sancho perfectly. And what a game Sancho is having. An assist in the first half, a goal in the second. Vale has completely unlocked him." At 2-0 down, the fight drained completely out of the Wolves team. United managed the final 15 minutes with absolute ease, circulating the ball and neutralizing any desperate attempts to get back into the match. When the final whistle blew, a loud, satisfied cheer echoed around the stadium. Full time, Manchester United 2-0 Wolverhampton Wanderers. Another highly professional performance from Marcus Vale's side, Tyler concluded. They had to be patient, they had to break down a very stubborn defence, but goals from Cavani and Sancho secure a very comfortable 2-0 victory. "It's 7 wins from 7 in the Premier League, Martin," Neville noted, clearly impressed. "And 6 clean sheets. The defensive turnaround is nothing short of miraculous. They didn't panic when Wolves sat deep. They trusted the system, and it paid off. This is a very serious football team right now." Marcus walked onto the pitch, his hands in his pockets, offering brief handshakes to his players before disappearing down the tunnel. The tactical puzzle had been solved. The digital reaction to the match was filled with praise for the manager's rotational decisions. At UTD Faithful, 7 wins in a row. 6 clean sheets. Cavani's movement for the first goal was vintage. Large red circle fire. At Fabrizio Romano, Manchester United secure another 2-0 victory. Jadon Sancho and Edinson Cavani on the scoresheet. The Marcus Vale era continues to build momentum. Number MUFC. At Mark Holdbridge, Sancho is back. A goal and an assist. That is what happens when you give him clear instructions and let him combine with intelligent players like Donny. Vale is a genius. At Statman Dave, United faced a heavy low block today and generated an XG of 2.1. The patience to keep recycling the ball until the gap opened was elite. Cavani justified his start instantly. At the Man UTD way, Ronaldo didn't score today, but he occupied 2 defenders all match, allowing Cavani and Sancho to find the space. He is playing for the team. At Stretford Paddock, Donny van de Beek's fake shot for the assist was pure filth. He is so composed in the final third. We finally have a midfield that can actually pass the ball. At Rio 35, another clean sheet. Patient in the first half, lethal in the second. Sancho looked electric today. The squad is looking so balanced. Large red circle clapping hands sign. At Philosophy, Wolves, 0.32, 0-2, 2.10, Man UTD. Wolves failed to register a single shot on target. The United defensive structure under Vale is mathematically elite. At United Stand Mufk, Wan-Bissaka was excellent defensively again today. Traore got nowhere near him. With Trippier arriving this week, the competition on that right side is going to be fierce. At Karl Anka, Vale rotating Rashford out for Cavani to combat the low block was a superb, proactive managerial decision. He doesn't just play the biggest names, he plays the right profiles. Manchester United league position, 4th place, solidifying their spot in the top 4, increasing the gap to 5th place. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 16 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 12 goals. Diogo Jota, Liverpool, 10 goals. Final poll for FL. Millie Alcock. Haley Steinfeld. Chapter 30, The Winter Reckoning. The first week of January brought a relentless, freezing rain to Manchester, but inside the Jimmy Murphy Centre at Carrington, the flashbulbs were popping with a warm, celebratory intensity. The Premier League had arrived to hand out the monthly accolades for December. Given Manchester United's flawless run of form under their new manager securing maximum points across their domestic fixtures while keeping multiple clean sheets, the recipients were a foregone conclusion. Cristiano Ronaldo stood in front of the sponsor boards, holding the heavy Premier League Player of the Month trophy. He looked immaculate in his training gear, projecting the polished, media-trained charisma of a man entirely comfortable with individual recognition. Beside him, holding the Manager of the Month award, stood Marcus Vale. Marcus looked completely unbothered. He wore his standard black club tracksuit zipped up to his chin, holding the prestigious award under his arm like a textbook, his half-closed eyes aimed lazily toward the cameras. Cristiano, the Premier League media official prompted, stepping forward with a microphone. A brilliant month for you personally and for the club. How does it feel to pick up this award? Ronaldo offered a practiced, gleaming smile. Thank you. It is always an honor to be recognized, but individual awards are just a reflection of the team. The squad has worked incredibly hard over the last month to adapt to the new tactics. We are defending as a unit, we are attacking with purpose, and the results are showing on the pitch. We want to carry this momentum into the second half of the season. Excellent words, Cristiano, the official beamed, before turning the microphone toward the 27-year-old manager. Marcus, your first full month in the Premier League, and you take home the top prize. How does it feel to receive this recognition so early in your tenure? Marcus let out a soft, barely perceptible sigh. He didn't offer a spontaneous, passionate monologue about his pride in the badge. He didn't offer a humble deflection. Instead, he reached into the pocket of his tracksuit trousers and pulled out a neatly folded piece of white paper. Alexander Vance, knowing Marcus's absolute disdain for performative humility and PR charades, had explicitly ordered the club's communications department to draft a safe, sponsor-friendly speech and instructed Marcus to read it. Marcus unfolded the paper. He didn't make eye contact with the cameras. He simply began to read the document aloud, completely deadpan, starting from the very top margin. Date, Marcus read in a flat, monotonous voice. January 7, 2022. Subject line. Acceptance speech to be given by Marcus Vale upon receiving the Manager of the Month award. The media official blinked, momentarily stunned, as Marcus continued reading the exact formatting notes aloud. Pause for applause, Marcus read, not pausing at all. I am deeply honored to accept this award. It is a testament to the hard work of the coaching staff, the dedication of the players, and the unwavering support of the fans. Insert standard smile here. Marcus did not smile. The Premier League is the most competitive division in the world, Marcus droned on, his eyes scanning the lines like a bored student reading a textbook. And to be recognized by the FA is a true privilege. Thank you. End of speech. He folded the paper back up, slipped it casually into his pocket, and looked at the utterly speechless media official. Thank you, Marcus added politely. Off to the side, completely outside the frame of the primary cameras, Cristiano Ronaldo was attempting to hold his laughter. His shoulders were shaking as he failed to suppress a genuine, loud bout of laughter. The absurdity of the manager reading the literal PR stage directions aloud was too much for him. Marcus turned, offering a lazy nod to the room, and walked out the side door, leaving the broadcast crew staring after him. Ronaldo quickly followed, still chuckling as they headed down the corridor toward the training pitches. You are going to give the PR department a heart attack, Mark, Ronaldo laughed as they stepped out into the cold air. They asked me to read the paper, Ronnie, Marcus replied breezily, slipping his hands into his pockets. I read the paper. I followed instructions. While the media processed the bizarre, instantly viral award ceremony, the relentless reality of the English football calendar demanded immediate attention. Just 48 hours later, Manchester United welcomed Steven Gerrard's Aston Villa to Old Trafford for the third round of the FA Cup. Marcus rested the entire core team. Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, McTominay, Maguire, and De Gea were all given the night off. He fielded a heavily rotated side, giving crucial minutes to fringe players who had spent the last month watching the tactical revolution from the bench. Dean Henderson started in goal. Diogo Dalot, Eric Bailly, Victor Lindelof, and Luke Shaw formed the back line. Nemanja Matic anchored the midfield alongside Fred. Juan Mata started in the advanced midfield role, supporting a front two of Mason Greenwood and Marcus Rashford. Welcome to a freezing Old Trafford for this FA Cup third-round tie, Martin Tyler announced on the BBC broadcast. Marcus Vale has completely shuffled his pack tonight, resting his superstars after a brilliant run of form in the Premier League. Steven Gerrard's Aston Villa will smell an opportunity here against a disjointed United side. It's a massive test of the squad's depth, Martin, Alan Shearer noted in the CO commentary seat. Vale has drilled this system into the starting 11, but can players like Mata execute the pressing triggers with the same intensity? Villa are a well-organized team, they won't make it easy. Down on the touchline, Marcus stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the opening exchanges. Aston Villa started brightly. John McGinn and Douglas Lewis controlled the early possession, probing the United defence. In the 12th minute, Villa tried to exploit the lack of pace in United's centre-back pairing. Douglas Lewis clipped a precise, looping ball over the top of Lindelof, aiming for Ollie Watkins to sprint onto. Under normal circumstances, Watkins's pace would have resulted in a clear one-on-one chance. But Marcus had specifically adjusted for David de Gea's absence. Dean Henderson was a vastly different profile of goalkeeper. Recognizing the danger instantly, Henderson sprinted aggressively 20 yards out of his penalty box. He didn't hesitate. He launched himself into a massive, sweeping slide tackle, smashing the ball cleanly out of play and into the stands before Watkins could even take a touch. The Old Trafford crowd roared their approval. Marcus offered a slow, satisfied nod from the touchline. Henderson's proactive sweeping perfectly covered the slower centre-backs. Marcus's game plan for the evening was heavily focused on the flanks. He had specifically targeted Matty Cash on Villa's right side. Every time Cash received the ball and attempted to overlap, Alex Telles and Marcus Rashford instantly formed a double team, trapping him against the touchline and exploiting the massive space he left behind. In the centre of the pitch, Juan Mata was proving that footballing intelligence could effortlessly compensate for aging legs. In the 24th minute, Tyrone Mings looked to play a sharp vertical pass into Emi Buendia. Instead of sprinting frantically to press Mings a footrace he would surely lose, Mata simply stood perfectly still. He anticipated the play, adjusted his body by 2 steps, and deliberately blocked the passing lane. Mings was forced to hesitate, killing the momentum of the attack. It was a masterclass in reading the game. In the 35th minute, United struck with ruthless, familiar precision. Aston Villa attempted to build out from the back. Mings played a pass out to Matty Cash on the right flank. The trigger. Rashford initiated an explosive, aggressive press. He curved his run perfectly, cutting off the passing lane back to Mings while Telles closed off the line. Cash panicked under the sudden double team and attempted a hurried, blind pass inside to Douglas Lewis. Fred anticipated the mistake flawlessly. He stepped in front of Lewis, intercepting the ball cleanly in the center of the pitch. Without taking a touch, Fred zipped a precise, forward pass to Juan Mata. Mata took one touch to assess the pitch and swung a beautiful, curling cross directly into the center of the penalty area. Mason Greenwood, anticipating the delivery, had drifted off the shoulder of Ezri Konsa. Greenwood met the cross perfectly, powering a downward header past Emiliano Martinez and into the bottom corner of the net. Greenwood! Tyler shouted as Old Trafford erupted. An early breakthrough for Manchester United. A clinical header from the young forward, and Marcus Vale's rotated side take the lead. It's brilliant pressing from Rashford to force the mistake, Shearer analysed. Fred reads it, Mata delivers a peach of a cross, and Greenwood's movement is lethal. The personnel has changed, but the tactical execution is exactly the same as the first team. Greenwood slid toward the corner flag, pointing back at Mata for the assist. In the dugout, Marcus offered a brief, satisfied nod. The system was functioning regardless of who was wearing the shirt. For the remainder of the first half, United comfortably managed the game. They didn't push for a second goal, they dropped into their mid-block, inviting Villa to pass the ball laterally while Matic and Fred shielded the defence. The second half brought a renewed surge of energy from Steven Gerrard's side. Villa dominated possession, pushing higher up the pitch and forcing United deep into their own territory. In the 65th minute, Villa nearly broke through. Danny Ings received the ball inside the penalty area and isolated Eric Bailly one-on-one. Ings dropped his shoulder, attempting to bait the notoriously rash Ivorian defender into a slide tackle. "Stay on your feet, Eric!" Marcus shouted sharply from the edge of the technical area, his voice cutting through the noise. Bailey heard the command. He resisted his natural urge to dive in. He stayed perfectly upright, jockeyed Ings toward the byline, and made a composed, standing interception to hook the ball away cleanly. It was a massive moment of individual discipline, proving Marcus was successfully taming the wild cards in his squad. Down on the opposing touchline, Steven Gerrard was growing visibly frustrated. He paced his technical area, yelling at his players. Despite playing against United's rotated side, Villa could not find a way through the rigid shape. "Force it central!" Gerrard yelled at Douglas Lewis, waving his arms in exasperation. Lewis obeyed, attempting a sharp, threaded pass through the middle. Nemanja Matic barely had to move. He simply stuck out a long leg, intercepted the pass effortlessly, and casually rolled it backward to Lindelof. Gerrard threw his hands up in defeat, completely stifled by the impenetrable nature of the mid-block. As the game entered its final stages, Marcus turned to his bench. In the 70th minute, Juan Mata and Nemanja Matic were withdrawn to a warm ovation from the Old Trafford crowd. Anthony Elanga and Donny van de Beek came on to replace them. The final 10 minutes devolved into a gritty, physical battle. Aston Villa threw crosses into the box, but Mason Greenwood proved his evolution under the new manager wasn't limited to goal scoring. In the 88th minute, United cleared a desperate Villa corner. The ball fell to Greenwood near the halfway line, entirely isolated against Tyrone Mings. Instead of trying to flick the ball and run, Greenwood used his body. He backed into the massive centre-back, successfully holding the ball up with his back to goal, wrestling Mings physically to relieve the pressure and win a crucial foul for United. It was exceptional, mature target man play. When the referee blew the final whistle after 3 minutes of stoppage time, a roar of relief and satisfaction echoed around the stadium. Full time, Manchester United 1-0 Aston Villa. A gritty, professional victory for Manchester United, Martin Tyler concluded as the players shook hands on the pitch. A heavily rotated side secures passage to the fourth round of the FA Cup thanks to Mason Greenwood's early header. It wasn't always pretty in the second half, but the defensive shape under Marcus Vale continues to impress. It's a massive win for the squad depth, Shearer agreed. Players who haven't played much football recently came in, stuck to the tactical shape, and ground out a result against a good Premier League side. Keeping another clean sheet with a completely changed backline proves the manager's methods are getting through to every single player. Marcus stood up from his seat in the dugout. He shook Steven Gerrard's hand politely, then walked onto the pitch to offer brief, focused praise to his players. He patted Bailey on the shoulder for his defensive discipline and offered Greenwood a quiet nod of approval for the finish. As the stadium emptied into the freezing January night, Marcus walked back down the tunnel. The FA Cup hurdle had been cleared. The fringe players had executed their roles. But as he returned to his office, his mind was already shifting back to the newly integrated superstars watching from the director's box. The training sessions over the next week were going to be vital. Trippier, Zakaria, Guimarães and Dybala had to be brought up to speed immediately. The second half of the season was waiting, and the tactical demands were about to become significantly more complex. At UTD Faithful, 1-0. A completely rotated squad. Another clean sheet. The system works no matter who is wearing the shirt. Through to the next round of the cup. Large red circle trophy. At Mark Holdbridge, I cannot stop laughing. Did you see the Manager of the Month video? He literally read the PR stage directions. Insert standard smile here. He is a troll. Best manager in the world. At Statman Dave, Dean Henderson's sweeping distance today was 18 yards higher on average than David De Gea. Vale recognized the slow centre-back pairing and used Henderson's proactive style to cover the space perfectly. At the Man UTD way, Eric Bailey making a composed, standing tackle in the box instead of a flying two-footed lunge? Marcus Vale is a miracle worker. At AFC Gunner, United's manager literally mocking the Premier League PR machine on camera is the funniest thing I've seen all season. Ronaldo laughing in the background killed me. At Chelsea's transfer, even their B team parks the bus efficiently. Gerrard looked like he wanted to rip his hair out on the touchline. At Rio 35, through to the next round. Great to see the squad players getting minutes and getting the job done. The Manager of the Month speech though. Loudly crying face skull brilliant. At Philosophy, Aston Villa generated an XG of 0.32 today. United's defensive mid-block is incredibly difficult to penetrate, even when the first-choice midfield is rested. At United Stand Mufk, Greenwood's hold-up play at the end against Mings was top tier. He's adding physical presence to his game. Love to see it. At Football Memes, video clip attached pause for applause. Insert standard smile here. Marcus Vale just ended PR training in football forever. At Troll Football, Steven Gerrard watching Nemanja Matic intercept every single pass for 90 minutes. Image of a very stressed man. At Red Evil 99, the Matty Cash trap worked beautifully for the goal. Telles and Rashford completely suffocated him. The coaching at this club is finally elite. At Karl Anka, Vale doesn't care about the cameras, the awards, or the narratives. He just read the script to get out of the room faster. The focus on the pitch is absolute. At CFC_fansnews, if United actually sign a midfielder in January, they might actually win a trophy this season. Their shape is too solid. At Squawka, Juan Mata recorded 3 interceptions and 1 assist in the first half alone. Class is permanent. At City's N99, another boring 1-0 win. They are painful to watch, but you can't deny they are getting results. At Liam Paul Canning, imagine telling United fans 2 months ago that we would rotate the entire 11 and still comfortably keep a clean sheet against Villa. The turnaround is staggering. At The Athletic, Marcus Vale's deadpan acceptance speech for Manager of the Month has already garnered 10 million views. Manchester United's new boss continues to rewrite the rules of media engagement. At OptaJoe, 4, Marcus Vale has kept clean sheets in all 4 of his domestic matches in charge of Manchester United. Fortress. At UTD_analytics, Henderson's sweeping essentially allowed United to play a high line with slow defenders. Tactical adaptation based entirely on player profiles. At Barstool Football, Ronaldo trying not to laugh while his manager reads literal stage directions is the best duo in the Premier League right now. At Aston Villa_news, frustrating night. We had the ball but just couldn't break them down. Their midfield was a brick wall. At Red Army Voice, into the next round. Now let's see what Axiom does in the transfer window. We need depth for the run-in. At Tactico_modern, the discipline from the fringe players today proves that Vale's coaching methods are easily translatable. The system is the star. At Sky Sports, a 1-0 victory in a viral award speech. It has been quite the week for Marcus Vale and Manchester United. At Football Vlogs, I've watched the insert smile here clip 50 times and it gets funnier every time. The man is a legend. At Stretford and Flags, bring on the 4th round. Wembley is the goal. Up the Reds. Large red circle trophy. At Gerrard Quotes, tough loss to take, but we go again. United defended well, have to give them credit. Manchester United League position, 4th place, firmly holding the Champions League qualification spot. Golden Boot race, top 3. Mohamed Salah, Liverpool, 16 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United, 12 goals. Diogo Jota, Liverpool, 10 goals.
Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200+ audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.